Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Several Hufflepuff players were excited, but they forgot to consider one thing. Since the Quidditch pitch was occupied by Slytherin today, the place where they tested their brooms wasn't on the pitch, and it happened to be right in front of Professor Sprout's office. As a result, Professor Sprout was quite startled. "How dare you ride brooms outside the sports field? That's extremely dangerous. You could fall from the sky and break your necks, and no one would be able to get you to medical help in time." She was very angry and also very scared. She was terrified that something might happen to her little badger. If an accident occurs on the field, they can receive timely treatment. However, if an accident occurs off the field, it takes a considerable amount of time to even get them to the medical room. "I'm confiscating this broom. I'm giving it back to Raven. If you can't put your own safety first, then you don't deserve Raven's gift." Vera panicked when she heard that her broom was going to be confiscated. But Professor, nothing went wrong. It'll be too late once something happens to you." Professor Sprout was both angry and frightened. She picked up her broom and returned to the castle. On the way, Professor Sprout tried to appear angry, but she was inherently kind, so it didn't have much effect. Cedric and his friends tried various ways to apologize to Professor Sprout along the way, hoping he wouldn't confiscate the broom, but to no avail. Raven would spend his free time each day researching his own things in several empty classrooms. Professor Sprout was already quite familiar with the empty classrooms Raven frequented, so she quickly found him. "Raven, sorry to bother you, but I think you should take back that broom." Professor Sprout placed the broom in front of Raven, who was momentarily dumbfounded. "How come the gift he just gave out is back in less than half a day?" Professor, what happened?" Professor Sprout angrily recounted what Cedric and his group had just done. They might fall and break their backs, or plunge headfirst into the Forbidden Forest and get bitten by giant spiders. Or worse, they might crash right into the castle walls. Anything could happen. Otherwise, why would there be school rules forbidding young wizards from using flying brooms outside the sports field? Raven pursed his lips. In fact, he had added a protective charm to the broom. If the wizard were to crash into a wall or something while riding the broom, the charm would automatically activate, ensuring that he would land unharmed. As for falling from the sky, okay, that's certainly possible. Even cyclists can fall while riding normally, and there's certainly a possibility of losing control and falling from the sky while riding a flying broomstick. "Professor, please calm down. How about this? I'll take the brooms back first and give them back when they're ready. What do you think?" Raven subtly winked at Cedric and the others. Cedric and the others immediately understood Raven's meaning. This is the best solution right now. They must recognize their mistake. Professor Sprout then lectured Cedric and the others for a long time before leaving the empty classroom. As soon as she left, Raven tossed the broom to Cedric and the others, and Vera caught it carefully, as if she were catching some rare treasure. "You guys are really something," testing the broom right under Professor Sprout's nose. Cedric scratched the back of his head. "I really forgot," and it startled Sprout. Raven sat back down in his seat. "How did it feel after a few laps?" "I feel like you're the most amazing genius in the world." Raven rolled his eyes. "I mean, what do you guys think of the broom's performance, acceleration, average speed, dexterity, and other features?" Cedric and the others excitedly recounted the effects, their words filled with satisfaction. "A broom like this could fetch the same price as a fire crossbow bolt. I think many professional players would be very satisfied with it." Raven shook his head. "Harry has a firebolt. I've seen him fly it. This broom can't even match its speed." "Yes, but its acceleration and other features are things that the firebolt doesn't have. At least I've never heard of a broom having a backrest, and sitting on it feels like sitting on a soft cushion. Actually, besides the seat and backrest, this broom also has an automatic protection charm. If you bump into a wall or anything else, the charm will ensure you land safely." This made everyone's eyes widen again. "It even has protective features. I have to give it a try." "Hey, there's no need to try that." Seeing Vera about to go out with a broom to try the protection spell again, everyone quickly pulled her back. The protective spell is like insurance. If something goes wrong, there's still this layer of protection. There's no need to put yourself in danger just to test out insurance. "Raven, aren't you planning to sell this broom for money?" Raven shook his head. "I want to do a business that interests me. I'm not really interested in the broom business for now, so forget about it." Raven's answer was exactly what Cedric and the others had expected. The group exchanged glances. Their goal now is to give Raven some money. They can't let him help them for free anymore. But directly asking Raven how much money he wanted wouldn't work. He definitely wouldn't tell them. So they had to get information out of him. Just as the group was about to speak again, a series of noisy footsteps and shouts came from outside the empty classroom. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. What happened? Zacharias quickly went to the door and opened it. A comatose half-giant floated before him. By Merlin, what's going on? Harry and Ron are using a levitation charm to support the unconscious Hagrid. I don't know, we were just about to go to the infirmary. What's going on? Raven and his friends exchanged glances and immediately made up their minds. Let's go, we'll go too. Cedric and his companions led the way, pulling aside any young wizards who might get in their way. Raven touched Hagrid's hand. It was frighteningly cold. Why is his body temperature so low? I don't know, Hagrid was already collapsed by the back door when we got there. Tooth was tugging at his clothes. We think it was trying to pull Hagrid inside. Harry said anxiously. I knew the anomalies in the Forbidden Forest were a big problem. We should have reminded Hagrid more often, damn it. Ron was also very nervous. His lips moved faster than he walked, and he kept muttering these words to himself. Madame Pomfrey rarely treated the half-giant. However, today's situation is rather special. She could tell at a glance what had happened to Hagrid. Put him on this bed, he'll wake up soon. Mrs. Pomfrey had to put several beds together to create a large enough bed for Hagrid. Her face was frighteningly gloomy. This was the first time Harry and his friends had ever seen Madame Pomfrey so angry. Madam, what happened to Hagrid? Lady Pomfrey glanced at the young wizards present. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the answer to that question. I need to inform Dumbledore first. In the meantime, you can stay in the infirmary, but please don't make any noise. This is a big deal, a very, very big deal. After Mrs. Pomfrey left, Ron slumped down in a seat against the wall, looking utterly exhausted. It must be related to the anomalies in the Forbidden Forest. Damn it, we should have just told Dumbledore back then. Raven and Cedric were completely confused. Only Harry knew what Ron meant. Okay, so what's going on here? Harry and Ron then told Raven and the others what had happened a few days earlier. Based on the current situation, Raven immediately had his own guess. I understand what happened. There aren't many creatures capable of knocking out a tall, strong hybrid giant in a short time, especially given the current situation. Hagrid's hands were icy cold, his face was deathly pale, and he looked pained. There were also abnormal patches of ice or frost in the Forbidden Forest. Raven, you understand now what happened. Raven spoke slowly. Dementor. When he uttered that name, all the young wizards present gasped. Ron's face grew even paler. Dementors, the kind from Azkaban, how did they get to Hogwarts? Ron almost screamed. Dementors were far more terrifying than the eight-eyed giant spider. This is a creature that even crazed Death Eaters fear. They couldn't have just wandered over here, otherwise the British Ministry of Magic would have to disband. Cedric frowned, analyzing the situation intently. They must have been deliberately placed at Hogwarts by those Death Eaters. These guys are like cockroaches, you can never get rid of them completely. However, if they are Dementors, Dumbledore could easily banish them, wouldn't he? With the Patronesses. Harry had also seen Dementors in the games, although the Dementors in the games did not demonstrate their terrifying abilities. Yes, Dumbledore, he can easily drive away those Dementors. This idea isn't wrong. Dumbledore's Patronus could easily drive away all the Dementors in the Forbidden Forest. The only problem is that once this happens, it will happen again, a second time, a third time, and even more times. We still need to find a way to catch the culprit. If we don't, this kind of thing will keep happening. I always said Dumbledore should have built high walls around the Forbidden Forest so those things couldn't get in. Ron scratched his messy, bird's nest-like hair. To solve this problem, he couldn't think of anything more effective than a high wall. Dumbledore quickly followed Madame Pomfrey back to the school infirmary. He frowned, looking quite angry. The young wizards had never seen Dumbledore so angry. He always seemed to be smiling and very gentle. Dumbledore reached the same conclusion as Raven regarding this matter. This is most likely the work of one or a group of ghostly Dementors. Dumbledore immediately used Patronus on the Forbidden Forest in front of all the young wizards. The dazzling white light, like the sun, was warm and radiant, instantly enveloping the Forbidden Forest completely. Several dark figures darted out of the Forbidden Forest. It seemed the guys were trying to escape, but Dumbledore's Patronus guard held them firmly in place. If I ever catch that B******** D who let the Dementors into the Forbidden Forest, I'm going to beat him up. Then I'll throw him in front of the Dementors and let them give him a French kiss. Professor McGonagall was so angry she felt dizzy. How long has this semester even started? How come so much has already happened? Two fights the Dementors that inexplicably appeared in the Forbidden Forest. She dared not imagine what might happen next. Professor Sprout felt a chill run down his spine. She then thought of the time when Cedric and the others were testing brooms outside the field. It's not far from the Forbidden Forest. If they were to accidentally stumble into the Forbidden Forest and then encounter these Dementors, by Merlin's watchful eye, something terrible is about to happen to them. Professor, what are your plans for dealing with these Dementors? Raven squinted at the group of Dementors. Send them to the Ministry of Magic. These repulsive creatures are difficult to kill. Sending them to the Ministry of Magic is the best solution. That's true, Raven licked his lips. Could you give me one? I'd like to study them. Upon hearing this, all the professors present showed expressions of surprise. What? Of course not, Mr. Vincent, what are you thinking? It seems someone has been blinded by their own exaggerated fame. Raven, what are you saying? These are Dementors. You know they're extremely dangerous creatures. It's too early for you to be researching these things now. None of the four deans agreed to give Raven a Dementor. After all, such a creature was extremely dangerous. However, Dumbledore quickly calmed down after his initial surprise. You need to show me that you have the ability to deal with them. Now the other four deans turned their surprised gazes to Dumbledore. Albus. Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt their gasps. Raven smiled, a smirk playing on his lips. With a flick of his wand, a silent Patronus charm flew directly from the tip of his wand. It was an exquisitely crafted Raven guardian deity. It looks agile and precise, with each feather clearly visible. A beautiful Patronus charm. I can make it even bigger if needed. With a light tap of his wand, Raven's guardian angel, which was flying in the air, instantly grew to be as tall as a human. Very impressive. Is this another auxiliary spell effect you developed yourself? Raven nodded. I thought the effect would be better if the physical guardian deity were larger, and it seems my guess was correct. The giant Raven guardian flew to the ground, its eyes fixed menacingly on the Dementors. The Dementors huddled together, seemingly terrified of Raven's Patronus. In the end, Raven still managed to obtain a Dementor, although the other four deans tried their best to stop it. You're bringing a Dementor. Ryan and the others stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. That's a Dementor. In Raven's game, if a Dementor gets close, the player will be unable to move and their health will begin to drop rapidly. If you kiss a Dementor, your health will drop to 0 instantly. The effect is the same as staring directly into the eyes of a basilisk. Furthermore, Raven specifically noted this in the game. The concept of Dementors is consistent with reality. Yes, I even made it a beautiful cage. It will stay with me for at least 2 months. Are there any cages that can hold Dementors? Ryan asked, puzzled. It wasn't there before, but it is now. Okay, so it seems Raven just casually made a cage to keep Dementors inside. But how are you going to study this? Aren't they immune to most attacks? It's simple. I've observed them, and these Dementors are special soul creatures. I believe that the Shadowless Path can help me achieve my goal. Raven was very interested in the Dementor's body structure. No wizard in the history of magic has ever dissected a Dementor's body. Even Salazar Slytherin failed to dissect a Dementor's body. Raven will be the first to do so. That's impossible. How could a Dementor get into the school without orders from the Ministry of Magic? Fudge shouted angrily. This matter has had such a huge impact that he can't possibly admit it, but the facts are right in front of you. They might be wild, or they might have been brought in from other countries. Fudge. Dumbledore rarely showed anger in front of Fudge. You and I both know that what you're saying is simply impossible. All Dementors are currently under the Ministry of Magic's control. They only go to Hogwarts when there's a problem there. Fudge swallowed. Dumbledore is right. Dementors are now under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. Even if you search the entire wilderness of Britain, you might not find as many Dementors as Dumbledore brought. So how do you plan to resolve this? Admit your mistake and thoroughly investigate the Azkaban prison guards. Fudge didn't want to agree to these conditions. The bulge in his face spoke volumes about his resistance. After all, if he were to admit his mistake, wouldn't that leave an unsavory mark on his record? But when he saw Dumbledore's earnest blue eyes, the courage to refuse was swallowed back down his throat. Seeing Fudge's expression, Dumbledore was both angry and disappointed. Once upon a time, Fudge was an outstanding Hogwarts graduate. He was humble and polite, and although he acted rashly and clumsily, he was always willing to listen to and absorb the opinions of others. But look at him now. Power corrupted him. The once outstanding person has vanished. But what could Dumbledore do? He cannot change a person corrupted by power. He couldn't change who he was in the past, and he still can't change who he is now. Power ... It's such a dangerous poison, alas. In the end, Dumbledore could only shake his head, get up and leave the Ministry of Magic, leaving the Ministry and Fudge with only a sigh and a word of lament. In the days that followed, Raven began to focus on studying his own work. He ignored the assignment Snape had given him, but surprisingly, Snape didn't say much about it. He only made a few sarcastic remarks about Raven. Compared to his usual self, this was almost equivalent to him not saying a word. The horsemen were puzzled as to why they couldn't get any answers from the divination. As Raven mentioned before, there was an enemy watching him, but the centaurs couldn't divine it. They couldn't predict the appearance of the Dementors after that. Raven felt that this was clearly because the other party had obscured his astrological chart and destiny, making it impossible for others to interpret his fate. But the horsemen thought this was nonsense, because no one had ever been able to do that before. Back then, Grindelwald and Voldemort were both incredibly powerful, but neither of them could completely shield themselves from the influence of the stars and destiny. Raven thought it was because one of them hadn't even considered covering it up, and the other simply didn't have the ability to do so. However, this answer clearly did not gain the approval of the horse people. In any case, although the centaurs couldn't accept that someone had covered up their fate, Raven and Dumbledore were more inclined to believe it. Dumbledore is now actively trying to figure out how to find this guy. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was quickly over. The result was exactly as everyone expected. Because Lucius couldn't donate any firebolts to Slytherin, they suffered a crushing defeat. Harry rode the firebolt that Sirius gave him and won the match in just 3 minutes. This broke the record for the fastest match to end in Hogwarts history. The Slytherin players protested en masse, arguing that it was unfair because Harry had the fastest broom in the world, and if they had a broom like that, they would surely have won too. Unfortunately, their protests were ineffective. Why didn't people say this competition was unfair when they were all riding Nimbus 2001s last year? Unlike Raven, Je was very interested in Quidditch and wanted to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as soon as the tournament ended. The twins joked that unless Je could perform many frightening and difficult moves as soon as he got on his broomstick. Like Harry, Professor McGonagall would definitely not agree to let Je join the team. As it turned out, Je took it seriously. She picked up the broom that Raven had given her, took off on the spot, and performed several difficult maneuvers in front of everyone. Harry hadn't had a chance to put the golden snitch back in the box when he was startled by Je's actions. He loosened his grip, and the golden snitch flew back into the air. This gave Je a great opportunity to showcase her skills, and she caught the golden thief that had slipped from her grasp in less than 2 minutes. That was truly amazing. Wood's eyes were shining as if they were under a glowing spell. The twins laughed and said that Wood's eyes were comparable to those of the basilisk. After all, they both had special abilities. When he landed in West Asia, everyone knew that West Asia's joining the team was a done deal. If someone with talent like West Asia can't become a Quidditch player, then none of them deserve to continue being Quidditch players. However, since the team currently has no open spots, West Asia can only serve as a substitute for the time being. The weather is gradually getting colder, and the nights are gradually getting longer. Under pressure from Dumbledore, Fudge was forced to admit the Ministry of Magic's mistake. After verification, it was confirmed that 7 Dementors did indeed go missing near Azkaban. Dumbledore didn't wrong the Ministry of Magic. What puzzled Fudge was that Azkaban lost 7 Dementors, but Dumbledore only sent back 6. There's another one whose whereabouts are unknown. This incident immediately attracted widespread attention from wizards in the British magical community upon its exposure. After all, this is a Dementor, and the lost Dementor has somehow appeared near Hogwarts. If anything were to happen to the young wizards, it would be a major disaster. Everyone was very dissatisfied, believing it was a dereliction of duty by the Ministry of Magic. However, amidst the criticism, there were also some dissenting voices. Some argue that while the Ministry of Magic did make a mistake this time, the fact that they were willing to admit it means they aren't inherently evil. There were quite a few such voices, which shocked Fudge, because he never expected that anyone would spontaneously speak up for him. Is it true or false? He even suspected that some of his subordinates might have secretly used galleons to alter the statements of certain individuals. After checking around, he discovered that no one was willing to spend money for him. Yes, nobody wants to spend money on the poor, hardworking Minister of Magic of England. This was quite painful for Fudge, but after hearing what his supporters said, his mood improved. The traitor within the Ministry of Magic was not identified. Everyone seemed to be innocent. They now need to think of another way to find that Death Eater prophet. Good morning, guys. What are you looking at? Today, Raven woke up at his usual time, only to find that the auditorium was already full. Neville, Harry, the Weasleys, Lane, Acker, Cedric. They were all up very early and were now huddled together reading the newspaper. Raven, great, you just made it to the most important part, come on. We're watching today's Daily Prophet. Raven raised an eyebrow. So early, now I know why this guy is so exhausted. Raven scratched the owl standing on the table. The guy was panting heavily, his fur was ruffling, and his eyes looked somewhat mournful. Is this still early? I even considered staying up all night last night. Harry and the others laughed when they heard what Ron said. Yes, I just thought about it. The twins laughed the loudest. As a result, he started snoring less than 5 minutes after his head hit the pillow. When we came to find you, your snoring was so loud that Harry could barely sleep. Neville also spoke up. Actually, it's not just Harry. Our whole dorm is having trouble sleeping because of the noise. Ron's snoring was especially loud last night. Everyone burst into laughter. Raven sat down at the table. All right, let's see if we made money or lost money. 7 days ago, Raven's Games and the Three Brothers products officially went on sale. 7 days from now, the financial section of the Daily Prophet will publish the weekly revenue data of new companies. Open the newspaper, everyone anxiously crowded around. The financial section uses a linear chart. Each company is displayed individually on the newspaper for 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, the lines will jump around on the chart, showing the trend of data changes over the week. After 10 seconds, the chart will switch to other companies. Everyone stared wide-eyed as they waited for 3 charts. Finally, the text on the newspaper began to change, and the company name slowly transformed into Roaring Forest. Everyone immediately held their breath. The data for the first day is available, average or nothing special. Some people paid, but not many. The data for the second day is now available. There was no growth. In fact, there was a slight decline. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. However, when the data came out on the third day, everyone's hearts jumped out of their chests. Because the data from the third day showed an extremely dramatic increase. The lines representing the galleon rise at almost a 90-degree angle. The increases on the 4th, 5th, and 6th days were almost identical. It wasn't until the 7th day that the growth seemed to stabilize a bit, but not by much. Upon seeing this chart, everyone held their breath except for Raven, who seemed completely unaffected. 62,300 galleons in total revenue for the first week. Not bad. Upon hearing this, everyone stared wide-eyed at Raven. Is this considered acceptable? This is ridiculously outrageous. Over 60,000 galleons in a week, and that's just in the first week. And this is only considered not bad. My God, I've never even seen so much money in my entire life. Ron was breathing heavily, his face so red it looked like he was about to explode. He was incredibly excited. Raven smiled and shook his head. It looks like a lot, but in reality, the money has to be split between the fairies and the sales team, and our costs have to be deducted. Also, this revenue comes from all 3 of our products, so the actual amount we receive will probably not be as much as it appears now. Hermione felt that Raven was wrong. With so much money, even disregarding costs, it's still a very impressive achievement. These are just the results from the first week. Let's wait until Peiki and the others finish their statistics this afternoon before we can discuss the specifics. The Howling Forest has an accounting department whose main tasks are to check money, calculate net profit, and pay taxes. So they should be able to calculate the specific net profit by the afternoon, and determine how much of that net profit goes to the 3 brothers and how much goes to Raven. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips as they watched Raven calmly pour himself a glass of orange juice. Raven, you're too calm. This is already one of the top achievements among the new companies in the wizarding world. How come you're not surprised at all? Harry felt that if he had earned this much money in the first week of starting his company, he would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Raven shrugged. I have confidence in our product, so this result was within my expectations. How could another world possibly not sell? This stuff would sell like hotcakes even to ordinary people, let alone now that it's being sold to the wizarding world, where entertainment is relatively underdeveloped. As for the Weasley brothers' joke props, they are sure to be loved by young wizards. What child could resist a fever-inducing candy that helps them get a day off from school? Although wizards aged 11 and above are currently attending classes, many wizards under the age of 11 are still at home, and they are certainly interested in these prank gadgets. Although Raven said the costs were not low, the actual calculated net profit was indeed very high. The net profit from the first week's sales totaled 26,200 galleons, of which 8,230 galleons belonged to the 3 brothers, and the remainder went to Raven. This achievement is dazzling beyond compare for a newly established company that has just officially started operating. The three brothers were overjoyed. Thousands of galleons. Even if the three of them divide it, each person will still get a lot. Their father couldn't get this much money even if he won the lottery, but now they've received this much money in just 1 week. This is absolutely fantastic. They dragged Raven along, wanting to throw a celebratory party. Although Raven didn't have any particular feelings about this result, he didn't spoil everyone's fun. That evening, they hosted a small party in the Hogwarts common room. Ron was initially worried that Professor McGonagall would come and arrest them, but he gradually forgot about it. Professor McGonagall and the others also received news of Raven and his team's initial victory, so this time the professors allowed them to relax a little. News of the initial victory in the Howling Forest quickly spread throughout the wizarding world. A 13-year-old wizard, along with 3 friends, a pack of werewolves, and a house elf, formed a company that, surprisingly, achieved outstanding results from the very beginning, leaving all other new companies in the dust. Raven became famous once again because of this incident. However, he himself remained quite calm about it. Parker predicts that the data will continue to rise in the 2nd and 3rd weeks, and he believes our products have the potential to expand beyond the UK market. Raven flipped through the reports and nodded. His prediction was correct. Our products do indeed have that potential. This time, it was Dobby who came to report on the situation. He can freely enter and leave Hogwarts using elf magic. Dobby looks much healthier now than he did a few months ago. At least he was wearing new clothes he made himself, and he looked a little plumper. This is absolutely amazing. Dobby has never seen so much money in his life. Raven closed the report, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't Lucius make you clean galleons before?" The former master didn't like Dobby touching his money, and the fairies were always very proactive in managing his finances. Before, let alone touching money, even just looking at money would be a reason to get beaten up. Lucius always had a knack for finding all sorts of reasons to beat and scold Dobby. Then, he must have had a lot of money embezzled by the fairies. Raven gave a dismissive smile. Dobby is very clever, he's an excellent helper. Although Raven knew the fairies wouldn't be stupid enough to embezzle their money, it was certainly better to have one of his own keeping an eye on those greedy locusts. As a house elf, Dobby is able to use and recognize most of the magic used by those fairies. This makes it extremely difficult for the fairies to embezzle money during their collaborations. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. Dobby scratched his head shyly. Everyone will be quite busy lately. I'll talk to you when I get back. If overtime is required, feel free to work a little extra. I'll offer 1.5 times the normal overtime pay, but it's not mandatory. I'm sure I'll be very busy during this period. Many merchants have already added the items to their carts. Although their company has inventory, in order to avoid the situation where the inventory also runs out, everyone still has to work overtime to produce more products. Overtime pay is 1.5 times the normal rate. Dobby was so surprised he almost screamed. He felt his current salary was already very high, and he never expected to earn even more by working overtime. Raven smiled. We're a legitimate company, of course we'll pay overtime. Okay, that's enough about company matters. How are things with my parents? Are they doing all right? Dobby shook his head. No, sir, Dobby hasn't detected any evil wizards sneaking near your house. Yeah, it seems that even those with the bloodline of a prophet cannot break through the magic set up by Dumbledore. This put Raven at ease. Very good, but you still need to be careful, understand? Don't be careless. Yes, sir. That's about it. After Raven finished explaining, he let Dobby leave. Before leaving, Dobby went to see Harry and the others. Harry is glad Dobby is doing well now. Hermione was even happier than Harry. She had previously sneaked into the Hogwarts kitchens to subtly inquire with the Hogwarts elves whether they would like to leave Hogwarts, gain their freedom, or receive some reward from Dumbledore. Without exception, all 100-plus house elves at Hogwarts showed expressions of disdain. They really enjoy being bossed around. However, Hermione later subtly brought up Dobby's matter with them. The situation suddenly changed. When Dobby was mentioned, the older house elves all showed expressions of disdain and contempt. They all felt that if it were them, they would rather die than take the money their master offered them. But the young elf didn't think there was anything wrong with Dobby doing this, since there was no rule saying that house elves couldn't receive rewards. Raven's actions were correct. Hermione saw hope for change in Dobby, which made her very concerned about Dobby's health and living conditions. Maybe in the future I can recruit a group of young elves and then start a housekeeping company. Hermione's thinking is very divergent. She felt that since Raven's actions were effective, they should continue to be actively pursued. Come on, have you forgotten what happened when you went to the kitchen last time? You almost got kicked out. Keeping these little creatures alive like humans is harder than cutting off Nico's head when he was almost headless. Ron thought Hermione was overthinking it, because last time Hermione almost got kicked out. Haven't you noticed the changes Dobby has brought? Many young elves don't think getting paid is a big deal. If I can recruit young elves to do housework, maybe they can gradually change their situation. Ron truly didn't understand why Hermione was so persistent. Those house elves didn't want their freedom at all, so why bother going to all this trouble? But if Hermione wants to, then so be it. Who knows, she might actually succeed in the end. Speaking of changes, don't you guys think Slytherin has been acting a bit strange lately? While their mouths and eyes are still a bit annoying, they're at least much better than before. It's like they've really changed. Harry felt things were moving in a positive direction. But Ron scoffed at this, believing it was just the Slytherins plotting something even darker and more sinister. Hagrid became much more cautious after waking up. He never dreamed he would encounter a Dementor in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore cast new spells around the Forbidden Forest, assuring that such a thing would not happen again. However, just to be on the safe side, Hagrid seriously began to consider building a high wall around the Forbidden Forest. Honestly, Hagrid, I really don't think a wall can do much good. There are just too many ways to get over a wall, even if you build it 5 meters high. Watching Hagrid laboriously digging the hole, Raven felt it was all pointless. This is the boundary of the Forbidden Forest. Building a wall of gentlemen is completely pointless. How could it be meaningless? I think it's very meaningful. Ron was also helping. He was helping to move the soil, but even using magic, Ron still ended up getting himself completely filthy. Harry is helping Hagrid dig a hole, while Gray and the others are clearing away the plant roots underground. What role do you think it will play? At least it will keep all those bad wizards out, won't it? Ron's words made everyone laugh. Raven used magic to pull all the soil out of the pit. First of all, even Dumbledore's magic couldn't stop the dark wizards. They could fly over a 5-meter-high wall without even needing a flying broom. Throw the soil a little further away, it might come in handy later. Secondly, it's just a stone wall. Even without climbing over it, blasting it open would be a piece of cake. Raven flicked his wand and the crater quickly widened. Finally, for Merlin's sake, you plan to completely enclose the Forbidden Forest with your current efficiency. If they keep building like this, they might not even finish building this gentleman's wall before they graduate. Ron was discouraged. He sat down on the mound of dirt and immediately started groaning. But we can't just do nothing, can we? Who knows what else might be shoved into the Forbidden Forest? Gray and the others were so tired that they plopped down on the ground. Maybe it's a fire dragon. Then the Forbidden Forest will probably burn down, and the centaurs will be furious. Hagrid also put down his shovel. He still wasn't quite used to using a wand to handle these things. Having not used a wand to deal with various aspects of his life for so long, wizards have become just like ordinary people. I just wanted to put my mind at ease. Honestly, I don't think building a wall is really necessary. Hagrid scratched his head, which looked like a bird's nest. A lot of the dirt on his hands got onto his hair. Anyway, let's take a break first. Good heavens, this is exhausting work. We're this tired even using magic. I really don't know how ordinary people build those skyscrapers that reach the sky. Ryan put his wand back in his pocket and sat down on the mound of dirt, panting. This job is so tiring. So what do we do now? I think Raven has a point. We've worked so hard, and what we produce might not even be able to stop those dark wizards for a second. In fact, let alone the fact that anyone who could get to this place was a powerful dark wizard who had already fooled Dumbledore's magic. Even if an ordinary dark wizard were to arrive here, this wall would not be able to stop them for even a second under normal circumstances. After all, even a junior wizard who hasn't graduated yet knows that if all else fails, you can just use a thunderbolt to blast the wall open. How could those dark wizards not even think of that? Forget it, Raven's right, it's a complete waste of time and it damages the environment too. Although Hagrid abandoned this plan, the security vulnerability in the Forbidden Forest still needed to be addressed. Relying solely on Dumbledore's spells wasn't a solution. Hagrid, I suggest you move into the castle for now, it'll be safer. This would also put Hagrid at ease. At least the sense of security from living in the castle was more tangible than that from a 5-meter-high wall. No, I'm sorry, Raven, but I can't do that. I'm the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, I can't just go and live in the castle. That would be a dereliction of duty. Is Hagrid scared? Of course I'm scared. Almost no one can face Dementors without fear. This thing is like the Grim Reaper in many stories. A single kiss can kill a person. They often enjoy taking pleasure in the happiness of others. After confronting a Dementor, Hagrid vowed he never wanted to face it again. However, fear is one thing and responsibility is another. As the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, he couldn't abandon his post simply out of fear. But honestly, there's nothing in the Forbidden Forest that needs your watch right now, is there? Harry felt that Hagrid didn't really need to stay on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Even the enormous, terrifying, and extremely dangerous magical creature classified by the Ministry of Magic, the eight-eyed giant spider, abides by the rules Hagrid set for it in the Forbidden Forest. Harry didn't think these guys would riot as soon as Hagrid left. No, this is the bottom line. I must shoulder the responsibilities I bear unless one day I stop being a hunting ground guard, which of course is impossible unless I die. Hagrid is very stubborn. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Hagrid, everyone gave up on trying to convince him to stay in the castle for a while longer. After Hagrid abandoned the idea of building a wall, the young wizards spent some time filling all the dirt back in. So in the end, it's pretty much the same as not doing anything at all. They just destroyed many of the tree roots that were originally underground. Ake thought that if Professor Sprout knew about this, he would definitely give them a good scolding because they had done a lot of useless work, achieved no results, and even damaged the roots of many plants. Leave Hagrid's house. On the way back to the castle, they heard the howling of wolves. This is not normal. Why would there be wolves near Hogwarts? Looking towards the source of the sound, a dilapidated old house stood atop a distant mountain, appearing particularly eerie under the moonlight. The sound is coming from the Screaming Shack. It's really scary, there's always something strange about that place. Ack rubbed his arms. After they go to Hogsmeade, he will definitely stay far away from there. Don't scare yourself. It's just a wolf. Do you think it'll be difficult for us to subdue one? Raven's words eased the tension considerably. I don't know why Dumbledore didn't tear it down. Even if it wasn't a haunted house, it was quite old, wasn't it? Heaven knows what Dumbledore is thinking, maybe he's forgotten. The defense against the dark arts classes over the next few days are going to be tough. Because Professor Lupin was on leave, Snape had to take his place. Actually, substituting for a course usually requires several deans to do it together. Otherwise, with 7 years at Hogwarts and each year having defense against the dark arts class every week, it would be very difficult for one professor to manage everything. But this time, no one knows how Snape persuaded the other heads of the house. He simply took on all the substitute teaching duties by himself. This once again refreshed the young wizard's understanding of Snape's obsession. He'd rather work himself to death than not teach us with a grumpy face. I really don't know why, what makes him so persistent. Harry slammed his crossbody bag down and crashed headfirst onto a table in the Great Hall. He's exhausted. Although Snape hasn't been openly causing trouble for them in class lately, he hasn't stopped with his annoying little antics. Furthermore, the amount of homework assigned by Snape and Lupin was vastly different. If Professor Lupin's purpose in assigning homework was to help them learn, then Snape's purpose in assigning homework was purely to torture them. Merlin above, a 3-foot-long paper. It explains how to identify werewolves hiding in everyday life and how to kill them. Even if Merlin were resurrected, he might not be able to write such a long paper on this topic. Most importantly, Snape also set a word limit for them. Minimum 2,000 words, punctuation marks do not count. He will first use a ruler to check the length of the paper, then count the words one by one, and finally check the quality of the paper. If it doesn't meet the requirements, he will send it back for the little wizard to rewrite. This is a disaster. Look at my hands, I can't even hold a fork properly. Damn it, I'm praying Professor Lupin comes back soon. He even forbade us from using shorthand quills. Ron said some very harsh words, so harsh that even the exhausted Hermione couldn't help but speak up and try to stop him. What? He's such a jerk, so annoying. No wonder no one likes him at his age. Anyone who marries him will be heartbroken for the rest of their life. Hermione also dislikes Snape now, but she's a good student and won't say what Ron said. More than anything else, I'm curious why he insisted on skipping classes to talk to us about werewolves, and did you notice? He explained it in exceptional detail and with remarkable care. Professor Lupin forgot to tell Harry and the others that he was also a werewolf, which is why they still don't know he is. It's clear that Harry and Ron don't really care about this. Who knows what's gotten into him this time? I think he's just looking for an excuse to make us do so much homework. Maybe he's planning to take our papers away and then sell them for a good price. Or maybe he's so poor he can't even afford toilet paper. After all, Raven's growth-accelerating charm has driven down the prices of many of his potions. He deserves it. Harry and Ron raised their hands and gave each other a high five in perfect unison. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. She always felt that this matter was related to Professor Lupin. After all, Snape's behavior this time was too abnormal, and his relationship with Professor Lupin at school always seemed to be very bad, even though Professor Lupin usually acted very peacefully. By the way, speaking of Raven, what has he been up to lately? Why does his face always look so dark? Harry and Ron both shook their heads. I don't know, it seems like he put something on his body. I saw some strange patterns on his forearm before, and I thought he got a tattoo during the summer vacation. Hermione immediately refuted this claim. Raven would never get a tattoo. Yes, but Raven didn't explain what those patterns were, only saying that his research had made a breakthrough. Is it related to his research? Hermione and the others racked their brains but couldn't think of any tattoo-like things that could be related to what Raven was currently researching. I don't know what he's doing, but he seems pretty happy. Raven's research has indeed made progress, significant progress, by Merlin. Dumbledore felt his hands trembling as he held Raven's notebook. Raven stood directly in front of him, looking very proud. Dumbledore had only ever seen such an expression on Raven's face after he cast the Lightless Charm. Did you get all of these from that Dementor? Grindelwald stood behind Dumbledore. He frowned as well. Although his expression seemed much calmer, his hands behind his back were actually trembling slightly. Yes, Dementors are indeed mysterious creatures. I'm thinking that if I had the chance to study Obscurus, my research might make rapid progress. Dumbledore really wanted to say that this couldn't continue. But he opened his mouth, unsure how to stop Raven. Perhaps you should take a break recently. Raven keenly sensed Dumbledore's desire to stop him, which puzzled him. Of course, Professor, I plan to take about 2 weeks off. It wasn't until Raven left that Dumbledore and the others showed serious expressions. This is a realm that only God can reach. Grindelwald frowned deeply. The notes Raven had just pulled out were starting to send shivers down their spines. He's actually almost able to replicate the magical abilities that magical creatures are born with. Not only has he replicated them, he's almost figured out how to grant wizards these magical abilities as well. This is no small matter. In the eyes of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, this was a realm that only God could touch. He's going to be in big trouble. This can't even be called a curse anymore. If anything goes wrong with this research, we won't be able to save him. Dumbledore was clearly worried about this as well. What Raven is currently researching is more dangerous than any spell he has ever studied before. If something goes wrong, they won't be able to save Raven at all. But we can't stop him anymore. Use coercive measures. No, unless you're planning to completely erase his memories, but his talent and personality are what they are. As long as he remains in the magical world, he'll inevitably end up like this again. The only thing they can do now is to give Raven more attention. Try to avoid causing major problems for Raven during his research. If his research succeeds, he will become a legendary wizard surpassing Merlin. Perhaps Dumbledore and the others felt that it would be very dangerous for Raven to continue his research, but Raven did not feel that way. Research is inherently risky. Even following in the footsteps of predecessors carries danger, let alone researching a field that no one has ever explored before. Therefore, Raven felt that Dumbledore and the others had overreacted. In any case, he will continue this research. He is now slowly realizing that this research might be related to his innate magical talent. Vincent, how's the assignment I gave you coming along? If you're going to tell me you haven't made any progress on it, then Before Snape could finish his long, greasy speech, Raven interrupted him. Actually, I've made some progress on both projects. The positive uses of the basilisk's venom and the S** exchanging potion. I'm still just one project incomplete on each one. Without Slytherin's research memories, Raven would have needed considerable time to understand these two topics. However, with Slytherin's research memories, Raven could easily figure out the answers to these questions. Snape was clearly not prepared for this at first, but he quickly came to his senses. He gave a dismissive smile. Research results that rely on knowledge left behind by others are truly ugly and devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Raven shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. I have more important things to do, and besides, isn't learning also about following in the footsteps of those who came before? Snape was even more disdainful. The more important thing you mentioned is drawing these weird tattoos on your arms. It's so childish, you seem more like a 3-year-old. He grabbed Raven's arm, exposing Raven's arm beneath his clothes. Raven's forearm is now covered with all sorts of strange symbols, making it look rather odd. You're telling me this is childish? Seriously. Raven smiled, and with a flick of his right finger, Snape's sleeve was rolled up. Unlike Raven, Snape had a lifelike skull tattooed on his arm. You unreasonable rascal. Snape quickly tore down his sleeve to cover his Death Eater tattoo. My request is very low. I just want to be more polite than you. Raven tugged at his sleeve to cover his arm. Now, if there's nothing else, please excuse me, don't worry about those 2 projects. I think I'll finish them soon and hand them over to you. After saying that, Raven smiled and left. This little thing isn't enough to make him angry. Whether Snape would be angry or not was beyond his consideration. Snape watched Raven's departing figure with a grim expression. He initially considered deducting several dozen more points from Hufflepuff for this, but after thinking about it, Raven didn't care about it. Deducting points wouldn't have any effect on him, let's forget about it. Good heavens, Raven, you're going to drive him crazy. At the next corner, Raven ran into Gray and his group. Gray and the others saw Raven and were about to go up and say hello when Snape suddenly appeared from the side. We were planning to go help you, but you subdued him in no time. That was awesome. What did you just do? I saw his sleeve was pulled up and then he got angry. Raven waved his hand dismissively. He just mocked the runes I drew on my body, but it turns out he has a tattoo himself, so I pulled up his sleeve and said a few sarcastic things back. Well, that's it. He's really crazy. He even cares about students drawing on their bodies. Kieran pursed his lips. He's had this problem for a long time, it's perfectly normal. Raven looked around but didn't see Ryan there. Where's Ryan? Did he go to see his senior again? There's no need to ask that question. How many times lately has he not been with his senior? Their relationship is terrifying. Gray couldn't help but shudder. Ryan and his senior are always all lovey-dovey. Raven and Fleur never did that. The more they act like this, the more uncertain I feel, you know. I really don't want to say anything discouraging, but my aunt used to date like this, and she ended up heartbroken and almost died. Kieran really didn't have a good impression of this cloying, overly affectionate atmosphere. All right, this is Ryan's business. He knows what he's doing and the senior isn't a bad person. We all know that. Let them handle their own affairs. To be honest, Ryan and his current partner are actually quite a good match. For things to be truly affectionate, the other person has to be receptive, and you both need to have common ground to talk about. Ryan and Ryan are an example of couples who both want to be close to each other and have things in common to talk about. So it's really hard to say how far this relationship can go. Maybe the 2 of them really will end up together. I'm planning to go check on the unicorns. The centaurs say they've been fighting a lot lately, and I'm thinking of going to talk to them. Are you coming? Unicorns fighting, this is a very rare event. Yes, of course I'll go. But are you sure they won't get carried away and turn their attention to us? In Raven's game, once the unicorn gets into a fight, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone who dares to approach will become its target. Actually, this is misleading information that Newt and I added. Whether a unicorn will fight indiscriminately depends on its individual temperament. Some particularly warlike and easily angered unicorns will fight indiscriminately, but most of these types of unicorns live in harsher environments. The unicorns of the Forbidden Forest are relatively docile. There are many more confusing pieces of information like this. Some individual traits and behaviors of magical animals are directly transformed into group behaviors, while some group behaviors are reduced to individual differences in traits and behaviors. In any case, with the truth and the lies intertwined, poachers certainly can't learn or master poaching techniques directly through this game. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I need to see in reality if unicorns fighting is really that scary. Then you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Real-life unicorn fights are far more terrifying and horrifying. Broken horns or bloodied heads are the least of your worries. While these creatures are indeed very innocent, they can become extremely aggressive during puberty. Newt had previously witnessed a unicorn kill another unicorn in the forest. That truly shattered Newt's worldview at the time. He had always thought that unicorns were gentle and docile from calves to adults. A loud bang. A unicorn fell straight to the ground. Pure silvery white blood spilled onto the ground. Raven quickly stepped forward to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? He's your brother and you're just going to butt him like that. Raven's words of advice failed to awaken any familial failings in the other unicorn. Instead, he fiercely declared, "You're right, I should kick him a few more times with my hooves, so he won't get up again." There was no hesitation born of familial affection in his eyes, only a burning desire for victory. Raven was speechless. He pulled the unicorn away from its still mobile state, then quickly stitched up the wounds of the incapacitated unicorn. Good heavens, why are they beating me so badly? I feel like even if I were fighting Malfoy, they wouldn't beat me this badly. Hard to say, but if I had a chance, I would play Malfoy like this. Gray licked his back teeth and said, "Okay, can anyone tell me what happened? Why did you hit your brother like that?" He provoked me first, who told him to run wild on my turf. The other unicorn lying on the ground hadn't recovered its strength, and couldn't even speak. It could only glare angrily at the standing unicorn. Do unicorns still have a sense of territory? Ack felt his knowledge base was being challenged. Don't listen to his nonsense. Unicorns don't have a sense of territory. Several unicorns can live together or live separately. Raven rolled his eyes. These guys just want an excuse to fight. Even if there is no reason, they will create one. Stop hitting him. I know you're all a bit hot-tempered during puberty, but please control yourselves. What are you going to do to your mothers? She's worried sick. I don't care. Before he could finish speaking, Raven had already pointed his wand at him. Don't say anything you'll regret. Your mother is a wonderful mother. The young unicorn knew he had almost said the wrong thing, but he was a young beast. Asking him to admit his mistake would be tantamount to killing him. However, he also knew Raven's fighting prowess. If he said the wrong thing, he'd be lying on the ground in 5 seconds. Raven knocked him to the ground in 1 second, leaving him with 4 seconds to save his life. Finally, the young unicorn could only snort in frustration. Raven was somewhat helpless in the face of this situation. He knew he couldn't reason with these young unicorns. Even if the unicorns were lying on the ground after being beaten, they would definitely come back to fight their brothers and sisters after they recovered. But Raven couldn't remain silent. After all, he had watched these baby unicorns grow up. I was planning to have my sister come and play with you guys. She wanted to 2 years ago, but seeing the state you're in now for her health and safety, I think we should put that on hold for now. This won't do. Upon hearing this, both unicorns visibly became agitated. This was just an accident. This kind of thing doesn't usually happen. Honestly, this surprised Raven. You really want to play with West Asia? Both unicorns nodded. Even the weakened unicorn mustered its strength to nod. This was something Raven hadn't expected. What happened? Could it be that the magical creatures of West Asia have developed such a talent that they can exert influence remotely? Raven scanned the 2 unicorns with a scrutinizing gaze. As a result, you could see that both of these guys looked rather odd. He would glance at the clouds in the sky, then at the branches on the ground, but he would always steal a few glances at Raven. Raven squinted and spoke. You've secretly met with West Asia, haven't you? The standing unicorn paused for a moment, then quickly shook its head. He looked incredibly guilty. Didn't I tell you, you've been having trouble controlling your emotions lately? I'll arrange for you to meet again when you can control them. Yes, it's a coincidence. We just happened to run into her during her class. It really is just a coincidence. Raven angrily gave them a beating. At this point in time, young unicorns are in great danger. Although the survival pressure in the Forbidden Forest is not as high as in many wild areas, the unicorns are not too aggressive. But as we saw today, they didn't hold back much when they fought. If something unexpected happens, it will be too late to regret it. After giving them a good scolding, Raven took Gray and the others to see the unicorn mother. Compared to the grumpy and easily angered young unicorns, older unicorns are noticeably more calm and gentle. This gave Kieran and the others a very strange feeling. Sorry, Raven, they're going through this phase and I can't control them. You don't need to apologize for this at all. I know that unicorns at this time are all like this, and to be honest, they are already much gentler than unicorns in other places. Some particularly wild unicorns will even attack the parents who raised them. By comparison, the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest are indeed relatively docile. Despite Raven's words, the unicorn mother clearly couldn't let the matter rest. After all, Raven had done her a great favor no matter what. If it weren't for Raven, one of the 2 unicorns fighting today might have actually died. I've collected the hair and broken horns left over from the kids' fights. You can take them. They're useless to them now. The unicorn mother pulled a large basket from the nearby grass, which was filled with white unicorn fur and broken unicorn horns. The sheer quantity made everyone's lips twitch involuntarily. So much fur, I hope some unicorn didn't get bald. Because Gray and his companions also use the whisper of all beings, the unicorn mother can understand them. OHMPH, they deserve it. The unicorn mother was clearly quite angry as well. I can't stop them at all. Even the most obedient kids will sneak off to continue fighting with their brothers and sisters, leaving them covered in wounds, broken horns, and fur everywhere. I don't think they need any of this stuff. Raven, do you need more? If you do, I'll call them over and you can shave all their fur off. She was really furious. No need, honestly, this is already too much. The unicorn mother was clearly very troubled by this. I might need your help later today. Sigh, only after becoming a parent did I realize how annoying I used to be. I feel like my parents were so amazing back then. It seems this phenomenon isn't limited to humans. Raven couldn't help but laugh. The unicorn mother called all her children over. Raven used both soft and hard tactics to have a good talk with the young unicorns. To be honest, Raven really didn't think it was very useful. If it were that easy to make these young beasts control their tempers, then the unicorn mother wouldn't have such a headache. Thanks for your help, Raven. At least I think they'll quiet down for the next few days. Raven waved his hand. This was a piece of cake for him. All right, let's head back then. If you need any help, you can have Farron's pass on a message. Be careful lately. Although those Dementors have been captured, we haven't caught the person who let them in yet. It never hurts to be cautious. Even Dumbledore's magic can be deceiving or fail, so it's always good to be careful. When this matter was brought up, the unicorn mother looked very serious. You must also be careful. I have a feeling that these treacherous humans are targeting you this time. They are not to be underestimated. The fact that they can make us unable to sense the presence of Dementors is not something that just anyone can do easily. Unicorns are extremely sensitive to darkness and evil. Theoretically, even if Dementors are 10 kilometers away, the unicorns should be able to detect them. However, it wasn't until a few days ago, after Dumbledore captured the group of Dementors, that the unicorns learned that several Dementors had infiltrated the Forbidden Forest. It can conceal one's own destiny and help Dementors hide their presence. There must be an extraordinary figure among the Death Eaters. Don't worry, Dumbledore and Grindelwald are still in the castle. No matter how powerful he is, he can't cause any trouble. The unicorn mother frowned when Grindelwald was mentioned. We didn't really like that person. His smell disgusted us. Grindelwald used too much dark magic, and he himself had no aversion to it, so he certainly wouldn't be liked by unicorns. In any case, he would definitely lend a hand in a particularly dangerous situation, not to mention Dumbledore is there too. The unicorn mother nodded. She didn't trust Grindelwald, but she did trust Dumbledore. In short, be extremely careful. Raven nodded. What he didn't say was that he would soon no longer need Dumbledore and Grindelwald's protection. If his current research succeeds, he could only become even more powerful than Dumbledore. On the way back to the castle, Ack and the others were still noisily chatting about what had just happened. It's interesting to learn that young unicorns can be irritable, easily angered, and aggressive. Hermione finally dropped her Muggle studies and divination classes. She simply couldn't accept those divination theories and Professor Trelawney's nonsense. There's no way he could pretend in a Muggle studies class that he's a complete idiot born into the world of ordinary people, but who knows nothing about his own world. She had thought that Professor McGonagall would be disappointed by her choice after she told him about it. But to her surprise, Professor McGonagall was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, she greatly appreciated Hermione's choice. Having been a teacher for so many years, she certainly knew what would happen to Hermione after using the Time Turner. Professor McGonagall still applied for the Time Turner for Hermione for one reason, to make Hermione understand that there was no need to put so much pressure on herself. Professor McGonagall agreed with me. She also thought I didn't need to waste time on these two courses, especially divination, which speaks volumes, doesn't it? I don't see what that proves at all. Professor McGonagall probably just thinks you have no talent for divination, which is why she's saying you don't need to waste your time on it. Hermione and Ron started arguing again. Hermione always liked to badmouth divination to Harry and the others, even though she knew Ron was a big believer in it, but she just couldn't control herself. Ha, talent. You mean the talent of deceiving people by looking at tea leaves, cookie crumbs, and sugar granules scattered on the table. Well, I probably don't have that kind of talent. How dare you say that? You've never even seen it. Divination can be frighteningly accurate sometimes. Like with ominous signs, many wizards have died soon after seeing ominous signs. I'm pretty sure they scared themselves to death. Didn't she predict that Harry was in trouble? But Harry has been fine for so long. This left Ron speechless, because Professor Trelawney really did predict that Harry would encounter misfortune, and she even predicted that Raven would encounter misfortune. But in reality, neither of them has been in any trouble to this day. And honestly, if we're being honest, Ron would rather admit that the divination was wrong, that he shouldn't have believed in divination, than let anything actually happen to Harry and Raven. Has Ron been having a run of bad luck lately? I saw him having a huge fight with Percy this morning, and then he got into another argument with Hermione this afternoon. Did Ron and Percy argue this morning? Raven looked at Neville with some curiosity. What happened? Why did he argue with Percy? Neville lowered his voice and whispered in Raven's ear. It seems that Percy casually mentioned this morning that he was running low on allowance, and Ron offered to lend him some, since they were making a lot of money now and wouldn't have to struggle so much. Percy got angry about that. Raven raised an eyebrow. Am I being too rigid in my thinking, or is this really such a bizarre situation? I don't understand what Percy is angry about. He probably felt it was somewhat insulting. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly. When Ron was in his first year, Percy would shout with pride whenever Ron was praised in public by Dumbledore. But now, even though Ron and the twins have achieved considerable success in business, Percy only feels shame and resentment. Anyway, Ron and Percy had a huge fight this morning because of this, and his voice is a little hoarse from arguing. Now he's even arguing with Hermione. I feel like he's been having a run of bad luck lately. Raven glanced at Ron, who was arguing and panting, then at Percy, who was secretly watching Ron. Perhaps, I believe luck is conserved, so maybe this means he'll have good luck later. Neville clearly didn't catch the hidden meaning in Raven's words. I hope so. If Harry were here, he could definitely stop them from arguing. Too bad he's been punished by Snape to deal with potions. Ron felt dizzy with anger. First it was Percy, then in the afternoon it was Hermione. These people did it on purpose. His argument with Hermione ended with Hermione tossing her hair and leaving the Great Hall. Ron was absolutely furious. How could she say that? She knows perfectly well how much I believe in these things. She's been like this for a while now, you know that. Raven patted Ron on the shoulder helplessly. But she's known for a long time that I believe in this stuff. I really don't understand why she has to be against me on this. Ron felt wronged. He didn't expect Hermione to believe in it, but at least she shouldn't constantly speak ill of fortune-telling in front of him. Is this really that difficult to do? She probably just feels you've been scammed, and she doesn't want you to be scammed. But I don't think this is a lie. That's the crucial point. Ron was very excited. His hands tapped loudly on the long table. Divination is inherently a discipline based on belief. She doesn't believe, so she thinks divination is a deceptive trick. I believe, so I think divination is a mysterious discipline. Why does she insist on changing my mind and making me feel like I've been deceived too? How should we advise someone in this situation? Raven didn't quite understand either. Ron is angry because he feels he is not valued. Hermione repeatedly denigrated what he believed into his face, which offended him. It's like repeatedly blaming God in front of a staunch Christian who doesn't even preach his faith to others or ask them to believe in it. He only mentions it occasionally in casual conversation. Such slander is completely aimless. It's as if it's simply intended to offend someone. That's why Ron is so angry now. I know she doesn't believe in these things, and I didn't ask her to believe them too. I just hope she won't keep badmouthing this subject in front of me. Raven comforted Ron for a while longer. After Ron calmed down, he left the Great Hall. He planned to find Harry and give him a good rant about the incident. After he left, Raven did not leave the Great Hall with him. Instead, he sat in the Great Hall, took out his notebook, and placed it on the Hufflepuff table. Aside from study sessions, the auditorium is usually quite chaotic, so Raven generally doesn't do his research there. But today is different. He was fishing. A short while later, a young wizard sat down in front of Raven. This fish is so easy to catch. It's much easier to catch than those ungrateful fish in Black Lake. So, what do you want from me, Percy? Raven looked at Percy with a smile in his scarlet eyes. The conversation with Percy lasted for nearly 2 hours. Percy felt he had gone a bit too far that morning. He knew Ron meant well, but he had been in a bad mood because the Geminis had been using this to humiliate him the past few days. Raven gradually lured Percy into a trap. Let Percy discover his own mistakes. Raven knew it was impossible for Percy to immediately recognize his mistakes today, but at least he could use this opportunity to get off to a good start. What's wrong, Percy? Why are you frowning? Penelope and Passy strolled through the college's gardens. Normally, the two of them would have already started being all lovey-dovey by now. But today, Percy seemed unusually uninterested. Never mind, it's nothing. Penelope chuckled. This doesn't sound like nothing's wrong. What's wrong? What happened? Would you like to tell me? She led Percy to a bench by the garden and sat down. Percy sat down on the bench and sighed deeply. I was just thinking about what Raven said to me today. What did he say to you? Strictly speaking, I went to him first. I wanted him to pass on a message to Ron that I was sorry, but Raven refused. Penelope nodded. As expected, Raven doesn't seem like the type to act as a mouthpiece. Percy nodded somewhat helplessly. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. Looking back, it was really stupid. He told me that if I wasn't willing to apologize in person, then I wasn't truly sorry, but merely apologizing out of courtesy. That's an interesting sentence, Penelope smiled. He's always like Dumbledore, occasionally saying something quite amusing, isn't he? He's right, if you won't even lower your head, then you certainly can't call yourself sorry. Percy sighed heavily. We talked a lot, and one thing he said really stuck with me. He suggested I think about why almost no one in my family likes me and why I always feel out of place at home. Penelope looked at Percy with tender eyes. Is this the problem you're thinking about? Raven, oh Raven, you really should have been assigned to Ravenclaw. Perhaps you too will be Ravenclaw's successor. The clever witch immediately understood Raven's meaning. Raven has a keen eye for opportunities, so what are your thoughts? Percy's shoulders slumped a little more. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, how could I possibly know why they don't like me? We're even family. Penelope's brown eyes held a hint of a smile. I heard Raven has an older brother and an older sister, is that right? This left Percy somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Let's suppose that this Christmas, his brother is bogged down with busy little things, and forcibly getting away would come at the cost of his future. In that situation, what do you think he would do? Percy almost instinctively blurted out. He'll definitely choose to go home for Christmas. That's just how his family is. Work has never seemed to be very important to them. What if you were in that situation? Of course Percy suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Will he quit his job and go home? The answer is of course no. There are many more Christmases to come. How can you trade his future for a single day of family reunion? Percy suddenly realized his problem. Why isn't his relationship with the twins as harmonious as Raven's relationship with his brother Gideon? He always prioritizes his own future and career in many things, which is fundamentally different from Gideon. See, that's the problem. Doesn't Percy love his family? Are you kidding me? He was willing to give his life for his family. He's just fallen into a misconception. Penelope looked at Percy gently. I sat quietly beside him, keeping him company. Raven hadn't expected Penelope's support. He originally only intended to plant a seed in Percy's heart first, and then create opportunities for that seed to take root and sprout later. Unexpectedly, Penelope directly accelerated the seed's growth. She really is a witch who's frighteningly clever. After learning about this, Raven suddenly understood a lot of things. He remembered that in the original timeline, Percy broke up with Penelope after graduation and eventually married another woman instead of Penelope. This incident left a deep impression on Raven, so he never forgot it. He had always wondered why Percy and Penelope broke up, but now that he thinks about it, many things seem to make sense. The Penelope family ran a small shop and were just ordinary small business owners. They couldn't offer much help to Percy's political career. If Percy continues down his wrong path, he might one day even fall out with his family. By then, his breakup with Penelope will be inevitable. On the one hand, by then Percy will definitely feel that the Penelope family can't provide him with any help. On the other hand, Penelope, the clever witch, certainly wouldn't choose to continue to suffer humiliation at Percy's place. By the time Percy realized his mistake, it was too late. Some people once missed are simply missed forever. Raven never expected that he had unintentionally diffused an emotional landmine for Percy. Merlin's beard. Percy must have taken the wrong medicine. He's become so nauseatingly mushy, even George and Fred don't dare to play any pranks on him. He actually apologized to me properly this morning. This is unbelievable. Ron complained to Raven and Harry in a hoarse voice. His voice became hoarse because of the argument, and now that it's the changing season, he's very susceptible to catching a cold or getting a sore throat. As a result, Ron's voice has remained hoarse ever since. Hogwarts has changed so much this year. Slytherin has become quiet, and Percy has changed too, and it's not even winter yet. Harry felt that a lot of things would happen this school year. It's only been a short time since the start of the school year, and winter hasn't even begun yet, and so many things have already happened. I really don't know what will happen next. I wish someone could become a better person. She rolls her eyes at me now, how rude. All right, that's enough. Stop talking and focus on resting your voice. That's a really hoarse voice. Honestly, Raven couldn't stand that kind of sound. Just like many people can't stand the sound of fingernails scratching a blackboard. By the way, Raven, what do you think about Snape wanting to give Ja special treatment? Aren't you going to do anything about it? Whose business is it? Ja, she doesn't need my intervention. Don't worry, Snape has too much of a sharp tongue. Ja definitely won't agree to this. Because Ja's talent was so dazzling, Snape wanted to give Ja extra tutoring and teach her more things. But Harry and the others didn't think Ja should agree to it. That treacherous old bat, heaven knows what he's up to. I really don't know what that old bat is up to. He's ignoring the Slytherin students and coming to us to give Gryffindor special lessons. If you believe that granting privileges to a select few is an honor for all of Gryffindor, then I'm not surprised at all. A greasy, cold tone, Harry and the others knew who it was without even turning around. Ron gasped, then burst into coughing. Snape covered his mouth and nose in disgust. How pathetic. A wizard, yet plagued by symptoms like a sore throat like a muggle. You need to find people of your own level to talk to instead of continuing to hang out with this rabble. That's my advice to you, Vincent. After saying that, he strode away as if the place were filled with a virus he loathed. Cough, cough, cough. What exactly, cough, cough, is he here for? Raven and Harry both shrugged, who knows. Let's not talk about him anymore. Hogsmeade Week is almost here. Have you all made your plans? Harry gets very excited when this is mentioned. During summer vacation, I thought I definitely wouldn't be going to Hogsmeade because Uncle Vernon and the others were happy to see me going against the grain. But hey, look, who would have thought I had a godfather? Sirius signed Harry's autograph, which allowed Harry to go to Hogsmeade with his friends during Hogsmeade Week. Thankfully Sirius has been cleared of his crimes. If he were still a fugitive, even with a guardian's signature, they definitely wouldn't have let you leave school. After all, they consider it very dangerous. In any case, Harry can have a wonderful Hogsmeade holiday. George and Fred invited us to go through the secret passage with them, but Ron declined, feeling it was better to go normally on his first trip to Hogsmeade. I had no idea how they knew about those secret passages. They lied to me saying they figured it out themselves, but it turns out they just found a map. For Merlin's sake, and because I'm even his brother, they actually lied to me. That's how Geminis are. I also made a map. Although it only shows my own location, I feel it's quite comprehensive. Raven pulled a parchment map from his shoulder bag. By casting 2 copy spells, the map becomes 2. Magic makes life easier. Although the copying charm can only copy ordinary items of low value, and it is very difficult to learn, it is not something that ordinary wizards can master. However, it cannot be denied that even so, the copying charm remains a very useful spell. Oh, thank you, Raven. Your map even shows the secret passage. I really want to know how you guys did that. Raven shrugged, a simple little spell just casted on the castle. Unless it's a place like the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin, this little spell can detect it everywhere else. The Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin is affected by a distraction spell. This minor spell, when passing through the chamber, will be confused and mistakenly classify the Chamber of Secrets as part of a normal sewer system. This is really useful. Raven, is this map difficult to make? If it's not difficult, I think you can sell it for money. That would be a huge income, cough, cough, cough. Ron started coughing again in his excitement. Zia and the others have mentioned this before, but I don't plan to do this deal for the time being. The Death Eaters seem to have fallen completely silent. However, Raven did not let his guard down. On the contrary, he became more and more vigilant each day. Generally speaking, those Death Eaters wouldn't be so obedient, just look at their leader. Voldemort is the type who loves to cause trouble every day. He can't stand not causing some trouble. Generally speaking, if he stays quiet for a while and doesn't cause trouble, it definitely doesn't mean he's changed his ways. It just means he's definitely brewing some big move. The Death Eaters were an organization that perfectly mirrored his personality. The quieter this group of people is, the more careful they need to be. Honestly, isn't this a bit too much? I really love the gifts you gave me, I love them so much, but that's way too much. These things are very important, you can never be too careful. Although Raven had already given Fleur a beautiful silver bracelet, an elegant white coat, a pair of very expensive-looking black gloves, and a pair of warm brown knee-high boots during this time. But he still felt it wasn't enough. These are all things he made using alchemy. Each piece possesses extremely high defensive capabilities and counterattack functionality. Wearing this set will give you about a second to react in front of Avada Kedavra. He not only made this set for Furong, but he also made a set of similar equipment for each of his family members and even prepared similar equipment for Furong's family members. Those Death Eaters are definitely up to no good. We have to be careful. They've realized they can't get to me, so they'll definitely target you next. Those damned bastards, one day I'll find a way to wipe them all out. Hibiscus smiled helplessly and rubbed Raven's shoulder. Okay, relax, little cowboy. You're about to turn into Mad-Eye Moody. These words seemed to remind Raven, and his eyes immediately lit up. That's right, I can go to Mr. Moody. He'll definitely have a better way to find those guys directly. Furong rolled her eyes. Let's just forget about it. I'm afraid you'll become his student, and I don't want my boyfriend to become crazy every day. Raven's visit to Beauxbatons today wasn't just to deliver some equipment to Fleur. It was also to invite her to Hogsmeade, the largest all-wizard village in the UK. Great, it's Saturday anyway, I'm sure I'll have time. Hogsmeade is famous even in France. After all, in this day and age, finding a village of pure wizards is no easy task. I did my research beforehand. There are a few well-known candy stores and pubs around there, and you can also check out the Screaming Shack if you'd like. That's the house rumored to be haunted. No thanks, it sounds like it's filled with dust. How did those haunting rumors start? They've gotten to the point where I've heard about it before. Hogsmeade is famous throughout the wizarding world, and the haunted Shrieking Shack also became famous early on. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that there used to be random screams and terrifying B***G or scratching sounds coming from that area, so everyone called it the Screaming Shack. The rumors got more and more outrageous, and it became known as a haunted house, but there's nothing there at all. Now that Professor Lupin has returned to Hogwarts to teach, the Screaming Shack is making noise again. If Professor Lupin hadn't returned, the Screaming Shack would have stood there for 100 years without making any strange or eerie noises. Unless it's a mischievous Pippy Goblin running off to play a prank, but he can't possibly go that far from the castle. Then there's even less reason to go. Furong felt it was just an old, dilapidated building, and there was absolutely no need to go inside. Okay, then we can just go to the candy store and the pub later. Fleur and Raven chatted for a while longer before Raven returned to Hogwarts. After Raven left, Furong looked at the hair clip in her hand and couldn't help but laugh. She really felt that it was unnecessary. She is currently attending school, and her daily routine consists of traveling between Beauxbatons and Hogwarts. Hogwarts goes without saying, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Raven were all there. Which Death Eater would dare to invade Hogwarts now? As for Beauxbatons, while Beauxbatons doesn't have the exaggerated fighting prowess of Hogwarts, Madame Maxime and the other professors at Beauxbatons are no joke in terms of combat ability. They risked being besieged by Mrs. Maxim and other professors to break in, just to capture her. Then Furong really began to doubt whether those Death Eaters' brains were still functioning properly. To be honest, only their families are in danger. However, Raven's family has been cursed by Dumbledore, and the events of the first-year summer vacation will not happen again. Her family members included her father, who had been an Auror for a time, and her mother, a powerful sorceress. But Furong fastened the hair clip to her hair. Although she thought Raven's worries were a bit exaggerated, she didn't dislike him at all. Raven's actions demonstrate that he cares about the people around him, who would find such behavior offensive or repulsive. Hey Furong, you went to see your boyfriend again. That's ridiculous, I've never been like this in my relationships. A pretty girl with long, wavy blonde hair spoke up after seeing Furong return to her dorm. Uncharacteristically, Hibiscus did not respond to Oster. She simply curled the corners of her lips and tossed the hair clip in her hair in a showy manner. That was a beautiful hair clip. Although it was made of gold, it didn't look tacky at all. The ruby embellishments were just right, and the silver decorative lines looked like they were made of silver from a distance. But upon closer inspection, you could see that they were actually slowly flowing mercury. Oster's face was practically scrunched up. He gave you another gift. How many times has this happened recently? Is he so rich he doesn't know what to do with his money? Actually, that's quite true. He really does have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. Oster was even more sour. Why have I never found such a great boyfriend? It's unbelievable. Furong smiled and sat down on the edge of her bed, taking out a mirror to admire how the hair clip looked on her head. It's beautiful, stop being so vain, tell me what's going on. Why has he been giving you so many gifts lately? Furong put down the mirror. That's a really hard question, vanity. I believe my own beauty deserves the word appreciation. As for these gifts, they are alchemical tools. He was worried that the Death Eaters would target us, so he had a set of these equipment made for his close associates. Good evening, Raven. Good evening, Heritage Room. Raven rolled up his shirt sleeves. His forearms were covered with strange black symbols arranged in an orderly fashion looking eerie and mysterious. Do you want to continue your research? Of course, I'm almost there. You are more persistent than Slytherin. Raven didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He took out his wand, ready to study a few more runes, but before he could even begin, the cage hanging in the room started making a crackling and clattering sound. Stop struggling, accept your fate, you can't escape. Raven looked up at the cage. A gaunt Dementor was locked in a cage. Dementors were already emaciated and terrifying, but this guy was even thinner and more wretched. Its cloak, already looking quite tattered, now resembled a rag that should have been thrown in the trash. Its hands, already resembling withered branches, now peeked out from beneath its cloak and were indistinguishable from dark tree branches. Black gas slowly flowed from his body down and dissipated into the air. Each impact with the cage seemed to use all its strength. This shows what Raven did to it during this period. Listen, buddy, I have no problem with you. Once I've finished my research, if you're still alive by then, I'll send you back to Azkaban. I mean it. What if someone dies? If it dies, then it will be the first Dementor in the world to be killed by a wizard. Dementors have very low intelligence. They are basically driven by instinct. However, their instincts are quite complex, which is why they are often seen performing complex actions such as opening doors. But in reality, their intelligence is not even as good as that of a Niffler. Therefore, the Dementors couldn't understand what Raven was saying at all. It still bumps into the cage every now and then. Make that seemingly unbreakable cage make a crisp sound. Raven shook his head. Isn't the creator always fair? Although they are powerful, their intelligence is questionable. Fudge actually thinks he can cooperate with this kind of guy. That's a joke. These guys don't know anything about cooperation or anything like that. There are only two reasons why they are surrounding Azkaban. There is a large group of prisoners in Azkaban who can be fed a buffet. Furthermore, Azkaban is located in the middle of the sea, so the Dementors cannot cross the ocean on their own. Creatures like basilisks don't have these flaws. But it's man-made. There are no basilisks in nature. The first basilisk was created by humans. After completely cutting off the sound from the Dementor cage, Raven began his research for the day. A black bone and several white unicorn horns floated out. With a light tap of the wand in the air, the black bones were instantly peeled away layer by layer. The same applies to unicorn horns. The wand swung in the air, and some dark red sand appeared out of thin air. The sand slowly adhered to the bones, and when lifted again, it became a template for the bones. I still don't understand why you insisted on including the unicorn skeleton while studying the Thistral skeleton. This greatly increased the difficulty of your research. Raven systematically deformed and disassembled the red skeletal template he had copied in midair. It saves time, and the runes of the Thistrals and the unicorns are almost opposites. If I'm not mistaken, the runes created by combining these two are exactly what I need right now. If Raven is not mistaken, then the incantation created by combining the incantation of the Thistral and the incantation of the unicorn is the innate spell that can fulfill his needs and ideas. One study solves 4 problems. He replicated the innate abilities of magical creatures, researched the runes that would allow wizards to acquire such abilities, understood the runes of Thistrals and unicorns, and also solved his innate enchantment problem. All 4 problems were solved at once. How efficient! It was also thanks to Newt's gift of a precious unicorn skeleton that Raven was able to solve these problems one by one. I personally think you should find someone else to experiment with the myelin inscription, in case problems arise along the way. Wouldn't having someone else conduct the experiment prevent problems? Besides, who's the right person to do this? There's a risk of failure, so you definitely can't ask someone from your own circle. But there's also a chance of success, so you certainly can't ask a criminal or anything like that. No one is suitable to ask, so I might as well do it myself. Raven knew that at worst he would be seriously injured if he failed. But if he succeeds, then his career will take off completely. Raven speculated that once the marrow inscription was fully drawn, the person whose marrow inscription was drawn would not only directly gain the abilities contained in that marrow inscription, but also have a brand new spell appear in their mind. This is why he couldn't possibly use criminals or similar individuals for experiments. Time passed slowly as the research progressed. Winter has finally arrived in Britain. More and more marrow runes appeared on Raven's body, and some of them had even spread to his neck. I know my mom will yell at me for saying this, but I still want to say, it's really cool. It feels like a tattoo. Raven smiled. Who would get these random things tattooed on their body? It doesn't make sense, but it's really cool. Ron now wants to get a tattoo too, however Hermione quickly dismissed such a thought. Don't be silly, Raven, this isn't a tattoo. It's part of his research and it'll be removed once the research is finished. By the way, Raven, how come you? That's a bit of a personal question, but I'm genuinely curious. How do you shower these days? Raven shrugged. Just wash it normally. These things won't wash away with water, or rather, only certain substances can wash them away. But I don't need to wash it. If I'm not mistaken, once my research is successful, these things will disappear on their own. The group chatted as they walked to the auditorium. It wasn't lunchtime yet, and there weren't many young wizards in the hall. I really want to go to Hogsmeade Week right now. My parents say there are lots of good food and fun things to do there, even popular dating spots. My dad wants me to check them out beforehand, since I'm sure I'll need them later. Harry said happily as he sat at the Hufflepuff table. He's become much more cheerful now, having his parents around really makes a difference. A dating hotspot, it must be packed with couples all drooling over each other. I definitely won't go there. Raven smiled silently. Ron always liked to say things that bounced back. All right, I want to know what you've been planning these past few months. Why have you kept us waiting so long? Put away your wand, Fenrir, unless you want your neck snapped and thrown into the Muggle sewers. A dark-haired man glared at the guy holding a magic wand in front of him, his face grim. Break my necks who by what right can you? Before Fenrir could finish speaking, a man grabbed his chin from behind and lifted his head. He can't, but I can. Would you like to try? That madman, Fenrir put down his wand. No, of course not, Mr. Crouch. Barty Crouch Jr. released Fenrir, but he didn't give the dark-haired, gloomy man a friendly look either. Do what you promised us, or I guarantee your fate will be worse than having your neck broken. The black-haired man chuckled. Don't worry, everything is being prepared. Hogsmeade Week finally arrived amidst the eager anticipation of the young wizards. Ron had asked Dobby to fetch him a large sum of money beforehand, apparently for a big spree at Hogsmeade. Gray and his friends had planned to go to Hogsmeade on Saturday and have a good time together. But Raven had to spend time with Fleur that day and didn't have time. And Ryan also had to spend time with his senior. Only 3 people remained in the 5-person dormitory. I don't think this will work. Gray said with a long face, what's wrong? Karen put down the book he was holding. He had recently been reading The Night King's Journey, a novel Ron had recommended to him. Raven and Lane, they actually went on a date with their girlfriends on their first Hogsmeade day. Ack rolled his eyes and continued carving the little wooden figure in his hands. I thought you were going to say something else. They all have girlfriends, of course they have to go spend time with their girlfriends. That's perfectly normal, I mean this is my first Hogsmeade day. Shouldn't I be spending it with my friends? These words sent a chill down the spines of both Akali and Zillion. Dude, we're their friends, not their girlfriends. What are you thinking? You're making me feel weird. Gray didn't know what to say. Well, I'm planning to sneak up on them tomorrow and play a prank on them or something. What do you guys think? Ack and Kieran looked disgusted. Are you serious? Don't go too far and anger Raven and the others. Yeah, they're on a date. Why should we go and join in? It's not some really outrageous prank, just a little trick. I'm planning to secretly conjure up snow roses for them when the opportunity arises to give them a boost. It's that simple. What are you thinking? Wow, even a big clumsy guy understands romance now. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to play any really bad pranks on them. What are you thinking? That's all right. Anyway, we'd just be wandering around Hogsmeade, so count me in. As long as the pranks aren't excessive, it's fine. Honestly, this shouldn't even be considered a prank. Geminis would laugh their heads off if they knew they were treating this as a prank. So, you've learned the magic spell to turn snow into rose shapes. No, but I have this. Gray raised his hands. Although he didn't learn the snow rose spell, he can make snow roses by hand. Ack looked disgusted. You didn't even plan ahead. Never mind, I remember seeing this spell before, I'll learn it. The 3 of them discussed it and finally finalized their plan. Having just finalized the plan, Raven pushed open the dormitory door. Phew, it's so cold. Dumbledore really should think of a way to make the castle warmer. There's a fireplace in the dorm, so it's much warmer. I thought you weren't afraid of the cold. Raven trembled at the doorway. Snowflakes fell out of his sweater. George just stuffed a snowball the size of a fist into my clothes. He'll pay for that. That's not surprising. By the way, Raven, what are your plans for tomorrow? What a question. Just wandering around Hogsmeade, it's not a big place. There's no need to plan a route in advance. When people talk about Hogsmeade, they often associate it with the largest gathering place of wizards in all of Britain. This makes Hogsmeade sound very large. But in reality, no matter how big it is, it's just a village. How big can a village be? Without a plan, you can visit all the shops in Hogsmeade in 2 days. With a plan, you can visit them in 1 day. There's no need to plan a route in such a small area. So you only planned which stores to visit, but not the route. Yes, and I don't think my plan is any good reference material, it's a couples-only event. Raven assumed Kieran and the others wanted to use his plan as a reference, but he felt his plan was of little value. It's not of much reference value, at least not for the 3 single men in the dorm. Tell me about it, it might help. All right, Raven didn't seem to care. He told Ack and his men about the locations of his targets. Many of these are top-rated dating spots for couples. Raven thought that if Gray and his group didn't want to be misunderstood, it would be best for them to stay away from those places. Oh, and we should also visit Professor Kettleburn. He bought a small house in Hogsmeade. Ack slapped his forehead. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. You're right, we should all go see Professor Kettleburn. After being forced to retire, the old professor bought a house in Hogsmeade and moved in. Perhaps he wanted to live closer to Hogwarts. After all, he had dedicated most of his life to the educational cause of Hogwarts. Professor Kettleburn's 2 greatest passions in life were magical creatures and the students of Hogwarts. We should buy some things and send them to the professor. I mean, with his legs and arms like that, it must be difficult for him to move around. Gray's suggestion was accepted by everyone. Okay, then let's go see Professor Kettleburn together tomorrow. Where did Ryan go again? Is there even a question? Of course he'll be lying in his senior's arms, enjoying her company. We'll just tell him again when he gets back tonight. Gray made an exaggerated gesture, hugging himself, and began to dramatically imitate Ryan in the throes of new love. Oh Grace, I love you, you've ignited my soul, Tilda. This made everyone laugh. Raven and his friends weren't the only ones who wanted to visit Professor Kettleburn on Hogsmeade Day. Cedric also visited Professor Kettleburn. Raven and his companions brought Professor Kettleburn a large amount of food and drink, most of which could be eaten without cooking. Cedric also brought a lot of this kind of food. In the end, Professor Kettleburn even had some trouble figuring out where to put the food. His family only has so much space to store food, and with so much more food suddenly appearing, storage will definitely become a problem. The professors at your school are really something else. With prosthetic legs and arms, if he keeps getting these replacements, he'll soon have to replace all his body parts. Doesn't your school have professors like that? No, if a professor broke his arm, Mrs. Maxim would definitely not continue to employ that person. After all, how can you expect someone who can't even take care of himself to take care of his students? Raven shrugged. I disagree with that. Life is full of unexpected events. Who knows what might happen? I reserve my opinion. Even if this doesn't prove he's a reckless guy, a person with a missing arm or leg might still be a less effective teacher than a normal professor. Raven raised an eyebrow. Sometimes you really seem more like someone from an ordinary family than I am. We live in a magical world, ma'am. You can't judge things by ordinary standards. Raven pushed open the door to Madame Patiff's tea house. The tea house was rather small, but the overall atmosphere was quite ambiguous. The lace trim and the misty atmosphere in the store create a hazy, dreamlike ambience. Because they had visited Professor Kettleburn first, the tea house was now filled with young couples. Quite a few daring couples have already started kissing and cuddling. Oh, look at you, you're such a perfect match. I've been here for over 10 years and you two are the most compatible couple I've ever seen. Come in and sit down, it's too cold outside. Lady Parthian was a fat witch. Physically, he is very similar to Professor Sprout. Her hair was styled in a black bun that looked shiny and oily. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is our first time here. Do you have any recommendations? Lady Patiff liked the polite little wizard. Honestly, who wouldn't like it, especially since this little wizard is also very good-looking. Oh ho ho, that's too much. We have many different kinds of desserts and teas here, but today, I recommend rose tea and rose butter cookies. I really like this combination lately. Raven looked at Hibiscus and Hibiscus nodded. That sounds great, thank you for your help. What a polite child, how can this be considered a bother? Please wait a moment. After Mrs. Parth left, Raven looked at Fleur again. How do you feel about this place? It's small, but the atmosphere is very nice. If it were more spacious, it would definitely be a very comfortable tea house for couples. That's what I thought too, but perhaps the cramped space was intentionally designed by Madame Parthis. A smaller space is more likely to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Furong nodded. Perhaps that is indeed the case. If the tea house were built like a regular coffee shop, it wouldn't be so easy to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Furong glanced at the other couples in the tea house. Honestly, there are quite a few particularly daring people among these individuals. They're probably all still minors, right? Raven shrugged. We have to accept that the world is made up of all sorts of people. If everyone were as well-behaved as us, how boring would the world be? Soon Mrs. Patiff returned to Raven's table with a pot of tea and a plate of biscuits. Here, rose tea and rose butter cookies. These are my latest masterpieces. Enjoy them slowly, I won't disturb you any longer. Furong gracefully picked up a cookie and put it in her mouth. Madame Patiff's rose butter cookies are soft and fluffy, with a smooth and silky texture, and the aroma of roses and butter blends together beautifully. Excellent. If it had just a little less sugar, I'd call it perfect. Raven also picked up a cookie. The taste is indeed quite good. Your game is really making waves lately. Beauxbatons has a lot of students eagerly waiting for you to develop the French market. That's all easy to arrange. The company is currently hiring more employees, and once we have a sufficient number, I will expand into overseas markets. Raven poured himself and Hibiscus a cup of rose tea each. Speaking of which, how's Gabrielle doing lately? Is she still determined to become a magical creature keeper? It's funny to even think about this Hibiscus. It turns out our understanding of her was correct. Her initial enthusiasm has faded and she's given up on that dream, but she still enjoys playing your game every day. Raven is currently selling a very large amount of content for the base game of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. thousands of different magical creatures, and an extremely vast world containing almost every climate and terrain on Earth. Completing the main storyline won't take very long. It will take approximately 60 hours to unlock all the buildings and defeat all the current bosses. However, another highlight of this game is that the main storyline only accounts for less than 10% of all the content. Even after completing the main storyline, players can still enjoy the game, and there's always plenty of new content to keep things fresh. So even now, Gabrielle still has a great deal of enthusiasm for the games Raven created. Have you given up on becoming a fantasy creature keeper? Did you realize how tough the job would be in reality? It's not that complicated, she's just simply lost her enthusiasm. That's how kids are. The atmosphere during their conversation was completely different from the atmosphere around them. Mrs. Parth discovered this. If other young wizards are in the throes of passionate love, wanting to be together every single day. Raven and Fleur were like an old married couple. This puzzled Mrs. Parthoff greatly. How old are they? They're definitely not adults. Even if they got together a long time ago, how many years could they possibly stay together? That's interesting. Madame Padv poured herself a cup of coffee and while sipping it discreetly observed the couples in the shop. This is one of the reasons why she opened the Love Tea House. She enjoys seeing young love. I don't understand. If you want to protect him, you shouldn't let him leave the castle. If you want to train him, why follow him in the first place? Dumbledore smiled at these words. I never said I wanted to use this opportunity to train him. No matter how outstanding he becomes, it doesn't change the fact that he's still just a 13-year-old. I've thought a lot about this recently, and I think I did do a lot of excessive things last year and the year before. The snowflakes falling from the sky clung to Dumbledore's large white beard, making it appear crystal clear. You understand that he needs to grow up quickly. Grindelwald's face was cold. His face was as cold as the weather. Yes, but I think no matter what, he doesn't need to become a legendary wizard before he's even 15. The two elderly people walked side by side on the country lanes of Hogsmeade. Dumbledore didn't want to bother the children, so he cast a spell on himself and Grindelwald to make them unnoticed. Then why did you let him leave the castle? You know those idiots are after him now. If you want to protect him, you should keep him in the castle, not follow him. We were all young Gellert once. Let's not forget what we were like when we were young. Dumbledore watched Raven and Fleur's retreating figures, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Young love is truly captivating. Dumbledore was looking at Raven and the others while Grindelwald was looking at Dumbledore. How could he forget what they looked like when they were young? Sigh, shall we grab a drink? It's been so long. Dumbledore then turned his attention to Grindelwald. He did not agree. While I don't believe those Death Eaters will attack Raven today, the possibility still needs to be ruled out. If that Death Eater prophet's head were truly normal, he certainly wouldn't have attacked Raven today. Everyone knows that Hogwarts students in their 3rd year and above have a Hogsmeade Day every school year. They would leave Hogwarts on this day and come to Hogsmeade to play. The Death Eaters knew about this, and Dumbledore knew that the Death Eaters knew about this. Although it's a bit convoluted, if you follow the line of reasoning, you can easily reach a conclusion even without the bloodline of a prophet. Dumbledore will definitely be secretly following Raven today in order to protect him. If any Death Eaters dare to make a move today, they will be easily wiped out by Dumbledore. Therefore, in conclusion, if that Death Eater prophet is still of sound mind, he wouldn't choose to act today. However, even so, Dumbledore still did not intend to let his guard down. Perhaps we should let that kid figure out a way to directly expose these stupid lunatics. That would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. This research topic is no less challenging than his current one, so let's discuss it later. Dumbledore had studied this topic before. Locating Death Eaters who possess the Dark Mark using the Dark Mark. This seemed feasible, but the research quickly stalled. Over the years, Dumbledore would take the time to study this topic whenever he had time, but progress remained stagnant. This shows that this topic is extremely difficult and cannot be easily understood. On Raven's side, he and Fleur went to the Three Broomsticks pub where they ran into Harry and his friends. Sirius Black was also there. He is completely different now than he was a few months ago. His hair was washed clean and combed neatly, and he was wearing a well-fitting suit, though he was still somewhat thin. He's here to keep Harry company. Upon seeing Raven and Fleur, Sirius Black was very enthusiastic and wanted to treat them to some butterbeer and snacks. Underage wizards are not allowed to drink alcohol, except for butterbeer. The alcohol content of this stuff is so low that it's negligible. Someone once joked that a fermented apple probably has a higher alcohol content than a large glass of butterbeer. Moreover, this stuff doesn't taste like alcohol at all. It's like drinking corn milk-flavored sparkling water. However, Raven and Fleur declined Sirius's offer. dating tip. For a serious date, it's best to avoid beer and sparkling water like cola. Otherwise, the bubbles in your drinks will definitely make you look foolish in front of your crush. Shortly after leaving the Three Broomsticks pub, Harry and his friends spotted Gray and his gang acting suspiciously. Only after asking did I learn that they were looking for opportunities to assist Raven. Honestly, I don't see the point. Raven would just conjure roses himself if he needed them. Hermione felt that Gray and the others' prank was pointless. Whom do they want to assist? That's Raven. If he wanted, he could turn all the snow in Hogsmeade into snow roses. Why would he need a snow rose as an assist? But Harry and Ron didn't think so. Nonsense. Of course it makes sense. Imagine if I was chatting with you and suddenly a beautiful white snow rose appeared out from behind your ear and was given to you. How would you feel? That would be a wonderful surprise. Hermione's face flushed slightly, but Ron didn't notice at all. I agree with Ron this time. He's right, it really was a great surprise. Harry didn't notice Hermione's subtle change in expression. He simply agreed. Sirius thought the trick was a bit childish. However, he didn't want to be a spoilsport, so he didn't say anything more. Right, that's certainly a good idea, it's just that we haven't been able to find the opportunity. Gray was very pleased with his idea. But even the best idea needs an opportunity to be implemented. Let's keep looking, there will always be opportunities. How about we join you? Of course, no problem, but if too many people gather, it'll be easy to be spotted, so we need to split up and keep our distance. The group of young wizards huddled together as if discussing some important national matter. This made Sirius feel nostalgic. He used to be like that too. He, along with James, Lupin, and that beast Peter Pettigrew, would get together every day to plot some trivial matters. They were so naive and happy back then. Sirius, we're planning something big, do you want to come? Harry's voice pulled Sirius back to reality. He looked at the young wizards all ready to go and couldn't help but smile. No, I'm too conspicuous. Raven will spot me immediately. You guys go ahead. Is your research not finished yet? Not yet. Raven pulled his scarf tighter, revealing the marrow tattoo on his neck. It would look better if there were fewer of these inscriptions, but now that there are so many, it's somewhat creepy. Hibiscus pulled Raven's scarf up. Don't show it, who knows if someone will see these things. Raven didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If they can deduce what bone marrow is, where it comes from, and what its use is just by seeing a small portion of it, then I'd be happy to see them publish their research results before I do. I still think you'd better cover them up. That will also avoid a lot of other problems. Raven adjusted his scarf. The research is almost successful, I'm sure of it. Can we finish before you cover my whole face in makeup? I don't want my boyfriend having his face covered in weird black symbols for a while. That's unnecessary, don't worry, it definitely won't get on your face. There weren't many marrow runes left. The remaining area on Raven's body was more than enough to inscribe them all. How are you so sure this will succeed? I appreciate your confidence, but I don't want it to be blind. Actually, my confidence isn't blind. Sometimes research is like that, there are always unexpected surprises. Raven and Fleur strolled along the country lanes of Hogsmeade. Fine, dense snowflakes gently drifted down onto their heads. Their conversation wasn't ambiguous, but the atmosphere between them was gentle and harmonious. I always thought that if the marrow inscription wasn't written in full, it wouldn't have any effect. It should only exist in 2 states. But it turns out I was wrong. Raven pointed to the incomplete marrow tattoo protruding from his wrist. These incomplete marrow runes are already demonstrating their power. My magic is at least 3 times stronger than it was a few months ago, and my physical abilities are also much better than before. I even feel like it's providing me with protection, but that's just my feeling. At Raven's age, his magical power would never increase this quickly. The number tripled in just a few months. Only the use of the marrow inscription can explain this. 3 times, then your magic power is now on par with Dumbledore's. I'd say so. He's not quite at Dumbledore's level, but he's at least on par with Professor Flitwick. Furong nodded, she wasn't surprised at all. She wouldn't be surprised by anything Raven achieves now. Dumbledore would be very surprised if he knew about this. I think he probably knew. After all, although that old bee is old, his senses haven't declined much. In the distance, 2 old men who had used the disillusionment spell looked at each other in bewilderment. You know about this? I don't know, Merlin above. Has Raven grown to the point where he doesn't need to deliberately hide anything to fool his eyes? Dumbledore's surprise caused a slight fluctuation in his control over magic. But Raven noticed that very slight fluctuation. He turned to look in the direction where Dumbledore and Grindelwald were. What's wrong? Oh no, it's nothing. Raven's brain was working at lightning speed. I knew almost instantly who was over there. Who else could it be but Dumbledore, that old bee? Death Eaters, their abilities are completely mismatched. Dumbledore stood there watching Raven and the others leave, and it took him a while to come to his senses. See, he doesn't need us to deliberately create opportunities for him to train. Even without doing anything, Raven's own growth rate is already astonishing. Judging from Raven's performance just now, he's probably now capable of going toe-to-toe with Flitwick. After visiting a few must-see shops, Raven and Fleur arrived at a stone bench on the edge of the village. Raven used magic to sweep the snow off the bench, and Hibiscus heated the stone seat. From this angle, you can also see the screaming shack in the distance. The scenery is quite nice. How are you feeling? Furong gave a haughty, light laugh. While it was still quite novel, it didn't surprise me. I'm unlikely to come here again alone, but today was definitely interesting. This is why fifth-year or older wizards are generally not very interested in Hogsmeade. When they come to Hogsmeade, they usually go to a few shops with a specific purpose, buy what they want, and then kill time in places like the Three Broomsticks pub. This place is only interesting on the first visit. Once the novelty wears off, it's not much different from Diagon Alley. I think the same way. Hibiscus leaned her shoulder against Raven's shoulder. That screaming shed, after you told me about it, I thought about it, and there's a question. How did it make those noises before? Although the ghost stories that followed were all false, the initial sound must have been real. What were those sounds coming from? Well, I'm not sure if I can say. The person involved in the answer to this question might not want me to reveal their secret. Few people know that Lupin is a werewolf. Even when facing Harry, Lupin never revealed his special identity. On the one hand, there's not much of a chance to say it. On the other hand, Lupin always instinctively didn't want others to know that he was a werewolf. Hibiscus wouldn't put Raven in a difficult position, and besides, she wasn't particularly curious about the answer, so the topic quickly passed. They then talked about many different topics, from interesting things at school to their plans for the future. We chatted about everything under the sun. Gray and his companions, who were secretly hiding inside the invisibility cloak, felt the atmosphere was really good. Now is the time, now is the best opportunity. Thanks to Harry for lending them the invisibility cloak, otherwise they wouldn't know how they could get so close to Raven without him knowing. Ackle, with its cold air, quietly transformed the snow on the ground into a beautiful snow rose. The rest was easy. Several young wizards, clutching snow roses, quietly approached Raven and his companions from behind. Just then, Raven's hand was still behind him, and Hibiscus's gaze temporarily shifted to the other side. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Harry tapped Raven's hand, then discreetly squeezed the rose and slipped his hand out from under the invisibility cloak. Raven rolled his eyes. With a smile in her eyes, she quietly accepted the rose. Gray and his friends wanted to play a prank, and Raven and Fleur had the same idea in mind. After all, the disguises of these young wizards were so clumsy that it would be strange if Raven hadn't noticed. Ha ha ha, all right guys, come out here, we spotted you a while ago. When Fleur returned to Beauxbatons, she was carrying a large bag of all kinds of candy. Hogsmeade may not have many luxuries, but it certainly doesn't lack sweets. For Merlin's sake, you should have just said you discovered it. Or just pretend you didn't notice. The little wizards chattered away. I told you long ago, it's pointless. Raven could conjure up a sea of snow roses if he wanted to. I've already said that the significance of this operation isn't about achieving any results. It's about creating surprises, understand? Creating surprises is the main objective of this operation. Seeing that Ron and Hermione were about to start arguing again, Harry quickly changed the subject. Ron's voice had only just recovered, and he couldn't stand listening to Ron's hoarse voice any longer. By the way, Raven, we just heard you say that the Marrow inscription is already showing results. What's going on? Isn't it said that the Marrow inscription only works after it's complete? Didn't I tell you? Harry, Ron, and Hermione shook their heads. Gray and the others knew about this, so they weren't very puzzled. Okay, let me tell you now. Yes, the research on bone inscriptions has shown initial success, and the results are very good. I believe the likelihood of the research ultimately succeeding is very high. Raven then recounted some of the data he had just shared with Furong. Everyone present was his friend, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Furthermore, Raven only reveals a portion of the data, leaving himself some leeway. Good heavens. It's already enhancing magic power and physical abilities even before it's fully repaired. But why does it have this effect? I thought it would be invisibility or some other ability, like the abilities of the Thestrals. Only those who have seen death can see the Thestrals. Those who have never witnessed death cannot see a Thestral. Hermione thought Raven would gain this ability. After all, most of the runes on his body came from Thestrals. Come to think of it, that's true. Why is that? Even though the runes were obtained from Thestrals and unicorns, Their effects seem to have nothing to do with those two magical creatures. Upon hearing this, Kieran and the others also noticed this little problem and immediately became curious as well. It's not entirely unrelated, but I haven't reached a definitive answer regarding this issue yet. To be honest, this effect is actually somewhat related to the Strals and unicorns. Both of these are species with extremely powerful magic. The tail feathers of the Strals can be used as material for the Elder Wand, demonstrating that the Strals themselves are a species with powerful magical abilities. And unicorns, of course, need no further introduction. Even ordinary people will quickly think of unicorns when talking about magical creatures. This creature has almost become the representative of magical creatures. It's plausible that the marrow extracted from these two creatures could enhance magical power. As for improved physical fitness, Raven speculated that it might be due to the influence of the unicorn's marrow runes. Unicorns possess incredibly strong physical abilities under normal circumstances. Just look at those teenage unicorns from a few days ago. However, these are all just Raven's speculations at the moment. He wasn't sure if this was the reason he achieved these results. It was all just speculation. At this rate, Raven, you might become Superman. Raven shrugged. I couldn't be happier. Then I could completely solve the Death Eater problem. However, Raven felt that the chances of this thing directly turning him into Superman were slim. He'd be satisfied if he could get some special abilities. Speaking of Death Eaters, I just remembered today should have been their perfect opportunity to make their move. Why didn't they? Kieran's words made everyone realize this. Currently, there are only two people in Hogwarts who could potentially become targets of the Death Eaters, Raven and Harry. But regardless of which one of them it is, today is the best opportunity for the Death Eaters to make their move. You should know that they usually stay in Hogwarts and don't come out. I finally managed to get out today and they're not even going to do anything. By Merlin, thankfully they didn't make a move. Ron patted his chest. It's best if nothing happens. Raven, however, showed no change in emotion whatsoever. In reality, they certainly wouldn't dare to make a move today unless they want to be wiped out in one fell swoop. Hermione quickly realized what Raven meant. You mean Dumbledore is protecting you today too? Raven nodded. Harry looked completely bewildered. Dumbledore is following us, I don't see him. Hermione rolled her eyes. You're tired, Harry, go back to your dorm and get some rest. He's the headmaster, what kind of behavior is it to follow students like this? And if he only follows you or Raven, what will the other students think of him? Isn't that blatant favoritism? Hermione's words seem reasonable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, flaws become apparent. Dumbledore didn't care what others thought of him. As for favoritism, he was practically making it clear in black and white that Raven was his chosen successor. Is there any need to avoid it? The only reason Dumbledore didn't show himself today was that he didn't want to spoil the children's joyful atmosphere. He didn't want to spoil the sweet atmosphere of young couples or the happy atmosphere of children. That's why he concealed his presence. The young wizards returned to Hogwarts amidst much bickering. It wasn't until they returned to Hogwarts that they finally saw Ryan, whom they hadn't seen all day. This guy went on a date with his senior classmate early this morning and only just got back now. Judging from the expression on his face, everyone could tell that this guy had a really good day. Hey, snap out of it, you're no longer in your senior's arms. Oh, what is... Raven snapped his fingers a few times, pulling Ryan back to reality, and then, as if by magic, produced a lipstick and tossed it to Ryan. Put some on your lips. They're already starting to look like sausages. Gray looked disgusted. How long have you been kissing today? It didn't start this morning, did it? Ryan didn't care about the teasing at all. He had a sly, smirking smile. How wonderful, Hogsmeade is such a wonderful place. Especially Mrs. Partridge's tea house, that's a truly delightful place. You went to Madame Patiff's tea house too. Ryan nodded. I went in the late afternoon and the atmosphere was absolutely fantastic. It was truly a wonderful memory. I went there in the late afternoon. No wonder they didn't run into each other. Hogsmeade Week is followed by Halloween and the Christmas holidays. Yes, although it's snowing, it's still October in the UK and it's only October 31st. The weather turned cold exceptionally quickly this year. I don't know which little wizard started it, but this year the little wizards are planning to have a Christmas-themed Halloween. This way, the items they prepare can be used not only for Halloween, but also for Christmas. For example, small decorations and clothes. Mr. Weasley, are you sure you don't want to consider changing your clothes? At least something that will make you look less like a Christmas tree. Lupin's words made the young wizards laugh. Ron was dressed particularly conspicuously today. His red and green sweater was covered with white pom-poms, making him look like a Christmas tree lantern. His robe was also a modified version, with red and green colors throughout, giving it a very Christmassy feel. The young wizard's laughter made Ron blush bright red. Thinking that he shouldn't be the only one to lose face, Ron pointed to the door. "No, Professor, I have Harry with me." It was his idea. Outside the door, Harry was wearing a thick, bright red cotton coat. That cotton-padded coat was completely different from ordinary cotton-padded coats. At least in terms of its appearance when worn, that cotton-padded coat was much bulkier than a regular cotton-padded coat. Harry even wore a brown beret with a green leaf on it. He looked like a big apple. This look caused everyone to burst into laughter again. Harry was a little embarrassed. He tried to scratch his face but found that the thick clothes were blocking him, preventing him from even putting his hand on his face. "It seems the sudden class rescheduling disrupted your plans. I'm sorry, kids." Today's schedule was changed unexpectedly. Normally, the third-year wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin would not have classes today. However, because Snape's previous substitute teaching caused all the young wizards to complain, Lupin plans to reschedule the days of the full moon each month. This way, the young wizards wouldn't have to suffer Snape's oppression. Today is the first day of the rescheduled classes. He forgot to inform the children in advance, which is why Harry and Ron came to class dressed in strange costumes. There was simply no time to take them off. Today's a theory class, not a practical one, so come on, sit down and let's get this over with quickly. Today is Halloween, and the little wizards' hearts are surely already set on the banquet. So today Lupin doesn't plan to teach a practical lesson, but instead plans to teach a theoretical one first. Everyone, open your books. Today we're going to talk about the undead. Ron and Harry found seats at the back and took out their books. Because now only the seats at the back and adjacent empty seats are left, and Harry's costume will take up at least 3 seats. Harry whispered to Ron, "Don't we see inanimate objects every day?" "In potions class." Ron chuckled softly at this. "He looks more like a vampire, doesn't he? That pale face and those heavy dark circles under his eyes, it's exactly the same." The two had just finished their quiet conversation when the classroom door not far behind them creaked open. A bad feeling suddenly welled up inside me. "Oh, how humorous. I'll deduct 10 points from your comedic talent, 10 points from each of you. Have you ever considered becoming comedians?" Snape's dark and greasy words immediately sent chills down Harry and Ron's spines, and they gasped. Neither of them dared to look Snape in the eye, fearing he might stare at them like a basilisk and kill them. "Professor Snape, is there something you need?" Snape did not respond immediately after hearing this. He merely stared at Harry and Ron with his snake-like eyes for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Even needing these ridiculous outfits to attract attention, truly utterly talentless. After making that sarcastic remark, he tossed a leather-bound notebook to Lupin. "Your notebook." "Oh yes, that's great. I've been looking for it for a long time, thank you, Snape." Snape scoffed. After handing the notebook to Lupin, he immediately took out a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, then threw it into the air, burning it completely. After doing all that, he left the classroom without looking back. Only after confirming that he had left did Ron lower his voice and speak very quietly. "Why is it that he always manages to catch us talking badly about him?" Harry shook his head, his face also grim. All right, everyone, let's get our attention back and continue with today's lesson." While Harry and his friends were in class, she was running around all over the school. Ever since she first saw a unicorn in her magical creatures class, she now sneaks out to play with them almost every few days. The unicorns listened to her. Even Raven's words were less effective than Zhi's. After discovering frequent fights among the young unicorns in West Asia, she sternly reprimanded this behavior. The result was more effective than Raven scolding them. Even after Raven reprimanded them, they would still secretly fight, but they would control their strength. But after West Asia reprimanded them, they stopped fighting altogether. Even when very angry, he might at most run a few laps in the forbidden forest or rub his horns against a tree. Now, Zia is riding on the back of a unicorn, with other unicorns running around them. This scene looks so harmonious. Raven, who was hiding his figure in the air, couldn't help but gain a completely new understanding of Zhi's talent. He can calm down even the most volatile young unicorns with just words. The talent of West Asia is truly utterly unreasonable. After seeing that the little ones had had enough fun, Raven slowly descended from the air, revealing himself to everyone. Upon seeing Raven, the unicorns and Zhou were somewhat flustered, but Raven surprisingly didn't say much. "Have you had enough fun? It's time to go back to the castle to change, or we'll miss the dinner later." Zia reluctantly climbed off the unicorn's back. "All right." Raven chuckled at this sight. "I really don't know how they can have so much fun. Goodbye Alvin, goodbye Roland, goodbye Ella, goodbye Oliver. Did you name them?" "Okay, let's go, Reese." Raven smiled and patted the head of the unicorn at the front. Behave yourselves, understand. All four unicorns nodded, their expressions very serious. Raven realized that reasoning with them was less effective than bringing up the West Asian tradition. Hopefully, this year's Halloween dinner will be a normal Halloween dinner. Even Dumbledore found himself involuntarily praying in his heart. At last year's Halloween party, Lockhart found the basilisk's diary, which later fell into Hagrid's house. It was Hagrid's immense life force that sustained the events that followed. 2 years ago at the Halloween dinner, Quirrell brought several trolls into Hogwarts, causing chaos throughout the facility. What will this year be like? Hopefully there won't be any more surprises. Let the children have a normal Halloween. Perhaps the prayers worked, or perhaps nothing strange is really going to happen this year. Anyway, everything was perfectly normal until the dinner started. Hey Scarface, where did you get this outfit? You look like a rotten apple. Harry was utterly dismissive of Malfoy's words. You dare say that to me? You look like a big red lizard. Lizard? That's a dragon. That's a Norwegian Spinosaurus. You really need to get your eyes checked. Even glasses can't save your prematurely aged eyes. Huh? I'll say the same thing back to you. You really need to get some glasses, or you might not even be able to see your wife's face clearly anymore. Has the relationship between Harry and Malfoy improved? Have. They still bicker and argue with each other whenever they get the chance. However, this is a significant change compared to before. At least their arguments no longer escalate into verbal battles and then into physical fights. Crabbe and Gore dressed themselves up like two Russian nesting dolls. Pansy pays attention to her image and doesn't explicitly dress herself up as anything in particular, but the color scheme of her clothes is Christmas-themed. Hermione dressed herself up as a Christmas pig. It's a little pig that wears a red Santa hat and likes to hug gift boxes. These piglets are only seen during the Christmas season in the magical world. They cannot be found at other times. No wizard knows where they came from or where they will go after Christmas. Apart from the third-year wizards, the wizards from other grades were also dressed up in their finest attire. The Gemini dressed themselves up as 2 pairs of Christmas stockings. Lee Jordan dressed himself up as an extra-large piece of dark chocolate, his skin tone being a natural advantage. Cedric dressed himself up as a huge, beautiful 5-pointed star, which made Cho Chang laugh non-stop. Olivia dressed herself up as a little angel, while Rolf dressed himself up as a turkey. Neville looks like a very large bell. Luna looked like Santa Claus, but because she was rather thin and wasn't wearing a traditional Santa Claus costume, she looked a bit strange. Greyek and his friends dressed themselves up as 4 different cakes. The focus of the entire event was undoubtedly Raven and Je. Raven disguised himself as Krampus, a dark creature that was half human and half goat. Campos are quite famous in Germany during Christmas. It uses a whip to punish disobedient children, which is also part of Christmas. West Asia dressed herself up as a plum doll. This is a doll with a head and body made of dried plums and limbs made of toothpicks. Of course, Zia couldn't actually dress herself up as a toothpick-limbed doll. That wouldn't look good. So she made some more attractive modifications to her original look. Hey Raven, your outfit is the most eye-catching again. What kind of creature is that? Camps, you're quite famous for Christmas in Germany. If we're talking about being the most eye-catching, aren't you the most eye-catching one? Other young wizards did think of dressing up as stars, but because it would be too strange, they all changed their minds in the end. Only Cedric actually dressed himself up as a big star. It even glows. What are you going to eat later? It's not like I can't move. Cedric moved his hand. It's at least much more feasible than Harry's apple. If we're talking about people who can't move, Harry should be the one worrying about how to eat. Why would he think of pretending to be an apple? Raven shrugged. In Daxia, apples symbolize peace and safety, and people exchange apples on Christmas Eve. This really broadened Cedric's knowledge base. Do people in Daxia celebrate Christmas? Actually, no, this is just something I did for fun. Cedric wanted to discuss the topic further, but Dumbledore interrupted them. All right, everyone, please be quiet. The voice was very loud and could be heard clearly throughout the entire auditorium. Dumbledore was also dressed up today. He looked like a giant gingerbread man. I really love seeing everyone so energetic. It always makes me feel like I haven't grown old yet. You're still young, you look like a strapping 30-year-old. The twins joked loudly. Everyone laughed and Dumbledore didn't mind the joke at all. He laughed loudly a few times. Thank you, gentlemen of the Weasleys. I like your attire today, it reminds me of. Oh, I can't say more or the dinner might be delayed indefinitely. Come, let the dinner begin. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Suddenly, the long table was filled with many beautiful and delicious foods. Because Raven frequently teaches the Hogwarts house elves many new recipes, This year's dinner was much more lavish than those of last year and the year before. The hall was once again filled with the cheerful laughter of the young wizards. Even Snape's expression seemed to soften somewhat in this atmosphere. However, things rarely go smoothly. While everyone gathered in the auditorium laughing and chatting, deep in the Forbidden Forest, a cabinet was trembling slightly. Soon the cabinet slowly opened. A figure slowly crawled out from deep within the cabinet. Then 2, 3, the figures gradually increased in number until they almost formed an entire army. This is not over yet. More strange and eerie creatures slowly emerged from the depths of the cabinet. The moonlight slowly shone on the figures, revealing their pale, empty faces. If any third-year or higher wizard were here, they would definitely recognize what kind of creature it is. Corpse, a massive horde of undead like an army. The army also includes one-legged hinkpunks, trolls, sakurabaros, and many more dark creatures. Danger was creeping in. The dark-haired, gloomy man was the last to emerge from the depths of the closet. His somber face appeared even more deathly pale and terrifying under the moonlight. Halloween should definitely look like Halloween, shouldn't it, Vincent? Halloween at Hogwarts is always a lot of fun. Fleur, who arrived halfway through the trip, spoke highly of the Halloween dinner at Hogwarts. The dinner was lavish and delicious, and the little wizards' costumes were quite amusing. This is much better than their Halloween in Beauxbatons. Such a fun and lavish dinner would not be possible in the disciplined Beauxbatons. Not to mention that Mrs. Maxim would never allow her students to dress so inappropriately. Speaking of the food at the dinner party, Mrs. Maxim would never let the young wizards eat so much food that didn't look very healthy. Yes, now it feels like a real holiday. Raven and Fleur left the auditorium and went to the corridor outside to get some fresh air. Laughter and cheers still echoed in the auditorium. Even though it was time to go to bed, everyone's enthusiasm had not waned. Dumbledore postponed today's rest time so that the young wizards could relax properly. If the twins went to Beauxbatons, they'd definitely be expelled before sophomore year. The twins just pulled out the fireworks they bought from Hogsmeade. The brothers also used alchemy to modify it, making it more powerful and more beautiful. The fireworks nearly blew the ceiling off the auditorium when they exploded. Fleur was surprised that Dumbledore was still smiling even so. If this had happened in Beauxbatons, Mrs. Maxim would have been furious and given them a severe scolding, and then given them a major demerit. Beauxbatons is very strict about etiquette and rules, which has its advantages and disadvantages. While campus life at Beauxbatons may lack some of the fun, students who graduate from Beauxbatons will never be ridiculed by outsiders for their manners. A chilly evening breeze blew into the castle through the windows of the corridor, dispelling Raven and Fleur's weariness. It's beautiful. Furong looked out the window at the night scene. The moonlight made the snow even brighter. The entire Forbidden Forest was covered in silver, and the Black Lake rippled gently, reflecting the stars and moonlight in the night sky. Raven glanced at the scenery outside the window, then at Hibiscus. Even such a view pales in comparison to the Hibiscus. Raven had just opened his mouth to say something when a sudden sixth sense made him frown. What's going on? Following my sixth sense, I looked into the Forbidden Forest and saw some dark figures moving about in the snow-covered forest. Seeing Raven's expression, Hibiscus immediately realized that something bad must have happened again. Well, that's the downside of Hogwarts. There's always some unexpected thing going on. She took a folding telescope from her handbag and unfolded it completely with a flick of her wrist. Use this, it's clearer this way. Raven shook his head. No, I can see it, damn it. Raven squinted and finally saw what it was. Hibiscus also looked down through the binoculars. A corpse. How did an inferi get into Hogwarts, not just incarnations? Trolls, ground bats, chimeras, venomous leopards. This is an entire army. Raven abruptly left the window, grabbed Fleur, and rushed back towards the auditorium. Something terrible has happened, Professor Dumbledore. Raven subconsciously cast a loud voice spell on himself, making his voice even drown out the noise in the auditorium. Look at the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore frowned, quickly rose from his seat, and went to the window of the Great Hall. Pushing open the window, the first thing that catches the eye is an army of demons and monsters. They have broken out of the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs attacked with bows and spears, but were forced to retreat by the army. The unicorn is also running towards the castle. Aragog, the eight-eyed giant spider that once dominated a large area of the Forbidden Forest, has now escaped from the forest with all its offspring. Damn it! Even Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Why is there absolutely no reaction to the protective spell he set up at the edge of the Forbidden Forest? Some young wizards, out of curiosity, also went to the window, only to be so frightened that their legs went weak the next moment. Yes, there's a huge group of giants. A corpse, it's a corpse. By Merlin, what is that? The young wizards were in chaos. Dumbledore spoke up at the opportune moment. Quiet. The loud noise seemed to make the ceiling vibrate. Prefects immediately lead your students to the Hogwarts common room. Do not scatter, do not panic. These words seem to immediately give everyone some peace of mind. Yes, don't panic. Hogwarts has so many professors and they even have Dumbledore. This is nothing. All the little wizards of Gryffindor, come to me, hurry. Percy was the first to react and immediately began to settle the young wizards. The other college heads also realized what was happening and immediately began making arrangements. Raven and Fleur came to Dumbledore's side. Can you handle them, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore's expression turned serious, a rare occurrence for him. This is a tricky problem. If we use fiery blaze. No, child, this matter cannot be resolved with a single fire. There are many venomous leopards in this unit. The venomous leopard is a large and extremely dangerous creature. Their breath alone is terrifyingly poisonous. The Ministry of Magic once estimated that it would take approximately 100 well-trained Aurors to carefully engage in a series of battles to successfully subdue it. In modern times, Newt Scamander is the only person to have defeated a venomous leopard through single combat. Most importantly, once this creature dies, its deadly poison immediately explodes and dissipates into the air. Even the fiercest flames couldn't burn it completely in time. The Ministry of Magic once mistakenly killed a succubus, and as a result, all the Aurors who were nearby died within 7 days from festering sores all over their bodies. The area within a 500-meter radius of where the venomous leopard died became a restricted zone, and it took 5 years for the area to recover completely. Therefore, Dumbledore cannot use a wide-area destructive spell this time. Otherwise, once the poison panther is killed, Hogwarts can prepare to move. In any case, Dumbledore and the others must go down now. Otherwise, the centaurs would be killed by those dark creatures. Raven wanted to go along, but Professor Sprout sternly refused. Last time it was Dumbledore who messed things up. This time it won't work. No matter what I say, it won't work. Professor Sprout instructed Cedric to keep an eye on Raven before rushing off to provide support on the battlefield. Raven and Cedric exchanged a glance. Don't look at me like that. You need to give me a reason that will convince me. I can now hold my own against Professor Flitwick when he's giving it his all. Okay, you've convinced me. How do we fight? Professor Dumbledore's fire charm sent the troll attacking Hagrid flying. Hagrid, what on earth is going on? Believe me, Professor, I'm just as clueless as you are. These guys seem to appear out of nowhere, and before I knew it, I was surrounded. Frenzer saved me. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore looked at Frenzer. Ferenz nodded kindly to Dumbledore. He and his centaurs looked disheveled, covered in wounds of all sizes. Albus, do you think now is a good time to chat? Snape swung his wand several times. Several incredibly fast and powerful blades swiftly and precisely severed the heads of several yin corpses. You're right, Ferenxer, you can go inside the castle and hide there. The Death Eaters were clearly prepared. Despite the presence of powerful professors at Hogwarts and Dumbledore's presence, the sheer number of dark creatures caused them to be repeatedly defeated. The difference in quantity is one aspect. One reason they couldn't use wide-area destructive spells against this army was that, if a wide-area destructive spell can be used, these dark creatures are nothing. Dumbledore could take care of them all by himself. I told you I had to come and help. Raven's voice came through. The moonlight dimmed noticeably the next moment. All the dark creatures were frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still. Light and shadow leave no trace. Raven's current magic power is sufficient to freeze all living beings on the field using the light and shadowless technique. Hibiscus immediately took action. With a flick of the wand, the stones on the ground transformed into several thick ropes, tightly binding a large venomous leopard. After circling around again, some water suddenly rushed out of the black lake, forming a huge water prison that trapped the venomous leopard inside. This makes it very difficult for the leptospirin to evaporate into the air. However, before everyone could rejoice, Raven's seamless light and shadow technique lost its effect. What happened? Raven was also surprised. The seamless lighting effect shouldn't have failed so quickly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Raven looked towards the group of dark creatures. Among these menacing dark creatures, a dark-haired man was watching him intently and sinisterly. The man had high cheekbones, looked somewhat thin, and the dark circles under his eyes made him look like a skeleton. Without a second thought, Raven raised his wand and launched an attack on the man. Surprisingly, Raven's shadowless technique was countered by his opponent. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and even Raven was surprised. It's unbelievable that someone has actually figured out a way to counter the light and shadow without leaving a trace technique. And this person is so insane that they became a Death Eater executive. You clearly have better options. I really don't understand. What do you know, you foolish child? Whether it was his bad temper or Raven's words that crossed his line, the black-haired man immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The battle has begun again. However, with the help of the Hufflepuff wizards this time, the battle was no longer one-sided. Beware of those venomous leopards, they are extremely dangerous. Professor Sprout loudly reminded everyone while dealing with the infernal corpse. What could she possibly do? If she had the time, she would definitely grab Raven and Cedric by the ears and loudly question them about what they were thinking. Bringing all the young wizards of Hufflepuff to such a dangerous place, what if something happens? But I don't have time now, and what's done is done. We can only settle scores later. Rove had seen saccharine leopards in Newt's suitcase before, so he knew how to subdue them more effectively. Hit them on the back of the head. If you hit hard enough, you'll knock them unconscious. This is the most direct way. However, it is also very difficult to achieve. Because venomous leopards are about the size of an elephant and are extremely agile and nimble, it would be quite difficult to hit them hard on the back of the head with something. It's much harder than hitting a giant's head. We need to find a way to restrict their movement, use the swamp curse. The effectiveness of the duel club is now becoming apparent. Without the duel club, the young wizards would only be a burden. But look at them now. Even Snape wouldn't deny that these young wizards did play a significant role. The battle between Raven and the black-haired man was extremely fierce. The ground was riddled with horrific marks. Raven maintained the upper hand throughout because he has Fleur helping him. Where did you come from? With that kind of strength, you can't be some nobody. How could there be such a guy among the Death Eaters? Such a person does not exist in the original timeline. The ability to control an entire army of dark creatures is something only Voldemort could do in the original timeline. You talk too much nonsense. Do you think you have victory in the bag? Vincent, fate doesn't lie. You're going to die here today. Raven gave a sarcastic laugh. She easily blocked the curse the man unleashed with a flick of her wrist. Why do you Death Eaters believe in this stuff so much? Fate has said Harry is the savior. Logically, you should surrender now. This is fate after all. A naive child with sharp teeth and claws. You're wasting your time and energy talking to Death Eaters all this time. After dealing with the gathered dark creatures, Hibiscus stood back-to-back with Raven. She lowered her voice. Something's wrong. The number of these dark creatures hasn't decreased at all. In fact, it's increasing. With so many wizards attacking together, there shouldn't be so many dark creatures left. But why does she feel that these things are not only not decreasing but are actually increasing? Don't waste your energy, Vincent. You will die today. It's fate, a predetermined fate. There is only one wizard in this world who can conquer death, and you are not him. Crazy guy, this guy must have something wrong with his head. Fleur couldn't help but say. Or perhaps it should be said that all Death Eaters have something wrong with their heads. Raven narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt there was something off about what he was saying, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Never mind. Raven shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts. Once he captures this guy and puts him inside the illusionary soul curse, he'll have a chance to slowly investigate what's making him feel strange. The scene was extremely chaotic. Even though the scene was chaotic, everyone could still tell that something was wrong. The number of dark creatures here is completely abnormal. Since the start of the battle, they have captured 3 venomous leopards, but the number of venomous leopards on the battlefield has not decreased. On the contrary, it seems to have increased. Damn it, if it weren't for these venomous leopards, Dumbledore could have driven them all away with a single spell. Watch out. Cedric had just turned around when he saw someone trying to ambush Rove. Fortunately, he had mastered the art of fainting so skillfully that he could cast spells silently. Otherwise, it might have been too late. To Cedric's surprise, the man was knocked unconscious by his direct hit, but only staggered back a few steps, showing no signs of being knocked out. This guy isn't a zombie. The woman struck by Cedric's knockdown blow slowly raised her head. Her face was frighteningly pale in the moonlight. Her face was thin and pale, but her lips were as red as blood. Run, Rolf. It's a vampire. During the conversation, the spells collided, unleashing a shockwave. Logically speaking, vampires are not considered dark creatures. Even now, there are famous vampires in the magical world, but they are not bad guys. But it's obvious that this guy in front of me is a bad vampire. Has anyone ever said you'd be perfect as a vampire? The female vampire looked at Cedric with a mocking expression. There's only one junior wizard they need to take seriously. The others are nothing to fear. In terms of magic and experience, this is indeed the case, even though the young wizards have already undergone Professor Flitwick's training. However, their combat experience still falls short of that of seasoned outlaws. Not to mention the magic of their continued growth. But this group of Death Eaters clearly forgot one thing: Hogwarts has no shortage of students. Flames are raging. Harry's spell struck the female vampire precisely. This blow sent her flying. Gryffindor joins the battle. Alas, keep your heads down. George and Fred rode their flying broomsticks, soaring through the air like arrows. Just as Professor McGonagall had feared, their fireworks began to injure people. However, it's always the enemy who gets hurt. Get out of here, smash. Among the young wizards, Jo was practically a god of war. No spells need to be spoken, and no gestures need to be considered, yet the effects of the spells cast are more powerful than those of almost all wizards below the 5th grade. Where did Raven go? Cedric unleashed several spells, completely stunning the female vampire. Ahead, that's the more critical area. Don't go there, his battle is beyond our control. Dumbledore and his men fought in a more forward position. That place was truly a battleground for gods. Lupin's spell is simple yet highly precise and efficient, always achieving the desired result with each attack. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration ability can transform a large rock into a gigantic lion, which rampages across the battlefield like a bulldozer. Professor Flitwick could precisely block the movement path of the venomous leopard with just a few spells. Professor Sprout threw out many seeds of the Huxia venomous cabbage, which, under the effect of the growth-accelerating charm, almost instantly transformed into powerful weapons. Snape's Shadow Blade could even cleave a giant in two with just 3 or 4 strikes. With a single wave of his wand, Dumbledore could send a large number of Ani and other dark creatures flying. Their demons and guardian spirits are just as powerful as they are. Damn it, where did these Death Eaters find so many venomous leopards? The others weren't particularly difficult. Although the undead are aggressive, they are not difficult to deal with because they cannot use magic. Trolls and Dementors are also easy to deal with. The only troublesome one is the venomous leopard. This thing moves incredibly fast. It moves very fast, has extremely high resistance to spells, and is absurdly aggressive and dangerous. These guys are the most troublesome. How long has it been? The Forbidden Forest has been almost completely corrupted by their stench. The snow on the ground even turned purplish-black because of their poisonous aura. Anyone who doesn't want their entire hand to be corroded or inexplicably contract a terminal illness would not want to touch the snow. Are there still so many venomous leopards in Africa? Professor McGonagall also frowned deeply. According to the Ministry of Magic's records, there shouldn't be so many venomous panthers left. Where did they come from? This was something Dumbledore had never been able to understand. Newt Scamander visited Africa years ago. He spent several months in Africa and returned almost like a savage. Even so, he only found one venomous leopard. He couldn't find any more. These creatures are extremely rare and their movements are elusive. Even Newt Scamander, the master of fantastic beasts, rarely gets to meet them. But these very creatures now seem to have come together almost entirely. 2 questions. Where did the Death Eaters find so many succulent leopards? And how did they control them to make them willing to risk their lives for them? This is a scene Voldemort never managed to pull off back in the day. On Raven's side, they continued their fierce battle, neither gaining a clear advantage. Although Raven and his team maintained the upper hand, Raven was unable to directly defeat the man on the other side. Avada Kedavra. Raven dodged the green spell by suddenly sidestepping. Seriously, is this the only high-damage spell you all know? During their fight, this guy used the Avada Kedavra curse the most. This seems to be the spell most frequently used by all Death Eaters. The appointed time has come. Vincent, are you ready to face your destiny? That's insane. Raven and Fleur had no idea where this guy got his confidence from. Were those vague and unfounded prophecies really so trustworthy? If Hermione were here, she could probably drive this guy crazy with just her words. Raven and Fleur exchanged a quick glance. I'm planning to try something different, so be careful later. What kind of trick is it? Use the wisdom of ordinary people. After exchanging glances, Raven suddenly turned around, his robe billowing up to reveal what he had been hiding underneath. Those were 3 hand grenades clipped to his belt. Pa, take this and see. Raven pulled the pin with his mouth, but instead of throwing the grenade immediately, he held it in his hand for a moment before throwing it at the dark-haired man. After throwing him away, he grabbed Furong and climbed onto the ground. Instantaneous explosion grenade. Kid, the grenade startled the black-haired man. Death Eaters are all arrogant, especially those who still call themselves Death Eaters to this day. They've become so arrogant they could practically raise fish in their heads. Therefore, they were definitely unaware of the grenade. However, since Raven was able to throw this thing out, its power must be considerable. The dark-haired man reacted quickly, attempting to use magic to throw the grenade back. However, this is an instantaneous explosion mine. The magic had barely taken control of the grenade, and before it could be thrown, it exploded. The terrifying shockwave instantly sent the black-haired man flying. Raven and the others weren't far away, but Raven knew the power of grenades. When he hugged Fleur and lay on the ground, he had already used polymorph to create an extremely thick earthen wall for them. This earthen wall can absorb most of the shockwave from the explosion and stop the shrapnel. The terrifying sound made Furong's ears ring, even though Raven had covered her ears tightly with his hands beforehand. The sound was very loud. When the news reached Dumbledore and his group, it surprised them for a moment. What kind of incredibly powerful spell was used? Grindelwald, who remained suspended in the air and had no intention of going down to help, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The power of Muggle weapons is indeed extraordinary. If they hadn't figured out what the grenade was for beforehand, that single grenade could have killed him or Dumbledore. But that's not all. Before Fleur could even recover from the explosion, Raven had already stood up and pulled a high-tech magic wand from his bag. Sometimes this thing works better than a magic wand. Release the safety, load the gun, and pull the trigger. Orange-red flames shot from the muzzle. You've already found a way to counter my spell, so I won't be able to subdue you with a spell for the time being. But you can't expect to find a way to counter ordinary people's technology beforehand, can you? One burst from my magazine would turn a troll into a pincushion, so what makes you think you can still put up a fight? Do you dare take a direct hit from one of my instant explosive grenades? Raven aimed at the dark-haired man and unleashed a barrage of fire. Raven only stopped firing after he had emptied a whole magazine. Just to be on the safe side, he threw a few more unconscious men to the ground, and then used a shape-shifting spell to wrap the man up like a dumpling. Being meticulous is never a bad thing. Furong's lips twitched. What is this? A weapon from the ordinary world. Raven removed the empty magazine, and then took a new magazine from his shoulder bag and replaced it. Yes, you can try it later. In some situations, it's better than a wand. Yes, the ironclad charm can stop bombs. Wizards like Dumbledore can even withstand nuclear bombs with this spell. But that has to be something we can actually use in time. Why didn't you use these things just now? Raven shrugged. We're in a magical world. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd still prefer to use my wand to solve problems. As he spoke, Raven raised his gun and fired at the infernals that were attacking him again. The undead Malfoy didn't even know what he was thinking, but he simply didn't want to stand idly by any longer. According to his father's previous teachings, he should have found a safe place to hide in this situation. It could be a cabinet or under the bed. He used to do that. The bravest warriors are always the ones who die the fastest. Once a person is dead, it's meaningless to talk about what they did or what achievements they made in the past. But this time it won't work. Malfoy couldn't describe the feeling either. He just felt he couldn't continue to stand by and watch. As Malfoy left the Hogwarts common room, he was about to mount his broom and head straight to the battlefield when a figure made him pause. It's Professor Trelawney. She stood unsteadily in the hallway, seemingly doing something. Honestly, Malfoy really didn't want to talk to this professor. First of all, this professor was always slovenly, liked to drink, and had a personality as eccentric as her appearance. Secondly, Malfoy himself did not believe in divination. If it were about predicting the future through the bloodline of the prophets, Malfoy would be somewhat willing to believe it, since the bloodline of the prophets, as a magical bloodline, is inherently endowed with the ability to foresee the future, something many people have confirmed. However, the authenticity of divination, this mysterious practice, has never been definitively proven. Malfoy was more inclined to believe that divination was a pure hoax. Therefore, he disliked both Professor Trelawney and the divination course. However, he still tried to communicate with Professor Trelawney somewhat stiffly and awkwardly. Professor, what are you doing? It's not safe here. This was the limit of what Malfoy could do. He couldn't say anything more. He really couldn't understand what Trelawney was doing here. Among the Hogwarts professors, the weakest in combat is Professor Binns, who teaches the history of magic since he is a ghost. The next weakest is Professor Trelawney. Even Professor Bubbage, who teaches Muggle studies, is stronger than her. Malfoy received no response after he spoke. Professor Trelawney continued to sway her body. Under normal circumstances, Malfoy should have left by now. He had already warned Professor Trelawney that whatever happened afterward was no longer his concern. But seeing Trelawney's swaying gait, Malfoy's expression faltered for a few seconds. Damn it, I swear if you were drunk at such a crucial moment I would tell my father to. Damn it, what's going on? Malfoy tried to pull Professor Trelawney's arm. However, the next moment Professor Trelawney suddenly made her move, grabbing Malfoy's arms tightly with both hands. An aged voice seemingly not belonging to this world slowly emerged from Professor Trelawney's mouth. Tonight, Venus, which has already eclipsed Mercury's light, will shine even brighter. The green chains cannot stop his advance, but they will draw the attention of his most powerful adversary. The ferryman, teetering on the edge of life and death, will reappear. Be careful, be careful. Be careful. Malfoy didn't want to admit it, but at that moment he was genuinely a little frightened. The voice sounded so ancient yet so great. And what does this mean? He was destined never to get an answer. Because after saying those words, Professor Trelawney collapsed to the ground as if she had fainted. Malfoy felt a little thirsty. Pansy and the others, who were chasing after him and planning to go to the battlefield together, saw Malfoy standing there in a daze and quickly went up to pull him up. What's wrong, Malfoy? Oh, damn it, what's this guy doing here? Pansy looked at the unconscious Professor Trelawney with disgust. She vowed that even in her most disheveled state, she would never let herself get into this state. Malfoy opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle nudged Malfoy, sensing that something was wrong with him. Coming to his senses, Malfoy glanced at Professor Trelawney and then at the battlefield below the window. He gritted his teeth. Here you go, drag her to the Hogwarts common room, then come back down to find us. He shoved Professor Trelawney over to Crabbe and Goyle, then pulled Pansy onto a broom, and they soared into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, both puzzled. However, it doesn't matter. They know they're not very bright, so they just need to do as Malfoy says. The battlefield below. Raven and Fleur brought the black-haired man, who was almost bound like a dumpling, to Dumbledore's side. Zia and the others are here now too. Large numbers of Hogwarts students pushed the battle line all the way to the core area where Dumbledore and his group were located. Professor. Raven tossed the dark-haired man to Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore nodded. Did he initiate the intrusion? Even if he didn't initiate it, he must have been a core member of the plan. I see. Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore dodged a killing curse by sidestepping, then raised his hand and sent the Death Eater who had ambushed him flying. It was just a simple disarming spell, but Dumbledore used it with tremendous power. We need to know how they're keeping sending these dark creatures in, and whether he's still alive. Raven nodded. The scarlet eyes slowly emitted a dark red light once more. The man's consciousness quickly returned to his own body. Suddenly, the man, like a fish that had been dehydrated for a long time finally returning to water, began to gasp for breath. This brief, less than 5-minute experience with the illusionary soul spell made him realize what his colleagues had gone through. Even the most vicious criminals would go mad there. You interrogate him, Professor. You're better at interrogating criminals than I am in real life. If Raven had a little more time, he could have tortured this guy into a madman who would answer any question. But there's too little time now. The man hasn't been driven mad by the torture yet, so Raven has no way to directly extract the information they need. Seeing the situation, Snape pulled out 2 small vials of potion from somewhere and tossed them to Dumbledore. Give him some dying medicine first, then give him truth serum. Damn it, don't you know you should hold back in a fight? Raven shrugged. This guy's methods are unique. If I hold back, I can't guarantee I can win. After saying this, Raven didn't care whether Snape would say anything else. He picked up his wand and went to help Ja. Reese, do you have any extra grenades? Yes, you've run out. Here, take it. Ja took the 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and threw them out using a spell. Throwing a grenade with bare hands in this situation is extremely dangerous, because there are many young wizards nearby. If the distance is even slightly closer, the shockwave, temperature, and shrapnel from the explosion could injure friendly forces. However, as long as the spell is used, Ja can throw grenades directly behind enemy lines, where there are no friendly forces, and they will hit the target every time. Good heavens, Raven, you guys bring so many grenades to school. Harry felt like his jaw was about to dislocate. He was surprised when Zia pulled out a grenade earlier. This young lady is too fierce. As a result, Raven casually threw out a few more grenades. Are you guys carrying around an armory? Raven, let me play with this too, it looks pretty interesting. Furong also wanted to try throwing grenades. That's certainly not a problem. Raven produced a grenade as if by magic. Here, pinch it here, pull the safety pin, and then immediately throw it with a spell. Make sure to throw it as far as possible. Furong picked it up very quickly. She's incredibly brave. Many people feel apprehensive when handling a hand grenade for the first time, and those who have witnessed its power firsthand are even more easily frightened. But Furong wasn't afraid at all after picking up the grenade. Bang, bang, violent explosions echoed across the battlefield. These sounds included not only the grenades Raven made, but also the noises caused by the explosion maniac Seamus. With Merlin above, Simeon is like a god of war. Perhaps he wasn't very good at mastering the magic of life, but his talent would be a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Regardless of what kind of spell was used, just tell me whether it exploded or not. Neville was surprisingly reliable. He was simply the best partner on the battlefield. These damn things aren't getting any less. The ground's practically stained red. Harry, watch out. Although Harry's fighting skills were already quite strong, there were simply too many dark creatures here, and Harry would still make mistakes sometimes. Before Harry knew it, a Dementor swam straight towards him. This thing must not be allowed to get close or Harry will instantly lose his ability to move. But it's too late to react now, with a whoosh. Just as Harry was about to be approached by a Dementor and have his happiness drained, a person riding a broomstick scooped him up. My God, Malfoy. Ron was dumbfounded. He felt as astonished as if he had witnessed Voldemort taking a bath. This is simply unbelievable. However, what surprised him even more was Pansy Parkinson's disease. That poodle-like girl who's always causing trouble for Hermione is actually helping her now. Ron took a moment to slap himself hard. It really hurts. This isn't a dream. Gray. That psychologist you mentioned before, could you recommend one? I feel like I might be going crazy. This battle was grand. This marks the first time in modern times that all the young wizards of Hogwarts have fought together, working as one to resist an external enemy. Your Hogwarts isn't as disunited as I imagined. I prefer to say it has changed a lot. In the original timeline, how could Slytherins possibly come to help? They should be grateful they didn't take advantage of the chaos to snipe Gryffindor and their group. Under the influence of the truth serum, Dumbledore quickly identified the problem. It's a vanishing cabinet. This thing was casually placed into the Forbidden Forest by the Death Eaters when they secretly released the Dementors last time. No wonder the spells Dumbledore set at the edge of the Forbidden Forest had no effect. They didn't sneak in from the outside normally. They entered the Forbidden Forest directly through the vanishing cabinet. He raised his hand and shattered the vanishing cabinet, preventing the dark creatures from spawning as endlessly as before. Without the vanishing vault continuously spawning dark creatures, the battlefield situation changed instantly. Without more venomous leopards to support them, the remaining venomous leopards were quickly subdued and knocked unconscious by the group. The rest is quite simple. Dumbledore gathered the young wizards together and then unleashed a torrent of lava fire. That was truly breathtaking. Even Raven was shocked by such a spell. The blazing, pure orange-red flames swept over all the dark creatures like a massive tsunami. Even Dementors, which are difficult to harm by physical attacks, scattered and fled under such terrifying flames. The orange-red color almost completely illuminated the night sky. This is the legendary wizard. If he wanted to, he could move mountains and fill seas, destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. The strongest wizard of modern times, that's no joke. No wonder everyone calls him the White Demon. When will I be able to learn this spell? Ron's eyes lit up. This spell is so cool, you'd better not think about it. Wait until you're willing to take Professor Basilda's Rune Studies class. This is Lava Fire, an ancient spell. You need a foundation in ancient runes to learn it. Hermione didn't hesitate to pour cold water on Ron's enthusiasm. A wizard like Ron, who is unwilling to put in the effort to learn runes, will never learn this kind of magic. Runic script, forget about it then, only you can learn those cryptic texts. Rune. Harry and Ron are different. His eyes are sparkling now. If learning such a spell only requires learning runes, he's willing to give it a try. Dark creatures like the undead were quickly reduced to ashes by the scorching flames. Then Dumbledore used Patronus, and the Phoenix Patronus brought back all the Dementors that had just escaped. I'm not curious about anything else, but I'm really curious where you found so many venomous leopards. 38 of them, even Newt probably hasn't seen that many. Seeing that things were almost done, Raven used his wand to lift the man's chin. Surprisingly, even though he was physically and mentally traumatized, the dark-haired man still looked at Raven with disdain. In Africa, we were guided to find them. Under the influence of the truth serum, even if the man didn't want to say it, he still blurted out the answer. Guidelines. Who gave you the guidelines? The man gave a disdainful smile. An existence you can never defeat, a terrifying existence. He's on our side, you will never be able to beat us. Never. This guy keeps changing the subject. They used a lot of descriptive words but never mentioned the name. Has the truth potion worn off? Professor Snape, has your potion-making skill declined? Snape curled his upper lip in disdain. You rude rascal. To be honest, he was also a little surprised that this guy had actually broken free of control. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Vincent, I see your future death scythe is already at your throat. We'll meet on the other side of the curtain. What did this guy see? We really should find a way to get Grindelwald to use his prophetic bloodline to see what's going on. The battle is over. Dumbledore and his companions began cleaning up the mess. The deans of the various houses finally had some free time and they began to lash out at their young wizards. Of course, everyone could tell they weren't really angry. On the contrary, they were very proud. A great battle involving the entire Hogwarts school, the entire house, and all the young wizards. What could better prove their unity at this moment? Of all the professors, Professor Flitwick was the happiest. None of the young wizards were seriously injured in this battle, and they even provided considerable assistance. All of this is thanks to the Duel Club. Professor Flitwick was, of course, delighted. While the professors outwardly reprimanded the young wizards, they were secretly praising them. Farron slowly approached Raven's side. "I'm sorry, Raven, I think we have to apologize to you." This left Raven somewhat puzzled. "Apologize? Why, this wasn't caused by you?" Ferenc shook his head. "It's not about that. You told us before that there might be a Death Eater who could shield their fate and we scoffed at that idea." "Oh, so that's what it was about. It's nothing, Ferenc. Actually thinking about it now, even if you had believed what I said back then, you wouldn't have been able to see through the veiled destiny. So in the end, it wouldn't have made any difference." "Perhaps that's true, but I still want to apologize for our attitude back then. It turns out you were right. We've paid the price for our arrogance once again." Actually, Ferenc is quite humble. When Raven told him about it, he also thought it was indeed possible. But it's no use if only he believes in Raven. The Centaur tribe is not a one-man show. Whatever he says doesn't mean it. You should apologize for your rudeness. Hibiscus looked at Ferenc with haughty disdain. "I accept your apology." "How are the Centaurs? Did they suffer any major losses?" Ferenc smiled, feigning nonchalance. "The people are fine, but everyone is very sorry about the candy you gave us. We all treasured it and were usually reluctant to eat it. But this time the candy was contaminated by the venomous leopard's toxin, and now no one has any to eat." Raven smiled and shook his head. "Come find me if you need anything. If you really feel bad about it, you can barter with me. Trust me, what you give me is definitely worth more than those candies." "I certainly won't lose out." The horsemen didn't suffer any personal losses this time, but they lost their homes. Not only them, but also Aragog the eight-eyed spider and its descendants, Buckbeak the hippogriff, the unicorns. All the magical creatures that once lived in the Forbidden Forest now have no home. The impact of the venomous leopard was enormous. Although they didn't kill any of the leopards, their breath had already thoroughly destroyed the ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest. Raven roughly estimates that it will probably take at least 6 months for the protected forest ecosystem to recover. This was with the help of a growth-accelerating spell. Without the growth-accelerating spell, the breath exhaled by these venomous leopards would likely have kept the Forbidden Forest reeling for years. "Seriously, if you need anything, just come to me, okay? I might not be able to help you with other things, but I can certainly provide accommodation for my friends." Ferenc smiled wearily and nodded. "That's very encouraging, thank you, Raven, but I think Dumbledore will have a plan for us." Members of the Forbidden Forest are also part of Hogwarts, especially those centaurs. Helga Hedgehog himself led his tribe of centaurs to live in the Forbidden Forest. Over the years, the centaurs have become practically the native inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore wouldn't abandon them to their fate. Ferenc returned to his people, and the other magical creatures, also wounded, gathered around Raven and Fleur. A young hippogriff even rested its head directly on Hibiscus's lap. Even the proud Hibiscus couldn't help but raise her hand and gently stroke the little guy's back. "I thought the creatures in the Forbidden Forest would be very strong." The result was a complete rout, Raven shrugged. "There always needs to be a point of comparison. If it were just an ordinary Death Eater invasion, the people of the Forbidden Forest could certainly hold them off for a long time and might even achieve victory outright. But this time they are facing an entire army of dark creatures. Dementors, venomous leopards, red-hatted monsters, and countless incarnations. Many of these dark creatures are extremely powerful, and even if the creatures of the Forbidden Forest unite, they would find it difficult to resist them. Not to mention they weren't united to begin with. The unicorns lay quietly around Zia. They were so exhausted that they even tolerated Rove's sneaky behavior. The unicorn's mother lay beside Raven. Her injuries weren't serious, and Raven didn't need to stitch them up, but they didn't look like minor injuries either. Was this injury caused by a venomous leopard? The unicorn's mother nodded weakly. "This toxin is so potent. Even we feel weak from it, but don't worry, we'll be fine." Unicorns are naturally highly resistant to toxins. Even the venom of the venomous leopard will not cause much harm to the unicorn's body after it enters its body. However, it will definitely take a lot of effort to metabolize these toxins. Raven nodded, then got up and went to Zhi's side. How are you feeling? Are you injured? Zia shook her head. I didn't suffer any external injuries, but I feel like I pulled a muscle. I shouldn't have played so recklessly at the end. Zia felt that her upper arms were already weak and sore, and she didn't know how much it would hurt tomorrow. Raven chuckled and ruffled Zhi's hair. I'll give you some magic potion later to help you recover quickly. After such a big battle, the result was just a muscle strain. Zhi is definitely among the most outstanding young wizards at Hogwarts. Looking at the modeled battlefield, Raven couldn't help but think of what that person had said earlier. Death's scythe is already at my neck. In this situation, who could possibly kill me? Raven wasn't foolish enough to completely ignore a prophecy spoken by a seer. But who could possibly lay a hand on him under these circumstances and succeed in doing so? Few. Thankfully, it wasn't thousands of Death Eaters attacking at once. Otherwise, that would have been terrifying. After clearing the battlefield a bit, everyone discovered that there were actually only about a dozen Death Eaters present. You should know that at its peak, this group of cockroaches had several thousand, even tens of thousands of members. Even now, some have been arrested, some have been killed, and many are still on the run. If they unite to attack Hogwarts, the pressure might be even greater than it is tonight. That's strange. Are there really only a few Death Eaters? Cedric felt something was off. How dare these few Death Eaters attack Hogwarts? Just because they receive support from these dark creatures. But with Dumbledore around, didn't these Death Eaters know that no matter what, he wouldn't let them succeed? Cedric instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't come up with an answer either. Gray and his men were so exhausted they were almost collapsing on the ground. Damn it! I didn't feel this tired just now. How did I suddenly become so exhausted? Ryan felt like he'd have to crawl back to his dorm later. The adrenaline lent us power, I just subdued at least 30 shadows. This would be a much more captivating novel than Lockhart's Adventures. Kieran braced himself on the ground with both hands. Ack and Gray were too tired to talk. 30 corpses are nothing. Just now, the two of them, along with Hermione and the others, subdued a venomous leopard. The legendary poison leopard, which supposedly required 100 well-trained aurors to subdue in a battle of attrition, was defeated by these 5 young wizards working together. If they ever want to apply for an aura position in the future, they must include this on their resume. Maybe we can skip the testing phase altogether. Raven walked around and, finding no one seriously injured or poisoned, gradually relaxed. As long as no one gets hurt, that's fine. Quite a few things surprised him tonight. What surprised him most was that Malfoy actually helped Harry several times. That's Malfoy. In the original timeline, Malfoy is still using his serious injury to manipulate Harry and Ron in various ways. Now he's actually willing to lend a hand to Harry when he's in danger. This is certainly surprising. It seems these Slytherins have really changed a lot. Don't move, Potter. This is my trophy. I'm going to cut off this hideous beast's head and hang it on our fireplace. What are you doing now? Trying to steal my trophy. Hey. We all subdued it together, or strictly speaking, I did most of the work. You only used one spell. But that's a crucial spell, Scarface. Raven couldn't help but smile and shake his head. At least they're not as annoying as they used to be. Hermione, forcing herself to stand, produced a bottle of potion from somewhere and handed it to Pansy. She didn't say anything, but she expressed her goodwill through her actions. That's wonderful. Everything is moving in a positive direction. All right, little cowboy, you look so silly. I have to go, or Oster and the others will get worried. It's already midnight. Honestly, if they were in a hurry, Raven thinks they should have been in a hurry long ago. Seeing Raven's expression, Hibiscus shrugged. I told them in advance that I would be back very late today, but if it's only midnight, they shouldn't be too worried. All right. Raven took a bottle of medicine out of his crossbody bag. Take this. Take a teaspoon before bed. It will prevent muscle soreness tomorrow morning. Furong nodded. Goodbye, Sister Furong. Furong smiled and ruffled Zia's hair. Bye-bye, I'll come find you again later. She got up, intending to talk to Raven a little longer before heading back to Beauxbatons. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred so sudden that even Dumbledore couldn't react in time. A man covered in blood scrambled to his feet from the pile of corpses of the Infernal, flicked his wand, and a green light shot out from the tip of his wand. The green light was so fast that it even left an afterimage in the air, which looked like a green chain as it struck straight at Furong. In a very short time, only 2 things came to mind for Furong. First, she could immediately activate the swan earrings and leave this place instantly. The swan earrings effect is instantaneous. She could definitely escape before the spell hit her. Secondly, she cannot do that because behind her was West Asia. Once she leaves, it will be West Asia that suffers. She didn't think about it anymore. There simply wasn't enough time for her to think any further. Furong didn't think much, and neither did Raven. He suddenly thrust his right leg forward, blocking Furong's path. The opponent's spells are too fast. Using spells now won't be enough to counter them. The green spell struck Raven squarely on the back. At this moment, there was no exaggerated pain nor any overwhelming force. Raven felt as if his soul was about to float out of his body. Raven. At that moment, all the Death Eaters laughed. The killing curse. There has only been one exception since its creation. Aside from the boy who miraculously survived this curse, everyone else who touched it died instantly. The plan was a success. Fate, following its predetermined path, has arrived at its destined place. They looked at Raven, staring at the legendary young wizard with white hair, anticipating the moment he would collapse and never rise again. It wasn't until he saw this scene that Malfoy suddenly understood what Professor Trelawney had meant earlier. Green chains, white Venus. Grindelwald killed the Death Eater instantly with a single spell, then went to Raven's side. Furong was trembling all over. Her mind was completely blank. Grindelwald was the first to notice something was wrong. He frowned deeply, for he saw a scene that even he could not comprehend. Blood slowly flowed from Raven's face. Raven's originally scarlet eyes slowly turned into an amber color. His body began to slowly become thinner. But he showed no sign whatsoever of going to the other side of the curtain. A mist of bright red blood slowly emerged from his mouth, and the marrow-like markings gradually dissipated into the air. Seeing the dissipated marrow inscriptions, Furong suddenly came to her senses. Marrow, Raven told her that before. The current runes have granted Raven the ability to resist some spells. Raven. Raven moved slowly. He raised his hand and grasped the hands of Furong and the terrified Zia, then gently turned his eyes to look at the black-haired man. A slow smile crept onto her lips as the man stared in shock. What a pity. The second person in history to survive a direct confrontation with the killing curse has emerged. Although Raven paid a considerable price. The body weakened rapidly in a short period of time, becoming as thin as a matchstick, and many of the organs aged considerably. Previously, he could also serve as a substitute seeker for Hufflepuff Academy, stepping in to turn the tide in special circumstances. Now, he's not even allowed to sit on a broom. Even a slightly terrifying impact could kill him. But he did survive. He survived unharmed after facing a powerful and deadly killing curse, without relying on anyone's sacrifice but solely on himself and the knowledge he developed. That's an exaggeration. Even Dumbledore was extremely excited about this. Of course, before he got excited, he also threw a tantrum. Only Grindelwald had ever seen Dumbledore so angry. The Death Eaters paid the price for their actions. As it turns out, even if Dumbledore didn't use Raven's distortion charm, he had hundreds of ways to make the Death Eaters pay a heavy price. What the hell? Raven, supporting his forehead, slowly propped himself up from the hospital bed. His head was throbbing terribly. After being struck by the killing curse that night, Raven quickly fell into a coma. His physical condition plummeted to its weakest point in a short period of time, so it's normal for him to faint. He got out of bed and reached for the kettle on the bedside table, but he failed. He's so weak now he can't even lift a kettle. Okay, lie down and don't move. If you need anything, just let me know. Mrs. Pomfrey gently pressed Raven back onto the bed, then reached out and poured him a glass of water. She controlled the quantity perfectly. It was only a small cup, and the weight was definitely something Raven could lift. How are you feeling? After Raven finished drinking the water, she slowly asked. I feel weaker than ever before, but anyway, I'm still alive, which makes me quite happy. Mrs. Pomfrey was so angry she wanted to hit Raven on the head, but then she thought that a strong gust of wind could probably blow Raven away. Let's forget about it. What were you thinking? That's a killing curse. I swear I've never seen such a daring little wizard. Raven smiled helplessly. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to use his body to block the killing curse. But in that situation, there was no other choice. Using a spell would be too late. The killing curse was already upon him. Pushing her away is definitely out of the question. After all, he could push Furong away, but he couldn't push Zia away at the same time. Your body is riddled with holes now. Even Dumbledore could beat you in an arm wrestling match. For the time being, you'll be staying obediently in the school infirmary. Yes, Mrs. Pomfrey. I'm sorry, Mrs. Pomfrey. I was just wondering how the others are doing. That's good. Their injuries have healed while you were unconscious. Your family and girlfriend wanted to visit you several times during your coma, but I only let them in once. Oh, and your house elf, he's a bit rebellious, isn't he? Mrs. Pomfrey believed that, given Raven's current physical condition, even a minor cold could be fatal. She must reduce the time other people spend visiting, which can effectively reduce the probability of them bringing the virus into the ward. Even she herself would thoroughly clean the school clinic and herself every half hour. Get some rest and call me if you need anything. Before he could finish speaking, a scratching sound came from outside the school clinic. Toast's meowing sound rang out outside the school clinic. Here they come again. Your cat and owl have been coming here at least once a day lately. She wanted to bring the two little ones in too, but animals especially need to be kept out of the ward. Who knows what viruses they might be carrying? I'll talk to them. Could you please give me back my wand? Mrs. Pomfrey thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the best solution at the moment. So she took Raven's wand from a drawer to the side. His wand was also washed completely clean. Be careful not to use it for too long, you're too weak right now. Although the killing curse hasn't affected your magic, you still need to be careful. You absolutely cannot overdraw your magic, understand? Raven nodded. I understand, thank you, Mrs. Pomfrey. Wand acquired. To Raven's surprise, the moment his wand touched him, a feeling he had never experienced before welled up from the depths of his heart. At this moment, his wand was like an extension of his body, readily available for his use. Even, with a thought, Raven's wand slowly opened from the center as if it were alive, blooming like a flower, with the Thestral's tail feathers shimmering like the stamen within. What's going on? Mrs. Pomfrey did not witness this. She is opening the door to the school clinic. She added 7 different locks to the door of the school clinic during this period. News of Raven's awakening spread quickly. It not only spread throughout Hogwarts, but also reached the outside world. This is currently one of the most pressing issues of concern to the outside world. This is the second boy to survive such a close call. Whether he can wake up successfully is a matter of great concern to everyone. After he regained consciousness, almost all the newspapers simultaneously launched their own efforts to try and interview Raven as soon as possible. This is a massive amount of traffic. The newspaper that publishes the interview first will definitely reap the greatest benefits. However, they were all kept outside the school infirmary by Mrs. Pomfrey, and no matter whether they were threatened or bribed, Mrs. Pomfrey remained unmoved. Even Dumbledore doesn't have much influence in the school infirmary, so no one else can get away with it. Ultimately, only the Daily Prophet published Raven's latest update. Of course, this is the version without the interview. Rita Skeeter fabricated a story in the newspaper based on a single photograph. Of all the stories, only the photograph in the newspaper was true. This guy's animagus form has such an advantage in taking photos and eavesdropping that Madame Pomfrey can't defend against it at all. After all, she can get rid of pests inside the room, but she can't get rid of them outside, can she? Rita Skeeter transformed into a beetle and took a picture of Raven from outside the school infirmary window, which resulted in the photo in the Daily Prophet. This puzzled Madame Pomfrey, since the angle only allowed for taking photos from outside the window. How could she not have noticed a woman who had flown out of the window with a large camera under Mrs. Pomfrey's proper care? Raven recovered quickly, at least to the point where a minor cold wouldn't take his life. Mrs. Pomfrey found it strange to think this way, but she did indeed consider Raven an excellent patient. He was much more disciplined than the other young wizards. This allowed him to recover at almost the fastest possible speed. Finally, after confirming several times that Raven had almost fully recovered, she allowed him to visit. The first to arrive were, of course, West Asia. She was terrified at the time, and even after Mrs. Pomfrey confirmed that Raven was not dead, she was still not at ease. She was finally relieved after seeing that Raven had finally come back to life. The second group to arrive was Zane and his men. Zane, Thessaly, Gideon, and Cyron all came to Hogwarts to visit Raven. They have begun implementing their plan to exterminate all Death Eaters. I can't take it anymore. How many times has this happened? Every time something goes wrong, it's related to these Death Eaters. They've been provoking us. Thanks to Raven's factory in the wizarding world, otherwise it would have been quite a struggle for them to execute their plan. Following closely behind Zane and his group was Fleur, who came to visit. She ran into Zane and his group as they were leaving on her way there. To be honest, she was a little unsure how to face them. After all, to be honest, Raven was cursed with the killing curse while protecting her. But to her surprise, no one blamed her. Everyone knows that the Death Eater's target was Raven from the beginning. Aiming at Fleur was simply to prevent Raven from dodging. Even without Hibiscus, they would still target West Asia, and the final result would be the same. This matter has nothing to do with Furong. Raven meant the same thing. You don't need to feel guilty at all. This isn't your fault, and believe me, this won't affect our relationship. Raven looked intently at Hibiscus. Furong couldn't help but open her mouth. After a long while, he slowly managed to utter a sentence. So this is what it feels like to fall in love with someone. Raven rolled his eyes. Are you trying to nauseate me with your cheesy talk? I'm serious. If before she simply liked Raven, Now Fleur believes that her attitude towards Raven has changed. Liking and loving are two different things. Furong felt that her feelings for Raven had now transformed into love. Are you serious? Why do you always choose to confess your feelings to me by my hospital bedside? Furong shrugged. Is it because you always manage to end up in the hospital? Raven curled his lip. The two chatted for a long time until Madame Pomfrey started to urge them to leave, at which point Fleur finally left Hogwarts. After that, Raven met with Harley Ryan and the others on several occasions. This was the first time they had ever seen Raven so weak, and it made them feel sorry for him. However, Raven didn't think it was a big deal. If your body is weak, you can exercise again. If your organs age, you can use magical potions to restore them to their original state. But if you lose your life, then there's truly no room for struggle. So Raven is quite open-minded about his current situation. In the days that followed, Raven began to implement his recovery plan. Of course, such a recovery plan must be carried out under the supervision of Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey. They didn't want Raven to ruin himself. His current physical condition simply couldn't withstand any more strain. If Raven could be saved by a near-death healing potion even if he overused his magic power before, then now, if Raven overused his magic power, there would be absolutely no chance of him being saved. Fortunately, Raven was well aware of his physical condition. His plans were all appropriate. The physical exercise was all within a very suitable range. While recovering his body according to the recovery plan, Raven also redraw all the marrow runes he had previously compiled onto his body. Even an incomplete marrow inscription can withstand one killing curse. Even Dumbledore is now eagerly anticipating the effects of a complete marrow inscription. However, Dumbledore stated that the existence of the marrow could not be displayed casually, and even if subsequent research was successful, he did not want Raven to publish it. At the very least, don't publish complete sets of myeloid literature that have already been successfully tested. If it's just about publishing the method of extracting myeloid tissue, then it's acceptable, since he's seen the steps Raven took to extract myeloid tissue. It looks simple, but it's actually so complex that even legendary wizards might not be able to learn it. So if it's just about publishing and extracting data, then that's acceptable. However, it's best not to even publish the extraction method until Raven has completely grown to be invincible. We overlooked his resilience, which is one of his most shining qualities. Grindelwald stood by the Black Lake, watching Raven train and couldn't help but sigh. Although the killing curse did not take Raven's life, it made him so weak that he could be blown away by a gust of wind, and forced him to be extremely careful when using spells to avoid dropping his magical power below the red line. However, none of this saddened Raven for even a second. From the moment he woke up, he began to think about how to solve this problem. Yes, nothing can defeat him. Against Raven, he could only be killed, never defeated. His magic has become even more mysterious, have you noticed? Regarding that, I think since he was hit head-on by the killing curse, there will always be some special changes. Dumbledore understood that Raven must have also noticed the change in his magic. He didn't say, but he must have his own plans. Then don't rush, give Raven some time. When Raven feels it's about time, he'll surely tell them about it. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, then looked at Raven. You practically treated him like your child. Dumbledore did not refute this point. He simply smiled gently. Everyone needs something to hold on to. He will never get married in his lifetime. Naturally, they would not have any offspring. However, at some point, he gradually came to regard Raven as his own descendant. Now he understands why all those great ancient magicians like to find a student in their twilight years to inherit their knowledge. People still need something to look forward to. Grindelwald felt that Dumbledore had changed a lot in the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, Raven has not only changed Hogwarts and Grindelwald, but he has even changed Dumbledore. Yes, people always need something to rely on. The killing curse took away Raven's excellent physical abilities, making him frail and weak, but at the same time it also brought him something. Raven found that his affinity for the Strauss had reached its peak. The affinity for materials produced from the Strauss has also reached its peak. Historically, no one has ever possessed such charisma. Even in West Asia, she didn't have Raven's level of charisma when facing the Strauss. Besides the Strauss, Raven's affinity for elderberry has also reached its peak. What's the use of reaching the peak of affinity? Raven conducted some small experiments using live elderberry and the Strauss. As it turns out, once his affinity reaches its peak, Raven can control all the elders and the Strauss within his field of vision at will. They will become an extension of Raven's limbs. Raven could control them to do whatever they wanted. As for the materials derived from them, Raven can do even more with them. Take his wand as an example. Because his wand is made from elderberry and the Thistral tail feathers, Raven can now completely integrate his wand into his body. Casting spells without a staff is no longer a problem for him. There are many more such changes, and Raven is continuing to experiment and explore. In addition to his newfound special abilities, Raven discovered that his magic had also become more powerful. Magic is actually a very difficult thing to describe. Whether it's its quantity or its power, only experienced wizards can barely determine these things. However, Raven's magic is different now. He can clearly feel that his magic is now stronger and more aggressive than before. These are all new gains that the killing curse has brought him. Honestly, Raven thinks it was worth it. After his body had recovered to near average, Dumbledore brought Raven to the Ministry of Magic. This intrusion had a huge impact, and Fudge was under immense pressure because of it. He hopes Raven can come forward and make a public statement which would relieve a lot of his pressure. Raven agreed to it. Of course, this was on the premise that Fudge paid a huge price. Almost all of the money Sirius sponsored, Fudge ended up in Raven's hands, which pleased Raven greatly. He doesn't lack money, but who would complain about having too much money? Having received benefits, one naturally expects to do something in return. Fudge held a press conference. Raven has publicly stated that he is currently in good health. Then the magical world was in an uproar again. This is the second person to survive facing the killing curse, and the only one with many eyewitnesses who witnessed him facing the killing curse. To be honest, some people in the wizarding world don't believe in Harry's legend. After all, only Harry, a baby, survived at the scene. Everyone else was dead. God knows whether he actually survived after facing the killing curse. It might sound like I'm just arguing for the sake of arguing, but there are indeed some people in the magical world who think this way. But this time, they couldn't argue with each other again regarding Raven. After all, this time there were indeed many people who witnessed the entire process. The veracity of this matter is beyond doubt. The authenticity of the story further amplified its popularity. For a time, the most discussed topic became the second boy who had miraculously survived. Raven didn't care about any of that. After making a public statement, he also went along to interrogate the prisoners. Fudge dragged out the interrogation in order to get Raven involved as well. He was trying to appease Raven so that he wouldn't bother the Ministry of Magic afterward, and more importantly, he didn't want Raven to cause trouble for Fudge. During the interrogation, all the Death Eaters stared intently at Raven. They couldn't understand what had allowed the 13-year-old wizard to survive the killing curse. The Death Eater in charge of the operation was one of the most powerful wizards among them. His killing intent and spellcasting were absolutely flawless, but Raven withstood the killing curse and is now standing before them, still full of life. This actually made them somewhat fearful. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of someone who could withstand the killing curse and even recover their physical condition to the average level of an ordinary person in just about a month? Raven didn't care about their fear. He did only two things during the interrogation. He declared that he would only accept the death penalty and then silently placed a curse on all the prisoners. The ability to fuse a wand into one's body is its most useful aspect. Raven knew all too well that the Ministry of Magic would never execute these Death Eaters. The Ministry of Magic does not have the concept of the death penalty. Even Grindelwald exiled himself, and Bellatrix, a man of such heinous crimes, was only imprisoned in Azkaban. This shows that the Death Eaters would not ultimately be sentenced to death. Raven's statement that he would only accept a death sentence was merely to make his stance clear to the Ministry of Magic. He didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to help him execute those bastards. He will do it himself. Let them die in despair and pain. People always have to pay the price for their actions. So shortly after the trial, something strange happened to all the Death Eaters involved. They all died mysteriously, lying quietly in their cells, neither killed by external force nor by poison. Many Aurors suspected that Raven was involved, since this was too similar to the Death Eaters who had mysteriously become stupid before. They all had one thing in common. They had all gone to cause trouble for Raven. However, it's just suspicion, there's no evidence. There was nothing the Aurors could do. Of course, even if there were evidence, the Aurors probably wouldn't want to cause trouble for Raven over this matter. They'd wanted to kill those bastards for a long time. They shouldn't have died, but did those they killed also deserve to die? They weren't satisfied even after being locked up in Azkaban, especially that damned Bella. The reason they didn't take action earlier was because they were, after all, Aurors. Their status was what it was. Now that someone can do the work for them, they're overjoyed. Why would they bother finding evidence to cause trouble for Raven? In a cold forest in England, several disheveled people were gathered in a dilapidated wooden hut. Damn it, even the killing curse couldn't kill him. Barty Crouch Jr., was so angry he wanted to smash everything in the house. They thought they had considered all possibilities. He used the vanishing cabinet to teleport an army of dark creatures, launching a suicidal attack on Hogwarts, all to kill Raven, but they still failed. It's not their fault. Who would have thought that this 13-year-old wizard could withstand the killing curse? Don't be impatient, little Barty, my most loyal servant. A weak, withered figure emerged from the sofa. On the sofa, a withered, emaciated figure wrapped in cloth was breathing weakly. But my master. Calm down, the more we need to be calm now. Create an opportunity for me to fully recover, then Vincent won't be a match for us. Look what this woman has written this time. Is the mass death of prisoners related to the second boy who miraculously survived and is currently in the limelight? Should we allow illegal punishment outside the law? I swear if she dares to show her face in front of me, I'll punch her hard. Ack held the newspaper, completely enraged. He knew Rita Skeeter was no good. Now her true colors have finally been revealed. This girl is writing complete nonsense, and yet many people support her. Raven didn't seem to care. That's perfectly normal. After all, it's quite a coincidence, isn't it? But they have no evidence. How can they fabricate stories without evidence? This is pure fabrication. The Ministry of Magic should arrest her and take her to Azkaban. Ack felt that Raven was already pitiful enough. Having to strictly plan your diet every day and also strictly follow the exercise or rest schedule is already pitiful enough. However, he forgot that Raven's daily routine had always been like this, so apart from being much weaker than before, Raven's daily life hadn't changed much. Moreover, Raven had also read that article. As expected of a professional gossip reporter, Rita Skeeter's intuition is incredibly accurate. Even though only a handful of people know about the illusionary soul curse, the outside world is completely unaware of its existence or effects. But Rita Skeeter was able to make a rough guess. Raven really admires that. Okay, let's stop talking about her, it's not important. Have you all made your Christmas plans? Everyone nodded. I'm going to stay home for the entire holiday, you know. I want to use this time to write my novel. Kieran's plan was to stay home and enjoy the Christmas holidays, taking the opportunity to write his novel. No kidding, he really intends to write a novel. However, he has no intention of publishing the novel in the wizarding world. He planned to fabricate some fantasy adventure stories and then publish them in the world of ordinary people. He thought it was a great idea. The magical world is full of exciting adventure stories. Even the history of magic can be slightly embellished and turned into a rigorous and thrilling adventure tale. Kieran only needs to combine their experiences over the past 3 years with other adventure stories from the magical world, and knead it all together to create a very high-quality fantasy adventure novel. His adventure novels might not be popular with many in the wizarding world, since they've already read far too many similar adventure stories. But in the world of ordinary people, he was confident that his novel would be a bestseller. I'm planning to play a few matches for my ordinary friends, but to be honest, I'm a little hesitant about whether to secretly use a spell to give us an advantage. Gray wasn't very confident he could help his friend win the football match. After all, he hadn't touched a football in over a year. He has been spending time learning and practicing Quidditch, and plans to apply to join the Hufflepuff team when they recruit new members next time. It's best not to. What if we get caught by the Ministry of Magic? We'd be finished. Gray, however, didn't think Ryan's concerns were a problem. Raven has already removed all the threads from our wands, so I'm not too worried about that. What's making me hesitant is this. Gray pointed to his heart, your pectoral muscles. Damn it, it's my conscience. I feel like doing this is against my conscience. Everyone laughed. My family is planning a warm Christmas trip south. I don't know exactly where they're going, but I imagine it'll be a very fun Christmas. Ack's plan is to go on a trip. As for me, I plan to spend Christmas with my family the week before and the week after. Easy. Okay, you can stop talking now. Everyone rolled their eyes. There's no need to hear his full plan, just looking at his smug expression tells you what he's up to. You guys better watch out, don't cross the line, you and your senior both. While the West may be more open-minded, they are still too young. Kissing is already the limit. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. That would be best because you seem to really need to be aware of your current situation. And you, Raven, what are your plans for winter break? Me, that's a secret for now. Something big will happen at Christmas. You'll see it in the newspapers later. In the newspapers again, are you releasing a new game? Raven shook his head. All right, stop thinking about it. You'll get the answer eventually. No one managed to get a straight answer about Raven's Christmas plans until the very end. However, if Raven is telling the truth, then they should be able to see him in the Christmas newspapers. Then they'll find out exactly what Raven did on Christmas. The Christmas holidays finally arrived, much to the delight of the young wizards. On the train home, Ron was still grumbling and complaining. I can't believe we've already experienced such a huge attack on Halloween. What do you think will happen next? Ron had a feeling that things weren't over yet, and that there would definitely be more surprises to come. However, Hermione thought it was utter nonsense. Come on, what else could happen? The Death Eaters are already rooted. I think unless their heads are eaten by trolls, things will be quiet for a while. This time, however, Harry disagreed with Hermione. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but honestly, haven't there been enough accidents in recent years? There are still 6 months left in the school year, and Harry has a feeling that something unexpected will happen again this semester. This premonition has no basis, it's just a feeling. How come I didn't know you all had prophetic bloodlines? Do we really need the bloodline of a prophet? Look at what happened in the first half of the school year. An entire horde of dark creatures invaded Hogwarts, Raven took the killing curse head-on, and even the Slytherin guys seem to be doing better. And this is only the first half of the year. Who knows what will happen in the second half? Maybe a colossus will awaken from beneath Hogwarts and blow the whole building away. All right, Ron, that's a bit of nonsense. Harry couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. A super giant? Where did these giants come from at Hogwarts? I was just saying it offhand. Who knows what might happen? Did you know before last year that there was an old and deadly basilisk hiding in Hogwarts? In short, Ron now feels that anything is possible, and he will definitely be more cautious over the next 6 months. In the dark and damp alley, a chilling dampness swept through. No words associated with warmth can be used here. Even at Christmas, this place is filled with intrigue, scheming, and malice. Welcome to Morgan Perfume Shop. Pick whatever you like. An elderly woman with a hunched back leaned on the counter and said with a smile. Her face was covered in frostbite and wrinkles. Perhaps because of her appearance, even though she was always smiling, she still didn't give people a warm feeling. People who saw her smile could only feel disgust and revulsion from the bottom of their hearts. No need for you to say more, you old fool, and stop smiling like that, it's disgusting. Do as you say, sigh. Old woman Morgan is getting old, even her smile isn't pretty anymore. I remember when I was young, a smile like that could sell for 10 galleons. I'm not kidding, old woman. Morgan rambled on, reminiscing about his past. At this moment, she really did resemble an ordinary old witch, always reminiscing about her past. The young, dark-haired man snorted dismissively. He just wanted to buy what his eccentric partner wanted as quickly as possible and then leave the store. He had always hated Morgan, that old witch. Back in his Death Eater days, this guy's methods were disgusting. God knows what these perfumes are made of. Back then, this guy was obsessed with collecting corpses to conduct all sorts of bizarre experiments. I really don't know why that crazy woman would want to buy anything from her shop. The man suppressed his disgust and found the perfume his wife had asked him to buy on the shelf. Suppressing his disgust and the urge to throw it away, the man approached Morgan, perfume bottle in hand. Oh, it's Cashin, you've gotten so old I didn't even recognize you. How's Seraphin doing these days? Cashin curled his upper lip and said in a disgusted and chilling tone, same old routine, fiddling with her weird gadgets. Hurry up and pay the bill, this place is freezing cold. Morgan's eyes flickered slightly. Okay, don't rush, be patient with the old man. I haven't seen you familiar faces in a long time and I always want to chat more. Cheng Hui, 7 silver coins. Tusk. Cashin clicked his tongue in disdain. It's ridiculously expensive, but I guess today must be your lucky day. He reached into his pocket, the pocket made a crisp clinking sound. Here, 7 silver shicks. The man tossed 7 silver coins onto the counter, picked up the perfume, and prepared to leave. That's really generous. Have you struck it rich lately? Where? Can you bring this old woman along so I can make some money too? Cashin gave a disdainful sneer. He wouldn't tell Morgan anything. However, even without saying much, danger had already befallen him. Avada Kedavra. Morgan's voice suddenly rang out. The green light struck Cashin instantly. It happened too fast, Cashin couldn't react at all. The killing curse struck his body precisely, instantly taking his life. As the body fell to the ground, Morgan revealed a sinister smile. You've regressed, Cashin. She stepped out from behind the counter. His steady gait hardly resembles that of an elderly person. After taking money from Cashin's pocket, Morgan dragged the body to the back of the yard. Having used the unforgivable curse so many times, she had almost forgotten how to use other magic. At her current age, it's definitely unrealistic to expect her to learn other forms of magic. So now, apart from hunting, her lifestyle is almost indistinguishable from that of a muggle. Close the door after entering the room. Morgan hung Cashin's body on a hook in the room. The killing curse had many advantages in the eyes of these Death Eaters, but for Morgan, the most pleasing advantage was that the corpses killed by this curse would remain as fresh as possible. This is quite beneficial for her perfume making. She picked up a knife from the side, intending to begin dismembering the body, but her hand quickly stopped because there was a knock at the door. This is very unusual considering this is behind the perfume shop. Who would come knocking on the door, knock on the door tilde. A teasing, rising female voice came from outside the door. Strangely, even Morgan felt a little uneasy about the sound. Morgan was now certain that the guy outside the door was no pushover. Who is it? Ha ha ha. Can you guess? This guy is so annoying, Morgan frowned. Suddenly, a brief sound of movement echoed in the room. The sound was like the sound of a shuttle weaving through the air. What is that? However, she was still the only living person in the room. Morgan carried his wand to his table. She keenly noticed that two dark green things had appeared here. It looks like a pineapple or something made of steel. What the hell is this? Before he could finish speaking, the grenade exploded. The explosion at close range left Morgan with no chance to resist. The impact alone blasted her body to pieces. But that's not all. After the explosion, a woman suddenly kicked the door open, grabbed a submachine gun, and entered the room, unleashing a hail of bullets. She stopped firing only after she had emptied an entire magazine. It always works. Saren stretched his neck and said casually. To her surprise, Morgan was still alive. Even though her body had been blown apart, her arms blown off, both legs shattered, and her body riddled with bullets, almost turning her into a sieve. But she is still alive. I didn't believe Reese when he told me wizards had incredible vitality. Your physical structure truly amazes me. How can one not be astonished that an elderly woman could still be alive under such circumstances? Use yours what? Morgan couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Sairon looked around the room and found a completely severed arm on the wall. The tattoo on his arm was still clearly visible. Sairon stood up, removed the arm, and placed it in front of Morgan. Be grateful for this tattoo. You're where you are today entirely because of it. Morgan slowly opened his eyes, but he couldn't utter a single letter again. He could only breathe his last with his eyes open. Seeing that the guy was as dead as could be, Saren casually tossed the severed hand to the ground. Dobby, light this place. We still have 3 more places to go. Dobby timidly peeked out from the doorway, and his legs trembled instantly upon seeing the scene inside the room. The only option is to close your eyes and set this place on fire. Knockdown Alley, known for its danger and mystery, was completely overrun in just 3 days. Who destroyed Knockdown Alley? A large number of former cannibals have died mysteriously, their deaths gruesome enough to keep you up at night for a week. Who killed the former Death Eater? Was this revenge by the families of former victims? It was us, we did everything. Raven's Vincent Grindelwald. Our worst fears have come true, they are Grindelwald in disguise. While other young wizards were enjoying a peaceful holiday during the Christmas break, Raven brought his entire family to the Ministry of Magic to face trial by Weisengammer. At the trial, Zane sat calmly in his seat, his posture elegant and gentlemanly, his right leg crossed over his left, as steady as a rock. Cezali was sitting next to him. She was carefully combing her blonde hair, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Behind the couple sat Seelan, Gideon, and Ja. Gideon sat very wildly. He looked at the judges of Weisengamot with disdain, his face filled with undisguised mockery. Sairon, however, seemed somewhat impatient, her eyes seemingly asking the Weisengamot people, is this really worth making such a fuss over? Zia appeared to be sitting obediently in the chair, but she had actually been asleep for a while. Before them, Raven stood steadily directly in front. He had a smile on his face. His amber eyes revealed no emotion. Defendants, please be serious. We are conducting a trial for this heinous crime. You deserve at least some respect. The judge, seated in the highest position, frowned deeply. She felt that Raven and his group were blatantly disrespecting Weisengamot. Fudge kept wiping away cold sweat in the shadows. His hands and feet were sweating profusely because of his nervousness. We have great respect for everyone at Weisengamot, please continue. Raven spoke slowly. Dumbledore was standing in the shadows. If Raven can't handle this, he'll immediately step in and help Raven resolve it. To be honest, he was also taken aback by Raven and his group's actions. Let's see what they've done. The raid on Knockout Alley resulted in the indiscriminate killing of anyone with a Death Eater tattoo on their arm. Not a single one survived. Who would have dared to do this before? Death Eaters are the ones who terrify others. No one else gets to hunt them. Most importantly, after killing almost everyone, they publicly admitted that they were the ones who did it all. Grindelwald's assessment of him was arrogant, conceited, impulsive, but also dazzlingly confident. Is it true that you killed a large number of former Death Eaters without legal authorization? Oh, yes. Raven didn't try to argue. He answered whatever the person above him said. Now, please state your opinion. Raven turned his amber eyes and swept them across the faces of all the Wesengamo members. All the members of Weisengamer felt as if they were looking directly into the eyes of a legendary wizard like Dumbledore. I would like to ask all the judges present a question. Have these Death Eaters spared any ordinary innocent wizards? His tone was very flat. However, this is a question they have been discussing for many years. But many of them are controlled by the Imperious Curse. Yes, that's right, the Imperious Curse controlling others, making them act according to one's own will. Isn't it a very useful spell? But I want to ask everyone here if you were Voldemort. When the name Voldemort was uttered, Raven could feel many of the Weisengamer Inquisitors gasp or begin to stir with unease. He ignored it. If you were Voldemort, would you tattoo the Death Eater's unique tattoos on the puppets you control? The jury stirred again. We believe the answer is no. Since I'm manipulating them to ambush members of the Ministry of Magic, how could I possibly mark them with such obvious symbols? The Imperious Curse did indeed cause considerable trouble for the Ministry of Magic back then. But do those who cause trouble have Death Eater tattoos on them? Obviously not, and Voldemort wouldn't be foolish enough to make such a decision. Even if we assume they were all controlled by the Imperious Curse, and even if they knew nothing, would that absolve them of their sins? This was the issue they discussed most back then. Whether or not they were controlled by the soul-stealing curse, they had all committed sins. Do they deserve to be forgiven? Our view is that no, they cannot. Even if they were controlled by the Imperious Curse and committed their crimes, they still committed unforgivable crimes. But you have no right to judge them. Raven smiled and nodded. Yes, so all of the above was just me trying to excuse our actions. In reality, it was a retaliation and a declaration of war, a simple, straightforward act of revenge and war. Helping others take revenge, upholding justice. Sorry, that's not what Raven and his group were looking for. They acted out of revenge and to send a message to all Death Eaters. You beasts, you'd better hide or we will surely kill you. During the summer of 1992, my family and I were attacked by Death Eaters, and we defeated them in self-defense. During the summer vacation of 1993, I was attacked by Death Eaters in Russia, and I defeated them in self-defense. On October 31, 1994, the Death Eaters amassed a large number of dark creatures to invade Hogwarts. In self-defense, we repelled them. Can you hear anything in common among these stories? Having been in the wizarding world for 3 years, I have encountered danger every year, and every single danger is related to the Death Eaters. Death Eaters are pests, my respected judges, can't you see that? Death Eaters are a group of pests that will continue to cause trouble for normal people, unless they are completely eradicated. Lock them up in Azkaban. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect the Ministry of Magic's decision, but did you see those Death Eaters showing any fear? Raven's tone gradually rose in pitch. Look at that crazy woman Bella. She did so many things that we wouldn't even write in history books for young wizards to read, and look what happened. She's living comfortably in Azkaban, and the victims' families can't even find her if they want revenge. Dementors can affect normal people, but how could they possibly affect these heinous beasts? In fact, it can have an impact. But Raven chose the most emotionally charged approach here. He succeeded. You are the craziest little wizard I have ever seen. By Merlin, do you know what you just did? Having delivered an excellent speech, what else did Reese do? Zane was unhappy with Fudge's tone of voice. What is madness? It made it seem as if his child was a madman. A brilliant speech. Okay, it certainly was brilliant. I don't think even Rita could classify it as poor, but that's not the most crucial issue. The most crucial issue is, how could he say that in front of so many Weisengamow members? What if something went wrong? Then let's not let it go wrong. Raven spoke calmly. How could he be so foolish as to spout nonsense in front of these Weisengamow members without any certainty of success? What you're saying is, but. All right, Fudge, Raven's right. There's no point in dwelling on the past. Dumbledore slowly spoke, stopping Fudge from continuing. He looked at Raven and smiled gently. A very insightful speech, but I think it might be a bit extreme, don't you think? Raven's speech just now not only amazed the other members of Weisengamow, but also Dumbledore. A passionate tone with an extremely strong ability to stir emotions. Even a peace-loving person would endorse or even support Raven's actions under the influence of his rhetoric. As Raven presented his views, Dumbledore's thoughts seemed to be drawn back to that summer. That boy was once just as adept at using language to incite others' emotions. Professor, the Death Eaters' problem has dragged on for far too long. Azkaban won't scare them, you know that. Is Azkaban scary? Objectively speaking, yes, of course it's terrifying. In fact, many Death Eaters look terrified when they hear that they will be taken to Azkaban. However, the deterrent effect of Azkaban has a fatal flaw. If the Ministry of Magic can't catch them, then no matter how scary Azkaban is, it'll be useless, won't it? Cough, cough. Fudge coughed lightly a few times, indicating that he, as the Minister of Magic, was still there, and these words should not be said in front of him. Raven glanced at Fudge with his amber eyes, showing him no mercy whatsoever. What? You're saying you've really taken this seriously? Have you caught 30 Death Eaters in the last 3 years? How many Aurors are bored out of their minds every day? If the Ministry of Magic had paid more attention to this matter, at the very least, the situation where the Death Eaters gathered a large group of dark creatures a while ago certainly wouldn't have happened. All right, I think it's better to end this here, Raven. Don't do this kind of thing again, understand? No, Professor, unfortunately, things won't go as you wish this time. Upon hearing Raven's words, Cesar and the others burst into laughter. Cesar patted Raven's head. Just as my son said, Headmaster Dumbledore, things won't go as you wish this time. Those guys need to understand who they've messed with. This is just the beginning. They will continue killing until all the Death Eaters are terrified of them. So terrified that the mere sight of them makes them want to crawl into a rat hole and run away. You still want to continue? That's impossible. This is the last time I'll help you. Based on your crimes, you should have skipped the trial in Wisengamo and been thrown directly into Azkaban. Even if you're muggles. Raven smiled and patted Fudge's arm. You'll continue to help us, Mr. Fudge, I know you will. After saying that, Raven and his family headed towards the exit. Fudge was completely stunned. What did he mean by that? Dumbledore opened his mouth and said with mixed emotions, he's suggesting that you help them next time. Otherwise, Raven has a way to get Fudge to help them willingly. This is a blatant threat. A disrespect to the Ministry of Magic. He should be taken to Azkaban. Dumbledore neither refuted nor agreed. Raven has indeed demonstrated his extreme danger. For the safety of the wizarding world, perhaps imprisoning Raven in Azkaban would be a better option. But honestly, who can remain calm and collected after being provoked repeatedly for no reason? Besides, even if we concede the worst, what difference would it make if Raven were imprisoned in Azkaban? He has now learned to use Patronus silently and without a staff, so Dementors pose no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, Merlin probably doesn't even know what spells Raven can still cast silently and without a staff. Should he be imprisoned in Azkaban, I doubt Raven could leave there easily. This will not only be ineffective, but will also further enrage Raven. Look on the bright side, at least they only target the criminals who used to give your Ministry of Magic a headache, so that's doing you some favors. After the Raven family left the Ministry of Magic, Rita Skeeter, who had been listening in, rushed back to her office to begin writing down what she had just read. Of course, some artistic embellishment is necessary. Otherwise, how can it attract attention? While Rita believed that her outstanding speech alone was enough to grab people's attention, who wouldn't want even more surprises? The rising young wizard, Raven's Vincent Grindelwald, has clearly inherited his distant cousin's ability to bewitch people. Well written, but isn't this a bit too guiding? What do you know, readers just love. Damn it. Rita turned around abruptly, and Raven was leaning against the wall, smiling at her. This is private property you have no right to. Yes, I don't have the right to trespass without permission, but do you think you have the right to talk to me about rights? Rita snapped back to reality and found herself surrounded. There were at least 4 adult wizards in the room, all pointing their wands at her. Merlin, what kind of show of force is this? Taking my photos without my permission and writing false records. You know, in the ordinary world, I could sue you into bankruptcy over this. Raven slowly walked from the wall to Rita. He picked up the report that Rita had just been writing furiously. What do you think would happen if I killed you here? Do you think anyone would believe I did it? Many people just saw the Raven family leave the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, the answer is no. I can give you money, I can give you all my money. Rita was scared. After all, this 13-year-old wizard was a madman and he really meant what he said. Raven chuckled easily. Okay, relax. I don't want your money, but I do need your help with something. I'm telling you, Albus, that boy is a born Auror. Look at him, he's truly exceptional. At Harry's house, several people dressed in strange costumes were sitting in the dining room talking. It's rare for Moody, who wears a fake eye, to give such high praise to a young wizard. Even the famous Harry Potter never received such high praise from him. You'd better not try to get him into the Auror ranks. This kid has absolutely no interest in these things. Honestly, if it weren't for the Death Eaters repeatedly provoking and angering him, I have no doubt that he wouldn't even bother with a Death Eater walking right past him. Sirius laughed and then took a big gulp of wine. The rich aroma immediately brightened his eyes. Those muggles are amazing, they can make such delicious wine without using magic. Lupin also took a sip of wine. Based on my observations over the past few months, I can only say that Sirius is right. Raven isn't without a sense of justice. He just really dislikes wasting his energy on things he's not interested in. Anyway, I think it's absolutely impossible to get him into the Auror team. Moody's didn't believe their claims, and Lupin and the others had nothing to say about it, only that they would understand once Moody and Raven had more contact. By the way, where did the famous boy who miraculously survived go? Harry wasn't home, so these adult wizards could say whatever they wanted without worrying about him. He went with Raven to the factory in Howling Woods. His friends will also be going to the factory in Howling Woods today to meet up with them. Moriath and the others will be going too. Roaring Forest. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. You really should pay more attention to current trending topics, old friend. I focused on what I needed to focus on. I learned Vincent's summoning charm immediately. It's a truly powerful spell, more reliable than a Patronus. He really shouldn't have revealed it. Moody believed that revealing the spell would allow dark wizards to learn it as well, so he thought Raven shouldn't have revealed it. But in reality, very few of those dark wizards actually learned this spell. So what exactly is this Roaring Forest? Raven's company is used to process and sell the products he makes. He's even recruited a large number of werewolf employees, and he's still hiring more. Vincent's company. Vincent is barely 14 years old. 13 and a half years old. Don't judge him by conventional standards. He's different from ordinary young wizards, very different. Lupin said with a smile, you should try the game he made. I don't want to seem childish, but I was really obsessed with this game for a long time, and even now I play it for a while every day. It's such a fun game. Games? He's selling games. Like Witcher chess. Forehead. Sirius and Lupin exchanged a glance. We won't confuse this with wizard chess. The difference between the two is beyond your imagination. You can come and try it after lunch. It's a completely different experience. While Dumbledore and the others were gathered at Harry's house, Raven and his group arrived at the factory gate. Even during the Christmas holidays, many employees are still working overtime here. Or rather, the vast majority of employees are working overtime. They don't need more holidays to rest or spend quality time with family and friends, and Raven will also give them a very generous overtime pay if they work overtime during the holidays. Then why not do it? Oh, Harry, Raven, Merry Christmas. I hope you both had a wonderful Christmas. We don't know if Harry's Christmas was wonderful, but Raven's Christmas is sure to be amazing. The Gemini chimed in jokingly. They saw the Raven family's heroic act in the newspaper. Merlin above, the Weasleys' Christmas celebrations consisted mostly of setting off fireworks and then the whole family playing games around the fireplace. Raven's family celebrated Christmas by going out together to wipe out all the former Death Eaters. Percy said they were even more efficient than the Ministry of Magic. This is too dangerous. You might get hurt by those lunatics. They're a complete bunch of lunatics. Mrs. Weasley was very worried. In particular, only 2 members of Raven's family are wizards, the other 4 are ordinary people. This worried her even more. It's important to understand that while those Death Eaters are certainly not good people, their fighting prowess is undeniable. Dark wizards sacrificed everything else in favor of high combat power, making each one extremely dangerous in terms of pure combat strength. Mrs. Weasley couldn't even imagine how dangerous it must have been. I told you, don't worry, Zane and his gang aren't easy to mess with. Mr. Weasley has learned a lot about the ordinary world from Zane over the past few months. What impressed him most were the weapons of ordinary people. A simple ironclad charm can easily stop bombs or bullets, but what wizard would keep wearing an armor spell on themselves indefinitely? A single moment of lapse in concentration could easily take the life of a wizard. And Zane and his family are all well-trained warriors. If they were all wizards, they would probably be even more formidable than the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Therefore, Mr. Weasley felt that this incident posed no real danger to Zane and his group. However, he was immediately met with a fierce glare from Mrs. Weasley as soon as he voiced his idea. Actually, Mr. Weasley is right. This isn't dangerous for us at all. Those Death Eaters are lazy and stupid. You can ask Dobby, he's been with us almost the whole time. The Grindelwald family is amazing. Our Lord Raven has gained another surge in reputation thanks to this incident. Our product sales have also increased significantly. The Gemini's face turned bright red from laughing. For them, the surge in sales during Christmas is the best gift they could receive. We can even buy a big house now. Move the whole family out of the slum. But Mom doesn't agree with us doing this. So we just decided to do some minor repairs to the humble dwelling to make it look less dilapidated. Mrs. Weasley patted the twins a few times. Don't be like your father, always thinking of squandering money the moment he has a little bit. Frugality is the key to managing a household, understand? Ginny took the opportunity to quietly move closer to Raven. Actually, Mom struggled with the decision for a long time before finally making it. We think she didn't want to spend too much of the money Ron and the others earned. She probably wanted them to start saving money now to prepare for the future. How long do you think Ron will just stand there like an idiot? One galleon, he could stand here for at least 15 minutes if we don't call him. That's too little. I'll bet 20 minutes. The twins looked at the stunned Ron and whispered with a grin. Could he have taken a liking to Amina? As if in response to Raven's question, Ron made a silly sound. That voice sounded like someone deeply in love. He's been there for 10 minutes. I think if his legs weren't petrified, he'd most likely fallen in love. Hermione looked at Ron speechlessly. Not everyone becomes this silly after falling in love, right? Raven didn't become stupid. But why do all the other young wizards, except for Raven, become so silly after falling in love? I think we should remind him that what he's doing is affecting Amina's work. Harry's suggestion was reasonable, but he was stopped by the twins. Hey, don't do anything bad. We'd like to see how long he can stay there. Raven could only roll his eyes at the Gemini's boring betting game. You guys are really boring. Hey, Ron, wake up. Stop being silly. Raven couldn't let Ron keep staring at Amina like that. Amina had noticed Ron's gaze long ago, but she couldn't say anything since Ron was practically her boss. So she could only awkwardly continue pretending not to notice Ron's gaze. Raven, when did you arrive? The twins jokingly put their arms around Ron's shoulders. From the moment you started acting silly. Or you could say it's when you first start showing your love. Isn't love a little too early for you? Especially now that you've targeted a woman more than 10 years older than you. The twins chatted back and forth, and soon Ron's face turned almost as red as his red hair. I don't know if it was anger or embarrassment. Let's go, don't disturb others' work. Mrs. Weasley pulled the three brothers aside. We're not bothering you, Mom. Exactly, we're their bosses. How can talking to the boss be considered an intrusion? Mrs. Weasley slapped them hard a few times. Raven is their boss, you're at most his partners. If you can't even understand this, you'd better not go into business. Raven smiled helplessly. Actually, what Gemini said wasn't entirely wrong. They can also be considered the employees' bosses, since they allocate a portion of the profits from the sales to pay their employees' salaries. However, they didn't receive as much salary as Raven. Raven paid the vast majority of the employees' salaries. Furthermore, Raven handles all the company's decisions, problems, and follow-up plans. Dobby, could you go to the warehouse and get me some tea? Didn't I ask you to buy some from Daxia before? Yes, sir, no problem. Would you like black tea or red tea? Dark tea bar. The sound of footsteps approached, and Dobby quickly retrieved a tea cake from the warehouse. They came to the factory today to discuss Gemini's ideas. They wanted to start their own subsidiary to sell their products. Over this period, Raven's sales in Another World clearly began to decline, but the sales of the three brothers' merchandise remained stable. In particular, sales of the orc candy that Ron came up with were steadily increasing. In reality, there's really no need to discuss this matter. Go ahead and open it if you want. This does not violate their previous agreement. The Gemini's idea is to open a subsidiary that specializes in selling joke merchandise. Their subsidiary will still be under the Roaring Forest umbrella, and a portion of the profits will still be shared with Raven as agreed upon. This was agreed upon when Raven invested in them, and they have no intention of breaking the agreement. Raven is also planning to open several Roaring Forest product specialty stores to centralize the sale of goods. Once the situation is more stable, he will reduce or terminate cooperation with other sales outlets. Therefore, the twins' ideas coincided with Raven's. The Geminis told the Weasleys the same thing, but the couple was still quite apprehensive. They had never seen so many galleons in their lives. Even in the newspapers, the biggest prize they had ever seen was 1,000 galleons. This is already a huge sum of money, but compared to the three brothers' current wealth reserves, it is at most just the tip of the iceberg. From their perspective, the three brothers should play it safe from now on and not make any rash moves or come up with any new schemes. What if they lose all that money again? I understand your thinking, but I think you should let George and the others handle this matter independently. But Mrs. Weasley was still very worried. To put it bluntly, with that much money, she felt the three brothers could just sit back and relax now. This is the safest way to preserve wealth. I understand your concerns, there are always risks in doing business. However, based on the data, I think George and Fred's ideas are entirely sound. The Weasleys talked to Raven for a long time before he finally convinced them. The Geminis quietly bumped fists. Ron, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. He actually leaned more towards Mrs. Weasley's opinion and felt he could now relax and accept his fate. But since both of his older brothers wanted to continue, then so be it. After the Weasleys finished their discussion, it was Hermione and Harry's turn to speak. They've come up with a lot of ideas for Christmas and would like Raven to give them some advice. This can be considered one of the impacts of Raven: dating and making money. It's not just Harry and his friends, many other young wizards at Hogwarts are now figuring out how to make money like Raven. Hermione's idea was rather conventional and not particularly novel, but it also carried little risk of losing money. Harry's idea was different. His idea is quite risky. I need to think about it. Give me some time and I'll give you an answer later. If this idea works, I can invest in it. Harry's idea wasn't to sell an original new product. Instead, they buy and sell between several countries, profiting from the price difference. This depends heavily on the type of product you choose. If you choose well, Harry's earning speed will skyrocket. But can the wizarding world still support Harry earning this kind of money? The magical world's international logistics are now quite advanced. Knave and his family later visited Raven at the factory to chat. The Weasleys were thrilled to see the recovered Longbottoms. Previously, on the advice of the St. Mungo's doctors, Grandma Augusta had been refusing visits from others and not allowing the Longbottoms to go out freely. They were able to go out today because they were visiting Raven. To meet the Longbottom family's benefactor, the whole family must be together. Actually, the Longbottoms' physical condition has recovered very well, even the therapists at St. Mungo's would say their recovery is excellent. But it's always better to be cautious. Grandma Augusta said in a very serious tone. Raven nodded. Yes, it's always good to be careful. Raven, I saw the news in the paper. Did you guys really smash up several dark wizard shops in Nocturne Alley? After Augusta and the others went to chat on the side, Neville approached Raven. His eyes were sparkling. Yes, that's always been our family's style. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's so cool, you wouldn't believe it. Grandma actually burst out laughing after finding out about this. I've only seen her laugh like that 3 times. Once when my mom regained most of her memory, the second time when my dad regained most of his memory, and the third time when she saw that news report. Everyone had long been annoyed by the group of dark wizards who had overturned Knockout Alley. By the way, speaking of this matter, Raven, aren't you afraid of the Death Eaters retaliating with such a high-profile approach? Speaking of this, Hermione thought of her worries from a few days ago. Those Death Eaters are the most insane of the insane. If we target them like this, what if they go berserk and retaliate? That would be terrible. I was worried about that too, but Raven's actions later showed me that my worries were unnecessary. Harry took a sip of his tea and said with a soft laugh, "These teas taste a bit bitter at first, but they taste really good once you get used to them." Everyone turned their attention back to Raven. Seeing that Raven remained silent, Ron spoke up. What happened? Raven, what did you prepare for your family? Raven shrugged. It's nothing, just some alchemical tools. Just alchemical tools? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Alchemy tools alone probably won't be very effective against Death Eaters, right? After all, those guys mostly use the 3 unforgivable curses, and alchemy tools can't withstand those spells. Harry's expression gradually became increasingly difficult to maintain. Yes, that's what he thought before too. If alchemical tools can't stop the unforgiven curse, then they're basically useless against Death Eaters. Everyone found Harry's expression somewhat strange. What kind of expression is that? What happened? The alchemical tools I create can reflect the 3 unforgivable curses. Upon hearing this, the young wizard seemed to freeze instantly, taking a few deep breaths after a few seconds. Rebound what? You've finally become someone I can't understand, damn it. 3 things that cannot be reversed. Can even the killing curse be reversed? Raven nodded slightly, asterisk. In his excitement, Ron actually shouted a curse. This immediately caught Mrs. Weasley's attention. Ronald Billy's Weasley, what did you say? How dare you say such a thing? No, 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 Mom, wait, there's a reason for this. Never mind, you can scold me then. Ron initially wanted to say it was because he was terribly startled by Raven's words, but then he thought that Raven certainly wouldn't want many people to know about this. Forget it, I'll just take the scolding. The unforgivable rebound curse, this is a revolutionary invention. After Ron was severely reprimanded, the young wizards huddled together and whispered among themselves. Yeah, if those Aurors knew, they'd sell fudge for your gadgets. Ron felt this was a huge business opportunity. Not only Aurors, but there are many other wizards who are particularly afraid of death, such as Malfoy's annoying father. Forget about it, Raven's alchemical tool is very difficult to make, and the materials are ridiculously rare. It's simply impossible to do it on a large scale. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of the quantity of materials. Materials are scarce. Well, then it's probably impossible to sell in large quantities. Good heavens! Reversing the 3 unforgivable curses, this is definitely a feat worthy of being written into textbooks. Neville touched the back of his head. He felt that what Raven was doing was truly making his scalp tingle. Each of these items is a great event that could be written into the history of magic. No wonder you're not worried about retaliation from those Death Eaters. That makes sense. Hermione nodded slightly. Besides Raven's alchemical tools, Dumbledore also cast a spell around their house. Raven himself cast a spell on each member of his family, and Dobby could sense their calls at any time and immediately apparate to help. Wow, so many layers of insurance. Even if those Death Eaters were madmen and knew nothing about this, they wouldn't be able to come up with a solution. These Death Eaters have really messed up. That's good, Raven and his crew have scared those bastards. You guys weren't in the wizarding world before, so you don't know, but a few years ago, when I was just a 4 or 5-year-old kid, those Death Eaters were more disgusting than rats in the gutter. They were already annoying enough when they were led by Mystic. After Mystic died, they went around ravaging ordinary wizards. The Death Eaters are a huge bunch when they're together, but scattered like stars in the sky when they're apart. Even after the mysterious man's death, this group of criminals continued to run rampant for several years. Ron remembered that it was after he turned 4 that these bastards slowly started to hide. But even when they are in hiding, they still influence the lives of ordinary wizards. Raven and his crew are acting on behalf of God. Okay, Raven, will you guys continue? Yes, why not? Even Dumbledore couldn't stop them. The vast majority of surviving former Death Eaters will have to pay the price for the actions of their former colleagues. To be honest, I even considered going after Lucius before, but Malfoy has been doing alright lately, hasn't he? For Malfoy's sake, I think I'll give him a chance. These words made Ron very unhappy. He still didn't get along with Malfoy. But even he had to admit that Malfoy had indeed changed quite a bit recently. But if you continue, you might face trial by the Wisengammots, wouldn't you? Well, I have my own solution. As expected with the start of the school year, Raven and Jo once again became the talk of the town among almost all the young wizards. Raven sensed that many of the young Slytherin wizards were now even more afraid of him. For example, Malfoy seems quite worried that Raven might harm his father Lucius, since he now knows that his father was a Death Eater. Not just a Death Eater, but a core Death Eater. This kind of person should definitely be on Raven's kill list. However, he didn't dare to say anything to Raven about it. After all, he wasn't one of those reckless Gryffindors who were fearless. Malfoy was genuinely afraid that if he said the wrong thing, Raven would immediately divide him into dozens of evenly sized pieces. Since Malfoy didn't come looking for Raven, Raven naturally wouldn't rush over to say anything. He was still busy finishing the marrow inscriptions on his body. Reese, are you sure about this? Marrow script. Yes, this marrow inscription, won't it pose any danger? Your physical condition isn't what it used to be. Raven waved his hand. Don't worry, I used to think this wasn't entirely safe, but now I'm absolutely certain there won't be any problems. Raven was preparing to inscribe the last marrow rune onto his body. He can now feel the immense power contained within the marrow inscription. The marrow inscription will surely bring him a huge surprise. Zaya, come this way, don't worry, I'm watching over you. Nothing will happen. Dumbledore beckoned to Zaya, indicating that she could move closer to him. Besides him, Grindelwald was also keeping a close eye on Raven from the shadows. Then I shall begin the final Myelin inscription edition, Professor. Dumbledore nodded. He already had the Elder Wand in his hand. Raven slowly outlined the final marrow script in the air, and using the ink he had prepared in advance, he moved slowly along the path of the marrow script. The black ink gradually formed a pattern in the air. Raven gently flicked his right index finger, and the final marrow rune finally floated down to the last empty spot on Raven's neck. The change occurred almost immediately. A powerful and mysterious force converged on Raven from all directions. The marrow runes on Raven's body were slightly hot and began to dissipate from his limbs. Meanwhile, Raven seemed to have entered a very mysterious state. Dumbledore felt this state was very similar to the state Trelawney experienced when her prophetic bloodline suddenly came into play. Raven's amber eyes stared at the ceiling. From his perspective, it appeared that a large amount of liquid emitting a faint blue light was falling from the sky. Large amounts of the same liquid were also gushing from the ground. The liquid soon submerged him. However, Raven did not feel suffocated or cold. This feeling is truly wonderful, and it seems somewhat familiar. Raven quickly recalled the answer and figured it out. It seems that's how he felt when he was in his mother's womb. It's very warm. Most people probably wouldn't understand what this feeling is like, since most people can't remember what it felt like when they were still in their mother's womb. But Raven was different. He remembered, so he could clearly describe what that feeling was like. Even in this strange state, his thoughts were constantly racing. If he feels the same way he did in his mother's womb, does that mean the complete marrow will reshape his body? Just like a mother nurturing a baby. Thinking about this, Raven suddenly realized something. I hope he won't be reshaped into some inhuman, ghostly thing. Although Dumbledore and Grindelwald were watching over him, Raven honestly didn't think they could really help him if something went wrong. However, he clearly has no way to stop the effects of the marrow inscription now. He can't use magic now, and his body is also very immobile. We can only leave it to fate. From an outsider's perspective, Raven slowly floated into the air, his limbs seemingly becoming lighter and able to move involuntarily in response to changes in the surrounding airflow. Professor, are you sure Reese is all right? Zia also pulled out her own wand. His physical condition is stable. Dumbledore frowned. Is this considered nothing to worry about? Judging from his physical condition, Dumbledore could clearly sense that Raven's physical condition showed no signs of deteriorating. On the contrary, his physical condition seems to be improving rapidly. However, Raven's current behavior does seem a bit strange. What an interesting little wizard. Oh dear, watch out, Albus, you might hurt an old antique. The sudden sound startled Dumbledore and his companions. This is the principal's office. A strange, unfamiliar voice suddenly popping out would certainly startle someone. Look in the direction of the sound. The creature that made that sound was a strange marble statue. It wasn't a statue of any famous person, and it wasn't even very good looking. His brow ridges were somewhat too sharp, his nose was larger than normal, his lips were thick, and his eyes looked rather small. Dumbledore frowned deeply. He knew about the statue. It was there when he took office. The previous headmaster, the headmaster before that, almost every headmaster of Hogwarts throughout history has known this strange statue. They always thought the statue was just an ordinary statue. I never knew you could talk. Oh yes, if we're going by the words of my creator, then none of you are worthy to let me speak. I'm sorry, Albus, I didn't mean to mock you, nor was that my intention. His words only made everyone more confused. Your creator, who created you? West Asia was somewhat puzzled. Ha, gifted little wizard, your talent even surpasses Merlin's. Too bad you're not the one I'm looking for. You all know my creator, Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw School, an arrogant but undeniably gifted woman. Folks, I am the guide of her legacy. At this moment, even Dumbledore couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. The Rowena Ravenclaw lineage leader, Rowena Ravenclaw, really did leave behind a legacy. The fact that you took the initiative to speak means Merlin is above. Yes, it's exactly what you think. It's hard to accept, but it's true. Raven's marrow earned him a chance to inherit Ravenclaw's legacy. Zia wrinkled her nose. This bizarre statue was completely different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, shouldn't Ravenclaw, who symbolize wisdom and knowledge, leave behind a wise and handsome successor? The guy in front of me was not only a bit ugly, but he also seemed to be quite talkative. But West Asia frowned. If this guy is saying that now, doesn't that mean Raven is definitely all right? You mean the marrow inscription will definitely not have any problems, right? You're quick-witted. It seems the Muggle genetics does have its unique logic. Yes, little genius, that's right. Your brother's myelin inscription won't have any problems. I guarantee it. With the wisdom Ravenclaw bestowed upon me, the knowledge he discovered has already been thoroughly analyzed in my mind. By the wisdom of Ravenclaw, Raven's knowledge is without question, including the marrow markings he has now drawn on his body. They will have no adverse effects whatsoever. He had given it serious thought and found that Raven's marrow inscription technique was indeed feasible, and that Raven himself was about to succeed in marrow inscription. That's when he realized that Raven was the genius who could reach Ravenclaw's standards. This is truly reassuring protection. No one would doubt Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom. The mentor she left behind must have also been endowed with her extraordinary wisdom. Dumbledore then looked at Raven. Most of the veins on Raven's body began to emit a pale blue light, while a small portion emitted a soft amber light. His health is gradually improving, but this wasn't the only change that happened to him. Magic. Raven's magic is undergoing changes that I can't even understand. Grindelwald frowned as he approached Dumbledore. While Grindelwald couldn't quite understand the changes in Raven's magical power after facing the killing curse, he could still tell that the changes were definitely moving towards greater strength. Now he couldn't even sense the intensity of Raven's magic anymore. Is he strong? He doesn't seem strong. Raven's magic didn't give Grindelwald the same feeling. But is it weak? It doesn't seem to fit the description at all. His magical powers became mysterious and unpredictable like the Thestrals. The mysterious Thestral. No one would consider the Thestrals to be weak magical creatures. Their tail feathers alone could be crafted into the eerie and powerful Elder Wand. But are they very strong? It doesn't seem so, because very few people have ever seen them actively attack others. They cause very few casualties and cannot be used as a basis for judging strength. The mysterious and eerie Thestrals. I saw it, but where's the unicorn part? The runes on his body are made up of both Thestrals and unicorns. The Thestrals affected his magic, but where's the unicorn? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. With his keen eyesight, he simply couldn't see how the unicorn had affected him. His eyes and heart, did you see those places glowing with a yellowish light? That's where the unicorn runes are influencing him. The Thestrals gave him eerie, mysterious magic, and the unicorns will grant him the ability to sense and see through malice. Runes are truly a groundbreaking idea, aren't they? Albus, you're right. He can't reveal this knowledge of runes, at least not now. The guide began to speak, explaining in a voice as sharp as the friction of a stone, the ability to sense and see through malice. Is that all? I thought Reese would receive the unicorn's magic. But you think this ability is some weak one. Although unicorns possess immense and pure magical power, they are almost entirely unable to use it. The reason they haven't gone extinct yet is because of their extremely sensitive perception of malice. Any wizard capable of killing a unicorn must be powerful, because a weak wizard simply wouldn't be able to find it after it senses malice. This is why the unicorns were so surprised when they learned that they had been living with a group of Dementors for months without their knowledge. Let me tell you, this ability is even more useful than mystical magic in some situations. No sooner had he finished speaking than Raven abruptly opened his eyes. His amber eyes darted around rapidly, then he suddenly looked in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore thought this was Raven trying to send a signal, but he soon realized that Raven was looking behind him. What's behind him? Dumbledore turned around, somewhat puzzled, but there was nothing there. What did he see? This is what I meant by the most amazing aspect of his perception. He can even detect things that we simply cannot perceive. On Raven's side, he suddenly opened his eyes because he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart. It sounds strange, but he could clearly feel the direction from which the pricking sensation came. Looking in that direction, a figure stood behind Dumbledore. Or can that be called a human shadow? That thing cannot be specifically described in words. Is it an animal? Is he a man? Is she a woman? Is he tall? Is he short? Have no idea. Raven found it difficult to articulate this feeling. He clearly saw the thing, but he just couldn't describe it accurately. Even so, Raven still subconsciously thought it was a human figure. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his heart again, and this time his eyes felt the same pain. The pain made him close his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the figure had vanished and the stinging sensation had gone with it. Malice, whatever that thing was, Raven knew it harbored ill intentions towards him. What happened? What did Reese see? No one can answer West Asia's questions. Even Dumbledore was completely baffled. Instead, it was the ugly marble statue that squinted its already small eyes and slowly spoke. Can you speak normally like you were just now? Something feels off about West Asia. The marble statue's now pretentious, profound words made her feel uneasy. The change ended quickly. Raven slowly floated back to the ground. Dumbledore caught him. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Raven carefully examined his body. No, I didn't feel anything special. Before he could finish speaking, Raven almost instinctively swung his hand behind him. A powerful disarming spell shot out from his hand, striking Grindelwald's hand like lightning. The disarming spell was so powerful that even Grindelwald was sent flying and slammed into the wall. The dust was all kicked up by his impact. Grindelwald's wand flew through the air in an almost perfect arc, landing steadily in Raven's hand. Damn, you really went all out. Grindelwald felt like his old bones were about to fall apart because of Raven's curse. You want to kill me? I did have that thought just now. Raven frowned. What does this mean? The statue behind you says you're now extremely sensitive to malice. I want to see just how sensitive. Statue. Raven turned around and looked at the ugly statue. Hello, Ravens. This thing is actually a magical artifact. Everyone laughed at Raven's reaction. It's not just a magical creation, it also has a remarkable background. Dumbledore smiled and explained the origin of the statue to Raven. The Ravenclaw lineage leader. To Raven's surprise, he accepted it very easily. Grindelwald felt that no one cared whether he was injured or not. He pursed his lips, rubbed his shoulders, and stood up from the ground. The power of that disarming spell was truly extraordinary. Raven can definitely be considered a legendary wizard by now. Ordinary wizards don't have this ability. A disarming spell alone would be enough to smash him against the wall. So what spell did you receive? More than Ravenclaw's legacy, Grindelwald was more interested in what new spell Raven had acquired. Raven had previously stated that a complete marrow inscription would grant him a completely new spell. Judging from this new curse shouldn't be weak. Well, my prediction was a bit off. There is indeed a new spell, but I can't recite it. The Strals cannot teach other magical creatures their semi-invisibility, and unicorns cannot teach others how to effectively detect malice. Raven is different from them. He can teach this spell, but if he wants to teach it to others, he still needs to put in the effort to summarize and refine it himself. Alright, that's fine then. What is the effect of the spell? Raven had an idea. However, in Dumbledore's and the others' eyes, nothing had changed about Raven. Now, no one who can see the Strals can see me either. To them, I'm just a set of clothes floating in the air. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a glance. You've already used a spell, no need to chant a spell. No need. I can cast this spell with just a thought. Calling this ability a spell is no longer quite appropriate. They should now call it a special ability, just like the shape-shifting ability of the Animagus. It can be used with just a thought. Westasia felt it necessary to verify this. She grabbed Raven's hand and ran towards the auditorium. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and she herself had all witnessed death, so in their eyes, Raven would not change. They need to find someone who has never seen death to take a look. When I arrived at the auditorium, Eloy was there, struggling to do her homework. Her blonde hair was all scratched up and messed up. How could there be such a thing as a potion-making assignment in the world? Ilovey. Hearing Zia's call, Ilovey looked up. Zia, you, Merlin's sweet eyebrows are above, and what's with this floating outfit next to you? Wow, it really worked. Can't you see that's Reese? Senior Lei Wengsu, is this a new spell Senior Lei Wengsu has researched? Raven chuckled softly as he spoke. Yes, you could say that. The sudden sound startled Ilovey. It really is Senior Lei Wen. What kind of curse is this? Raven revealed his true form. Only those who have witnessed death can see my invisible spell. Linked to death, Luna, who was passing by, heard this and couldn't help but say, "Isn't that the ability of the Strals?" Raven nodded, "Yes, Luna, just like the Strals." Luna immediately understood what was going on. Your research was a success. Yes, I was lucky. I don't think it's luck. Those mites are always afraid of you. Your mind is always sharp. Raven's experiment was a success, and soon many young wizards gathered around. Ron was very excited. In his view, this was a superpower. Raven said that this spell wouldn't consume any magic power when he used it. Isn't that superpower? But Hermione felt this ability was somewhat useless. Your clothes won't become invisible with you, so what's the point of this spell? You can't exactly take off your clothes before using it, can you? That's really weird. Besides, who among those who can fight Raven hasn't witnessed countless killings? How could they not be qualified to see Raven? Yes, so this ability isn't actually that useful, but it proved to me that my research topic was correct. The illusionary body charm can produce almost all of the same effects, and it can even do better, making the deceased invisible to those who have witnessed death. So to be honest, this stealth effect is actually rather useless. That's true. This is truly a groundbreaking research achievement. When do you plan to release it? It will definitely cause a sensation in the magical world again, and you'll be written into the history of magic. Hermione was excited, as if she herself was about to go down in history. Actually, Dumbledore advised me not to publish this research result for the time being. Why, Otilda, I see. Harry was about to ask why, but he immediately understood the reason. Dumbledore wanted Raven to grow rapidly using this achievement, and then announced the research results when he was so powerful that no one could rival him. This will create a huge gap between Raven's strength and that of the others. That's roughly the situation, guys. I need to get out of here for a bit. Raven gently rubbed the corner of his eye. There was very little malice directed at him in Hogwarts, but it wasn't non-existent. Raven was now feeling 3 or 4 needle-like piercing gazes. The unicorn's power is truly both a blessing and a curse. A stinging sensation, a stinging sensation, a stinging sensation. Hiss, damn it. I really want to know how to control this ability. Whether it's major malice or minor malice, Raven will sense all malice. The area is approximately 500 meters. Minor malice taken individually is similar to itching, but there are simply too many of them. Are you sure this ability can be controlled? Even unicorns themselves can only hide. They hide in places where there are few creatures, or where most creatures are friendly to them. Furong thought that if even the unicorn itself couldn't control it, Raven probably couldn't control this ability either. Actually, in my opinion, this ability isn't something I was born with, so I should actually be able to control it better. That's a bit hard to understand. Furong frowned slightly. Just like our breathing and heartbeat, this analogy should make it clear. We don't need to control our own heart, it beats on its own. Even if we wanted to control it and stop our heartbeat, it would be very difficult or almost impossible, right? Right. Furong nodded. She had never heard of anyone being able to control their heart so freely, making it stop and start whenever they wanted. This is our innate ability. We are born with this ability and don't need anyone to teach us. From the moment our heart first began to take shape, we already possessed this skill. I believe that a unicorn's perception of malice is similar to our heartbeat. They don't need to control it, nor can they control it. The ability to sense malice is something they learned while still in their unicorn mother's womb. This innate ability is as natural as a human heartbeat and just as uncontrollable. I see. So you believe your current ability is the same type of ability as breathing, right? Raven nodded. Yes, we learn to breathe after we leave our mother's womb. I see this as an acquired ability, the ability we can freely control. I believe the abilities I've given myself now also fall under the category of acquired abilities. This ability should have a switch, allowing Raven to turn it on or off freely. However, Raven hasn't found the switch yet. Tusk. Raven turned around abruptly and looked towards the Beauxbatons corridor. Someone was hiding behind a pillar in the corridor. He thought he was hiding well, but in reality, Raven's malicious perception had been alerting Raven to his location from the moment he appeared. Is that one of your suitors? Should I have been more assertive? Hibiscus smiled silently, then flicked her wand, sending a blue spell swiftly toward the pillar where the person was hiding. It wasn't very powerful, it only blackened the pillar a bit, but it's deterrent enough. Get lost, you really need to work on your acting skills. Furong's words scared the boy away. Actually, that person wasn't one of my suitors. Since I got together with you, suitors have almost disappeared. You don't see many single-minded guys like that. So what exactly was that guy trying to do? His malice didn't seem particularly strong. Raven felt that the person at most wanted to curse him a few minor curses. Raven thought this level of malice would subside soon. The result was that this guy followed them all the way, but he only thought about it the whole time and didn't even have the courage to take action. Well, do you know that you're practically tied to me in Beauxbatons now? Raven rubbed the corner of his eye. Yes, I know, is it related to this? That's what caused it. They wanted to prove I wasn't as good as you were by proving you weren't. What? Are these people crazy? Yes, it's absurd, right? I think it's absurd too, but they can do something like binding you to me, so I think it's not incomprehensible that they have this kind of thought process. All right. Raven shook his head. Lately, these damned malicious energies have even kept him from sleeping well. With a gentle shake, his brain feels like a ping-pong ball bouncing around inside his head. I need to expand the space inside my crossbody bag. At least until I learn to control it, that space will be quieter. You should do that. So that Ravenclaw lineage guide you mentioned earlier, did he tell you how to inherit the knowledge left behind by Ravenclaw? Not yet. That guy said he'll begin the actual trials once I can control these abilities, but he did reveal some information related to the trials left behind by Ravenclaw. Did he say what the test was? No, if only it were that straightforward. He only said that Ravenclaw's trials would be extremely dangerous, far more dangerous than the trials left by Slytherin. More dangerous than Slytherin's trials, that's no different than saying nothing at all. You got through the Slytherin trials quite easily, didn't you? Yes, but that's all the information he gave me. Raven shrugged. He wanted more information too, but these mentors were tight-lipped, and there was nothing he could do. The Ravenclaw lineage is now eyeing you. Do you think the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff lineages will follow suit? That's what the Ravenclaw successor said. He believes I also meet the succession conditions set by the other two giants. The reason those two successors haven't appeared yet is most likely because they're still hesitating. After all, I'm already the heir to Slytherin, and I might soon become the heir to Ravenclaw as well. Whether to choose the same person as the successor to all four houses is a very serious question. Furong chuckled softly. Once you become the joint heir of the four of them, you'll have a new title. They are called the successors of Hogwarts. He'll be the most suitable candidate for the next principal, and no one will dare say anything against it. Dumbledore will definitely use that opportunity to trick me. He might even get me promoted to headmaster prematurely. He always likes to hint that I should be the next headmaster. You're the only one who would think being the headmaster of Hogwarts would be a hassle. Raven shook his head in disagreement. Being the headmaster of Hogwarts, besides the prestige, what other benefits are there? You barely earn any money and the workload is overwhelming every day. It's basically a thankless job. Anyway, Raven had absolutely no interest in that position. Raven's guess about the abilities the Marrow had given him was correct. A few days later, Raven began to grasp the beginnings of his ability to control the situation. It's quite difficult, but it's not something that Raven can't solve. After just 1 week of practice, Raven has learned the skill of switching his abilities on and off. Although I'm not yet able to open or close it very smoothly, but this is already very good. All you need to do next is continue to improve your proficiency. You can control the unicorn's malice perception, but how did you do that? Can we learn it? The unicorn mother was surprised. It's already incredible enough that Raven was able to learn the malice perception ability of unicorns, but now he's even learned how to control that ability. That's amazing. I don't think you can learn this ability either. After all, the ability to sense malice is innate to you, as difficult to control as a heartbeat. The unicorn mother immediately understood Raven's meaning. Okay, I understand. It's okay if they don't learn it. After all, they used to live in the Forbidden Forest, and they'll return to it in a few months. There aren't many creatures there that are hostile to them, and they can find areas suitable for living. By the way, Raven, have you noticed anything off about yourself lately? Raven raised his eyebrows in confusion. Something's wrong. No, I've been feeling better than ever lately. What's wrong? The unicorn mother shook her head. I don't know how to describe it. I've lived under the influence of malicious intent for a longer time, so perhaps I can sense more things you can't yet perceive. I feel like you're being watched by something extraordinary. Something extraordinary. Raven almost instantly thought of the figure standing behind Dumbledore that day. If that's the case, then I do have a goal. Raven described what he had seen that day. He couldn't describe what it looked like because language simply couldn't describe it. Raven could only describe that thing as a weird thing. There are only two known conditions. One is that the thing is definitely not any known living being, and even whether it, assuming it is an animal, is alive, Raven is not sure. Another condition is that the thing harbors strong malice towards him, or that the thing itself is an extremely evil entity, so that it can directly sting Raven's eyes to the point of making him tear up in a short period of time. But even with only these two known conditions, the unicorn mother seemed to have already figured out what it was. By God the Creator. Her lips twitched slightly and her pupils trembled. Do you know what that is? I pray it's not what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, Raven, we're very superstitious about this, so I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. The only thing I can tell you is that if it really is what I'm thinking, then you absolutely must find a way to obtain what you humans call the 3 holy relics of death. Only those things can give you hope. What is it that even a unicorn mother is so wary of? Raven frowned. What exactly is that thing? However, he didn't ask any further questions. After all, given his current relationship with the unicorns, if the unicorn mother could bring this up, she certainly wouldn't deliberately tell Raven a riddle. The fact that she didn't specify what it was proves that she couldn't directly tell Raven the answer. Telling Raven what to do next is already the limit, the Deathly Hallows. The legendary gift of death. The resurrection stone can resurrect the dead, but it only torments the resurrected and the living. The old man's wand possesses immense magical power, but it is also highly coveted by others. And even an invisibility cloak that can evade death's pursuit. Coincidentally, Raven knows where all 3 items are, so getting them shouldn't be too difficult. But what exactly is it that requires him to collect all 3 sacred artifacts to fight against it? Could it be the Grim Reaper? These 3 items were even made by Death himself in the story collection, and the source of the raw materials for the invisibility cloak was relatively powerful, coming from Death's clothes. The raw materials for the other 2 holy relics had nothing to do with Death at the beginning. The Elder Wand is a wand made from elderberry wood from the riverbank. The Resurrection Stone was originally just a rock in the riverbed. Can we fight death with these things? Go wash up and go to bed early. You can have anything in your dreams. While reading the story collection, Raven wondered who exactly wrote that collecting these 3 items would make one the master of death. The logic doesn't make any sense at all. Before Raven could think further, another person who had trespassed into the Forbidden Forest alerted Raven and the unicorn mother. That golden-furred cub seems to be looking for you. Malfoy emerged from the bushes, muttering something under his breath. He ultimately decided to step forward and talk to Raven. There was nothing he could do. Although he now realized that his father was wrong, he was still his father. He truly didn't want to see Raven one day stepping on his father's corpse, turning around, and asking him if he wanted to be the next one. Damn it, he's dreamt about this scene several times recently. This gave him very dark circles under his eyes. What a hellish place. Why couldn't Dumbledore get that big oaf to work harder at cleaning? Who can tell the difference between mud and excrement? Oh, Raven, hello, can I talk to you? This place was a temporary habitat for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, which Dumbledore had cordoned off around the area. This place is naturally incomparable to the spacious Forbidden Forest, but at least it's a temporary place to stay. Of course, Malfoy, let's go outside and talk. I'll be going now. The unicorn mother nodded. Remember what I said, Raven, collect the Deathly Hallows. Prepare for the worst. If the worst happens, at least the Deathly Hallows can offer you hope. Thank you, I will. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Anyway, collecting the 3 holy artifacts isn't difficult. It's just that the Resurrection Stone has been cursed by Voldemort and hidden away. But I recently heard that Dumbledore has a few leads on the locations, so I can just go with him when the time comes. Raven turned around and followed Malfoy away from the Forbidden Forest creature's temporary habitat. The unicorn mother watched Raven leave with her gaze until he was completely out of sight. May the Creator protect you, Raven. May the great and merciful Creator protect you. She never imagined that Raven would suddenly attract that thing's attention. If she had known earlier, she would have stopped Raven from continuing his research on Marrow. How should I say it? How should I put it? Think of Malfoy. Think of him now. You are Draco Malfoy, an excellent member of the Malfoy family. Raven underestimated the pressure he put on the young Slytherin wizards. The young wizards of Slytherin are now terrified of him. Malfoy struggled for a long time but couldn't utter a word. He didn't even notice that his foot had stepped on the excrement of some unknown magical animal. Raven wanted to say something to remind him, but then he thought that since he had already stepped in it, reminding him wouldn't change the fact that Malfoy had stepped in feces. It would be better to just keep Malfoy in the dark. Anyway, he didn't seem to be able to distinguish between the mud and the excrement here. So, what do you want from me? Raven knew perfectly well why Malfoy wanted to see him, but he wanted to see how Malfoy would put it. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Oh right, I wanted to talk to you about what happened on Halloween. I think it's related to you. Well, Raven really didn't expect that. Malfoy actually brought up this topic with him first. Raven thought Malfoy was trying to use this topic to get to the point, but he quickly changed his mind. A ferryman hovering between life and death. Raven frowned deeply. Of course, I think that might just be another of Trelawney's crazy ramblings, but I remember someone calling you White Venus so. Oh yes, at least for now, in terms of prophecy, White Venus does indeed include me. There's a lot of divination involved, which I don't think you'd want to hear, so I won't explain further. Raven's focus is on the phrases, his most powerful enemy, and the ferryman teetering between life and death. A ferryman teetering on the edge of life and death, a being feared even by unicorns brimming with malice. Could it really be the Grim Reaper? But what did he actually do? Why would death target him? Is it just because of the Marrow inscription? But how could Suiwin be powerful enough to attract the attention of even death? Raven felt completely dazed. Even though I know more now, the problems haven't decreased at all. In fact, they've increased. Thank you for telling me this, Malfoy. This is very helpful. Malfoy seemed to have never expected to hear words of thanks from Raven. He appeared somewhat surprised and at a loss for words. It's nothing. He looked somewhat comical because he didn't know what to do with his hands. All right, you didn't come to see me just for this, right? Just say it. Okay, I want to talk to you about what you did for Christmas. He was genuinely worried that Raven had put his father on the kill list. As far as Malfoy knew, Raven and his men's hunting operations were still ongoing, but they hadn't left any evidence in their recent attacks, so Weisengammer hadn't bothered them. And honestly, the last time they were tried by Weisengamo was because they openly admitted to their actions, which forced Weisengamo to put Raven and his gang on trial. Normally, there's also a step where the Auror files a lawsuit. This time, Raven and his group did a clean job. They didn't publicly admit what they did, and the Aurors won't sue them for no reason. So this has now become a very interesting topic in the wizarding world. Everyone knows that Raven and his family did this, but no one wants them to pay the price. On the contrary, most people are even helping them cover it up. I know my dad has done a lot of wrong things, and he's realized it himself. Really, so I'm thinking. Raven chuckled a few times. Don't worry, that's all I can say. Those 2 words are enough. With those 2 words, Malfoy could rest assured because he knew Raven hadn't put his father on the kill list. Thank God, thank you, Ravens. Why, I don't understand. Malfoy left happily. He felt he could finally get a good night's sleep. At least he didn't have to worry about seeing news about his father in the Daily Prophet the next day. As soon as Malfoy left, Kieran and Gray popped out from the side. It's nothing. Does Malfoy have fleas? The two of them playfully imitated Malfoy's earlier actions for a while. It was quite amusing to see him not knowing where to put his hands. If Malfoy saw this, he'd be so angry he'd challenge you to a duel. Yes, and then we beat them to a pulp. It's a pity he doesn't cry for his father anymore. Kieran and Gray gave each other a high five. Raven, your influence on those Slytherins is far greater than we realized. Yeah, even that arrogant Malfoy came to you and humbled himself. Raven shook his head helplessly. Malfoy has changed a lot lately, haven't you noticed? He's almost gone from the most hated Slytherin wizard to the most acceptable Slytherin wizard. Where's the voting window? Harry and Ron will definitely be there to vote against it right away. Neville might too. Kieran and Gray thought Raven and his family were really amazing. It's clear from the behavior of these young wizards in Slytherin. Raven and his family terrified all the former Death Eaters in just a few weeks. Even the powerful and influential nobles and former Death Eaters in the wizarding world now have to bow their heads before Raven and his companions. I saw today's Daily Prophet, which says that another pureblood noble has voluntarily relinquished 80% of their family's wealth and voluntarily donated it to the Howling Forest. Raven, your parents are amazing. I have no idea how they did it, especially since they're just ordinary people. Sire Ron and Gideon led their men on physical hunts across various regions, while Zane and Thessaly hunted on a status-based level. Unwilling to back down, if you refuse to bow your head, then watch as your once proud family fades into the past, forever etched in history books because of that pathetic tattoo of yours. My parents are very good at this. This is what they do in the ordinary world, and even if they come to the magical world, the things they have to do are not much different. I can see that now. Your family is going to reshape the current magical world. Someone has to do this. Let's get started then. Tell the R&D department that they can start unleashing their creativity now. The man on the other side of the two-way mirror couldn't help but laugh. They will be very excited. Your ideas have inspired them a lot during this time. Their design sketches have almost overwhelmed the entire design department. That would be perfect. The man on the other side turned a page of the document in his hand. Next is this month's extra income. This month we explored a total of 27 resource gathering points, earning a total of 128,962 galleons in extra net income. Playing the landlord game is always the fastest way to make money. During that month, Raven and his gang attacked many extremely wealthy landlords, earning a very substantial income. Take 45% as bonuses for employees who participated in the operation, calculated based on each person's contribution. Okay, everyone will be very excited. Raven shrugged. I don't see anything wrong with it. Isn't that how normal businesses operate? I pay, you provide the labor. Indeed, but given our special circumstances and personally speaking, I've worked for many not-so-good bosses before. Are werewolves a valuable workforce? Of course, aside from needing to rest or drink wolfsbane medicine during the full moon each month, they are no different from normal people. Because of their werewolf identity, they generally ask for lower wages. But many unscrupulous bosses are never satisfied. Is it just low pay? I'm going to squeeze their salaries to the absolute limit. All the oil extracted from the press is mine. There are quite a few unscrupulous bosses who think this way. There are already few bosses with a large demand for labor, and even fewer who are willing to accept werewolves. The vast majority of these bosses are unscrupulous, and they only accept werewolves to squeeze more money out of them. Okay, but I don't like doing that. My parents taught me when I was little not to let my brothers down. This is truly, I must apologize. When I learned that your family was involved in organized crime in the ordinary world, I genuinely thought I had joined another organization similar to the Death Eaters. I even considered running away. It turns out staying was the right decision. Raven chuckled a few times. I've never considered my family to be a legitimate gang. In fact, legitimate gangs in the ordinary world do things that are similar to or even more ruthless than those of Death Eaters. Buying and selling medicines, looting, vandalism, arson. Real gangsters are never as righteous and principled as depicted in the movie The Godfather. Their family used to be part of a very dysfunctional gang. After explaining the arrangements for the next month for a while, Raven carefully put the two-way mirror away. Is your family involved in the Muggle world's mafia? This is the first time I've met a proper mafia heir. Tell me about what mafia does, okay? I've only heard the term occasionally, but I've never really understood its meaning. What would gangsters do? You heard me, legitimate gangsters do basically the same things as Death Eaters, or even worse. Where did it go too far? Haven't the Death Eaters gone too far? They're a full-fledged criminal gang. Raven couldn't help but chuckle at the statue's words. If you knew what legitimate gangsters did, you'd think the Death Eaters were naive, which is one of the reasons we've never taken them seriously. Dude, what have you guys done? Capture people and torture or kill them with spells? Ha ha. Go ahead and tell me you don't have anything else to do anyway. Raven raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? I still need to study the marrow inscriptions on the corpse. I can tell you the answer directly, saving you research time. No, thank you, but I'm not used to copying answers. How about this? I'll put it this way and you'll understand. Death Eaters directly destroy people's lives. Their actions directly lead to the destruction of one or more lives, right? Of course, this is also why people dislike them. They make a mess of people's lives. Orthodox gangs indirectly, on a large scale, gradually and thoroughly destroy the lives of ordinary people in a vast area. Leaving aside everything else, just the fact that they sell medicines is enough to completely corrupt a large area. Don't tell me that even legitimate gangs wouldn't do that. Legitimate gangs don't have any bottom lines. Legitimate gangs are just criminal groups made up of a bunch of ruthless criminals, expecting them to have any moral compass. Stop joking, Merlin above. So your family isn't a legitimate gang, but why? Why is your family so special? Raven shrugged, because our parents are very capable, haven't you noticed yet? Although they always say I'm the most outstanding one in our family, actually, our parents are the most outstanding. Are the eldest sister, Seal, and the second brother, Gideon, good-looking? Of course they're impressive. They completely laundered their family business in the US and are still doing very well openly in the US. Is he good? Objectively speaking, it's indeed quite good. A 13-year-old wizard, having only been in the wizarding world for 3 years, has achieved what many people cannot achieve in a lifetime. Is West Asia powerful? No one can ignore her magical talent. In fact, her talent is even more extraordinary than Merlin's. But none of the four brothers could compare to their parents. Zane and Cesar are the best in their family. Zane grew up in an orphanage and had no parents to rely on, while Cesarly came to England from Russia and initially had no one to rely on either. Even so, the two of them were still able to build a morally upright, influential, and almost eccentric gang from scratch. Doesn't this prove their ability? Okay, this really is. Your whole family is weird, I get it now. I should find you some science magazines for ordinary people so you can learn about genetics. DNA is powerful. Reese, when do you plan to inherit Ravenclaw's legacy? West Asia saw that Raymond was already familiar with his abilities, but still showed no intention of inheriting Ravenclaw's legacy. This felt very strange to her. Why? Was that ugly statue a lie? Aw, damn it, I forgot about that. The answer was unexpected by West Asia. Raven simply forgot about it. You forgot? This is so important. Raven shrugged. I've been working on other things lately, so I completely forgot about it. Death, regardless of whether the figure was death or not, Raven assumed it was death. He's definitely not up to the task of fighting death right now. Even if his magic has become much stronger and more mysterious now, he would still have no chance against death. In terms of physical strength alone, he's still only slightly better than the average person. He wanted to obtain the marrow inscriptions from the corpses to enhance his physical abilities. However, after some research, he discovered that the marrow on the corpse was ridiculously weak and also had negative effects. He's recently started looking for other suitable magical creatures. When are you planning to go? Can I come with you? Raven ruffled his hair. I'll call you when I'm ready to act. West Asia is very pleased. She has always been interested in things related to exploration. After parting ways with Xia, Raven returned to the library once again. Honestly, if Raven came to the library now, he wouldn't be able to get the knowledge he needed. But he still chose to come here to look around some more, hoping to make some new discoveries. The monster guide, the hidden stories, the mysterious rabbit hole. Neville carefully carried a book on botany past Raven. As a result, Raven's desk was piled high with books related to fantastic beasts. Am I mistaken? I seem to recall you reading these books. Oh, sorry Raven, did I bother you? Raven closed the book in his hand. No, it's nothing. You remember correctly, I have read all these books, but I've been looking for something new lately, so I'm flipping through them again to see if I can find anything new. Unfortunately, no. Raven now has all the known magical creatures in his head, and these books are of no help to him whatsoever. What are you looking for? Although I probably can't help you, I can still try to think about it with you. Raven shrugged. I'm looking for a magical creature with incredibly strong regenerative abilities like, do you know salamanders, Neville? I've heard of that animal. I think it's aquatic, right? Raven nodded. Yes, that's it. Those creatures have incredible regenerative abilities. Even if their limbs are cut off, they can grow back in a short time. Most importantly, the newly grown limbs are almost indistinguishable from their original ones. I wanted to find such amazing creatures, but unfortunately I failed. Raven believes physical strength can be divided into two parts. First, there's strength and defense. Secondly, there's the body's ability to recover. Raven plans to first use the marrow runes to enhance his body's regenerative abilities, and then improve his strength and defense. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any magical creatures with strong regenerative abilities. If he still can't find it, he'll have to shift his focus to improving his strength and defense. There are actually animals like this. That's amazing. I don't remember them being magical creatures, right? Yes, it's also because they don't possess magic, so I can't get what I want from them. I'm even thinking of just raising a new species myself. Others might think that's boasting. But Raven said that he really did have this backup plan. Having inherited the knowledge of Slytherin, he is absolutely capable of doing such a thing. The only problem is that raising the magical creatures he wants takes far too long. Raven wouldn't have cultivated a magical creature of the caliber of a Blastale and then directly extracted its marrow. That wouldn't meet his requirements. More powerful magical creatures require more time and effort. Seeing Raven's troubled expression, Neville couldn't help but think about how he could help. But it's obvious that if Raven couldn't figure it out, then it's even less likely that he could. Okay, sorry Raven, I can't think of any magical creatures that fit the criteria. Maybe I can ask my grandma later. She's seen a lot more and might know of any that do. Thank you, Neville. Although Raven felt it wouldn't be of much use, it was, after all, Neville's kind gesture. Actually, I do know of a magical plant that can fulfill your request, but what you need are magical creatures. Raven smiled and was about to say something when a sudden inspiration struck him. Magical plants. Why can magical creatures extract marrow but magical plants can't? Or rather, why shouldn't there be magical plants? Animals have bone marrow, so don't plants have roots, stems, and veins? Raven quickly ran through a few questions in his mind. He found that the answer he obtained was feasible. At least researching how to extract the marrow from magical plants wouldn't take longer than cultivating a new magical creature. That's a great idea, thank you, Neville. Raven quickly put all the books back in their places and then left the library immediately. Neville was completely bewildered. What idea did he have? Why doesn't he know it himself? Extracting marrow from plants. What a novel idea. Merlin, if you lived in the same era as Ravenclaw, I can't even imagine how much advanced knowledge you could have unearthed. The statue immediately affirmed Raven's new idea. This idea is highly feasible. I think I need to talk to Professor Sprout more. Although he has a considerable amount of knowledge about magical plants, it is certainly not as extensive as Professor Sprout's knowledge for the time being. Do you have a target plant yet? Of course, when Neville said that, I immediately thought of the gerbil red juniper. There have even been cases where plants that hadn't been in contact with water for 3 years, leaving only a single withered root, were resurrected in just 10 days after being exposed to water. Both regenerative capacity and vitality are optimal choices. Learning about plant anatomy. Raven's words surprised Professor Sprout. Why did you suddenly want to learn this? You know about my previous research, the one on myeloid culture. I plan to follow the example of my research on myeloid culture and see if I can extract something similar from plants. That's a really novel idea. Professor Sprout initially wanted to object, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that it was indeed possible. Both are magical creatures, so why can magical animals be extracted to reveal runes while magical plants cannot? That's an interesting idea. Well, but I must warn you first, some magical plants are very dangerous. Even though their aggressiveness isn't as high when used as dissection material, they are still dangerous. Professor Sprout's primary concern was Raven's physical safety. Raven's body hasn't recovered for very long. Even though he has recovered somewhat, his physical condition is not comparable to what it used to be. Therefore, Professor Sprout felt it necessary to give Raven a few more words of advice. Understood, Professor. Don't worry. Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you can come find me after dinner this afternoon. I'll give you a little extra lessons. We'll start with something simple. Dissecting the gerbil red Selaginella is quite difficult. It's not suitable for beginners. For the next few days, Raven studied magical plant anatomy almost every day with Professor Sprout. The basics of magical plant anatomy are actually similar to those of ordinary plant anatomy. The only difference is everything else besides the basics. For example, dragon scale leaves need to be soaked in a special medicinal solution beforehand to soften them, and then burned to extremely high temperatures with an extremely hot flame before scholars can dissect them while they are still hot. The difficulties in dissecting dragon scale leaves include how to prepare the appropriate medicinal solution. Almost every scholar has their own unique formula, and how to dissect them while they are still hot at extremely high temperatures. You all don't know, Raven just pointed his finger. I swear the flames he spewed out were even hotter than that ancient magic Dumbledore used before. Neville was incredibly excited. He was also taking extra lessons with Professor Sprout, who was his favorite professor of all. Are you sure you just pointed a finger and unleashed flames hotter than lava? Has Raven learned how to cast ancient magic without a staff? Hermione was shocked. Even Dumbledore needed to hold his wand firmly when casting most ancient spells. How could she not be surprised that Raven could unleash such intense flames without using a wand? I'm not surprised by anything he can do now. I'd believe it if you said he was already a super wizard like Dumbledore. Simo, however, was not surprised at all. He wouldn't be surprised if it were suddenly revealed that Raven was Merlin resurrected. Even Raven could withstand the killing curse head-on and then almost completely recover within a few months, at least outwardly. What can't he do? You know what? He might actually be on par with Dumbledore. I saw him helping Hagrid clean up the Forbidden Forest habitat. He waved his hand and sent all the dung floating into the air, then snapped his fingers and sorted it by type, placing it back on the ground. To be honest, I really don't know why Dumbledore made Hagrid clean up those things. I've never seen him ask Hagrid to do something like that in the Forbidden Forest. This is to prevent disease. Ron, you really should broaden your knowledge. Back in the Forbidden Forest, everyone had plenty of space, so the chances of a disease outbreak were low. But this temporary shelter isn't that spacious. An epidemic anywhere is no small matter. It could very well lead to the death of everyone in a large area, so Dumbledore definitely had to take preventative measures in advance. Besides that, I remember another time I saw him standing in front of the Forbidden Forest, and with a wave of his hand, a huge number of plants sprouted from a large area of the forest. Those plants grew to be 3 times my height in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievable. I've seen it before, but Professor Sprout stopped him very quickly. Wood thought this was because Professor Sprout was worried that Raven would overdraw his magic, since Raven's current body was really not what it used to be. However, he felt that Professor Sprout was overthinking it. He had previously witnessed Raven entertaining himself at the Quidditch pitch. At least from a Quidditch perspective, Raven hasn't changed much. He's still just as exaggerated. Speaking of which, where did he go today? I didn't see him at dinner time. This is not right. His Highness's eating habits are always frighteningly regular. Gemini found it strange that they didn't see Raven at dinner time today, but Neville thought it was perfectly normal. He went to help Professor Sprout and Professor Dumbledore restore the Forbidden Forest ecosystem again today. Using magic appropriately helps Raven quickly become familiar with his magical abilities. His magic has become quite strange now, and Raven will have to put in some effort to adapt to it. This is why the recent work of restoring the protected forest ecology was undertaken by him, several professors, and Dumbledore. Meanwhile, in the forest ban area, Raven raised his left hand, and a large number of saplings quickly sprouted from the ground. They grew rapidly and soon reached a height of about 3 meters. Few of the trees that grew this time withered immediately after Raven stopped supplying magic power. This proves that the toxins in this area have been largely absorbed. I still think you should try to reduce such actions as much as possible right now. Professor Sprout walked over to Raven with a worried expression. She was afraid that Raven would overuse his magic. Don't worry, Professor, I know what I'm doing. See, I've already stopped, haven't I? Professor Sprout nodded. That's what makes Raven so good. He always knows what he's doing when he acts. At this rate, the forest should be able to recover its ecosystem in less than 6 months, by the time the forest ban is lifted this summer. Professor Sprout scattered the seeds on the ground with his wand, and then the tip of the wand emitted a faint green light. The seeds that were scattered on the ground quickly burrowed into the soil and began to grow rapidly. That would be perfect. The unicorns are always complaining to me that their current habitat is too small, and they're not very comfortable living there. We've studied the roots, stems, and leaves, but we still can't extract the plant's veins. Raven sat in the space inside his crossbody bag, frowning as he looked at the notebook in his hand. This is really interesting. I think it's theoretically plausible, but the most crucial piece of the puzzle is always shrouded in mystery. It's really interesting. Can you speak normally? The Slytherin Legacy Guide spoke up with a sarcastic remark. He found the occasional words spoken by the statue truly strange. There were clearly better ways to say it, but he insisted on choosing the most bizarre and strange one. It's time to stand on the shoulders of giants. Raven got up and took a microscope from a cabinet next to him. What's this? A microscope, research equipment from the Muggle side, a very interesting little gadget. Funny, really fun, Ravens, let me see too. Raven rolled his eyes. Wait a minute, let me finish observing. If you can't see results from the large roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds, then delve deeper and examine these things at the cellular level. Let me see how your cells differ from those of ordinary plants. Raven adjusted the microscope, placed the sample, and peered through it with his left eye. Iodine solution can't stain cell nuclei. Raven hadn't expected to find the strange place so quickly. Arrangement and movements. Raven observed that the cells in the samples taken from the stems of the gerbil red juniper exhibited a very special and regular arrangement, and these cells also showed a special movement pattern. This is a completely new discovery. I need more samples. Okay, I'm going to ask that age-old question again. Where has Raven gone this time? He's been hiding in his crossbody bag lately whenever he has a spare moment. Where else could he go? Gray scratched his head. His research enthusiasm has been running high lately. Has he found another breakthrough? Why don't you just ask him? He said if we need to contact him, we can look for him in his crossbody bag. After discussing it, Kieran and the others decided to go in and take a look anyway. They were also quite curious about what Raven was currently researching and how far he had progressed. Didn't the Marrow inscription already succeed? Guys, Where are you guys going? As soon as Ryan pushed open the door, he saw the three of them changing out of their pajamas, seemingly preparing to go out. It's the weekend, shouldn't they be spending the whole day in their dorm playing games? We're planning to go see Raven, see what he's been researching lately. What's up, you big Casanova? Why are you back so early today? Ryan feels upset whenever this is mentioned. We had a fight. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes. Say it again. Are you telling me you can even argue with someone like Senior Grace? Ryan scratched his head, looking quite troubled. It just happened, damn it. I should have backed down earlier. Let's not talk about this anymore, I'll go with you. How could you? Never mind, never mind. Gray was a little curious. But seeing Ryan's expression, he immediately gave up the idea of asking any further questions. Let's go. Kieran took the lid, first squeezing through the opening of the crossbody bag, then came Ack and Gray, and finally Ryan. Upon entering the crossbody bag, the first thing they saw was Toast lying on the cat tree. She appeared to be grooming her hair. When she heard someone enter her crossbody bag, she paused, but relaxed when she saw it was Kieran and the others. Zinkai stood on a beautiful tree ornament. She glanced disdainfully at Kieran and the others, then continued to stand on the branch and close her eyes to rest. Has this place gotten much bigger? It feels like it's almost as big as Hogwarts. It should be about the same. By the way, why are there so many plants here? Besides the large ornamental trees of Zinkai and the cat tree of Tusi, the most eye-catching thing here is the abundance of plants. Kieran and the others squinted at the plants beside them. They all seem to be the same type of plant. Wait a minute, let me think. I think I've seen an introduction to this plant on a tree before. Ryan said, frowning. He felt that the plant in front of him looked somewhat familiar. That's right, it's gerbilin red resveratrol. Strange, what does Raven need so much gerbilin red resveratrol for? There are hardly any ingredients for any potions. It's definitely related to Raven's new research. Kieran scratched Toast's head. Toast, how about you take us to find Raven? Meow. Toast gestured with his chin towards the distance. They were too lazy to move. They could just point in a direction and let Kieran and the others go there on their own. You really need to move around more. Look how fat you've gotten. Meow. So what if I'm fat? Did I eat your cat food? Actually, Toast isn't that fat now, just a little fatter than when she first arrived at Raven's house. Still within the healthy range. Following the direction indicated by the Toast, Ryan and his companions walked along, watching as the roadside plants gradually increased in number and size. There are a lot of gerbils and red selaginella here. What is Raven doing with so many gerbils and red junipers? And why are these things still gradually getting bigger? After walking about 500 or 600 meters, the four finally arrived at the Slytherin inheritance chamber. Ah, Raven's mediocre friends, to be honest, I don't want you to come in, but Raven said I can't stop people, so please come in. Oh, thanks. You're welcome, Raven's mediocre friends. Kieran and the others all rolled their eyes. Slytherin himself may not have been that unlikable, but he certainly wasn't a kind fellow. That's an extremely offensive way of speaking. The stone wall slowly opened, and Kieran and the others entered the room. The room was brightly lit and very clean and tidy. A cage hung from the ceiling containing a Dementor that looked almost dead. I thought Raven had let this guy go. Me too, it's kind of weird to say, but I'm actually starting to feel a little sorry for this guy. Raven heard someone approaching, so he put down his quill. It's you guys, what's wrong? What happened? Actually, nothing's wrong. We're just a little curious about what new research you're doing. Raven stood up from his seat and stretched. I'm extracting the pith, but from plants. I call plant pith vein. Okay, I'm still thinking about the name, but this is just a temporary one. Veins do plants have piths? Can Lei Wen really extract marrow from plants? So you only recently started learning how to dissect plants from Professor Sprout. Kieran suddenly seemed to have figured it out and said, there aren't any magical creatures that fit my criteria right now, so I've had to turn my attention to magical plants. This idea came from Neville. Raven poured a glass of water for each of the 5 of them, but Ryan and the others had already gone elsewhere, so they didn't accept it. Raven, what's this room for, and why is there a skull painted on it? You didn't hide a nuclear weapon in your crossbody bag, did you? Raven couldn't help but laugh. I'd like to, but even if I got my hands on nuclear weapons, what good would it do? That's an armory, all my weapons are stored there. An armory, can we go in and take a look? Of course, but don't move around carelessly, some weapons are already loaded. Everyone is very curious about what Raven's arsenal looks like. Ryan pushed open the door and several long weapon racks came into view. All the weapon racks were filled with guns, bullets, and all sorts of explosives. Gun, so many guns. Gray exclaimed in surprise. He had never seen a gun in his life. I'm surprised to see so many today. By Merlin, Raven, how many armories have you emptied out? Kieran stared wide-eyed at the entire room. Even the biggest gun stores in America don't have this many guns. Although I think I'll most likely never use most of these guns, they're still quite pleasing to the eye, aren't they? Pleasing to the eye, it's meant to scare people, isn't it? That many guns are enough to arm an entire powerful private army. This is a gun, it looks really strange. Ryan stared wide-eyed at the muzzle of a gun. It was pitch black. These things look really strange. Are they really that powerful? Ack and the others quickly pulled Ryan away. Don't point the gun at me, do you have a death wish? Raven just said that some of the guns were already loaded. Is it really that dangerous? I really wish there was a shooting range here so we could demonstrate just how dangerous these things are. They can turn a living person into a corpse in less than a second. Is that really so exaggerated? A killing curse is pretty much the same. Perhaps not as efficient as the killing curse, but it also doesn't have the killing curse's side effects, and in some situations it might even be more efficient than the killing curse. The killing curse cannot be cast consecutively. Or rather, most wizards do not have the ability to cast most spells consecutively. Although the killing curse is fatal upon contact, its inability to be used repeatedly is a major weakness. The firearms are different. The bullets really could rain down like rain. Actually, I also have a shooting range here, although it's not very well equipped. But do you know how to use guns? There's even a shooting range. My family taught me. Ack raised his hand and said, this surprised everyone because Ack had always seemed to be the weakest among them. Let's go to the shooting range then and relax a bit while we're there. Raven got up and went to the armory where he grabbed a shotgun for himself. The guns on that shelf over there are all loaded. You can pick a few you like, but be careful. While Raven and his friends headed to the shooting range to prepare to become physical wizards, Harry and his friends were helping Hagrid prepare temporary habitats for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. I really want to know what Raven's spell is. He can clean all this stuff up with a wave of his hand. Look at my robes. Even a thorough cleaning wouldn't get rid of this smell. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron. Stop complaining. We're here to help, not to complain, and you should be more rational. Damn it, my boots. How does it feel to be attacked by excrement, Miss Rationality? Seeing that Hermione had also stepped in something dirty, Ron couldn't help but mock her. Guys, we need to hurry. I don't want you guys still not back in the castle by curfew. There were already 3 piles of filth around Hagrid. His actions were much more decisive and efficient than Harry's and the others. How did Raven manage to distinguish between soil and excrement so clearly? It's much harder than I imagined. Harry put down his wand. His actions left him sweating profusely. As Raven often says, you don't need to compare yourselves to him or anyone else except yourselves. Everyone's situation is different and you've already done enough. Although Harry and his friends couldn't solve problems as efficiently as Raven with a single spell, they had their own methods. Alright you guys, that's the Griffin's temporary roost over there. Those monsters don't like strangers trespassing on their roosts, so I'll clean up the mess from here on out. You can head back to your dorms before Filch starts chasing people around. Griffins, there are griffins at Hogwarts. Why didn't we see them on Halloween? Ron was surprised. He had never known that griffins existed in the Forbidden Forest. They were too arrogant. On Halloween, almost every creature in the Forbidden Forest fled, but they remained steadfast in their territory, which ultimately led to their heavy casualties. Oh, those poor creatures. Hagrid gets sad when this is mentioned. When he went to deal with the griffins' corpses, he was almost in tears. Harry and the others definitely couldn't come along when they went to clear out the griffins' territory. After all, those guys were truly warlike and arrogant, and a simple bow wasn't enough to get along with them. Griffin. By Merlin's grace, if I could ride a griffin just once, I'd gladly eat a giant chicken leg with every meal afterward. They don't suffer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.